I'm going to show you how I make $10,000 per month using Claude. Now, this is not going to be an academic course on Claude. I'm going to show you exactly how I use Claude to make money from beginner level to expert. I'm giving away everything. So before, I designed this course for beginners who are ready to earn, business owners who want to automate their own businesses, entrepreneurs who want to use AI workflows with real ROI, freelancers to use AI for clients, as well as automation agencies and integrators. Now, before we get into what we'll learn, who am I and why you should listen to me? My name is Ritish Kanji. I spent the last 11 years building AI systems, even before it was called AI. My mission is simple, to automate as much of my business as possible. And in doing so, I'm sharing the exact same systems with the people that I help. We've built our YouTube channel to over 121,000 subscribers and over 64,000 followers on LinkedIn. We've worked with small to medium companies as well as enterprise, such as Momentum, which is one of the biggest financial institutions here in South Africa, Tshwane University of Technology, Aussies, who's doing visa migration documents in Australia, Lucid View, we did the entire marketing engine, Rhythm Engineering, and more. I've generated close to $500,000, where you can see some of the proof here on Kajabi, as well as in my Mercury bank account over there. So what will you learn in this course? We're going to start off with the introductions, which we're doing now. We're going to start off with the business model, which starts off with the plan of how do we go about making money. Once you know that, then you can apply Claude to make money. We'll go through all of my tools that I use. We'll get introduced to Claude Code as well as Claude Cowork. Then we'll go into how do we actually get clients. And this we can do through content, cold outreach, paid ads, and warm outreach. So assuming you already have an offer, if you don't, that's fine. We can use Claude to help. We then go to phase 9, in which we create bespoke automations for our own business, which we can also use for other businesses. And if you're wondering where do we get all of the resources for this course, I have a school community with over 138 members. Once you join, you'll get access to all of the code, workflows, automations, agents, skills, you name it. Cool. So let's go into what you'll actually learn in each of these modules. We have phase 1, which is this video over here. Phase 2 is the business model, where we go into what is a sales funnel, how does it work, and we'll go into how exactly is money generated. This is the framework that I've used, and you'll find most of the top experts using this exact same framework, including Alex Hormozi, Russell Brunson, and more. Once you understand the basics, you don't have to apply the exact same formula that I use. You can even apply it to your existing business as well. In phase 3, we'll go through my tool stack. I'll show you all of the tools that I use, and we'll go into detail of what you need and why you should use it. Phase 4, we'll get started with Claude basics, from the chat interface to how to use memory, building skills, creating sub-agents, for which we then progress to Claude Code to find out what exactly is Claude Code, how to install it, getting familiar with Claude.md, as well as basic use cases of how I use it in my day-to-day business. We then move to Claude Cowork. What is Claude Cowork? What can it do? And how it differs from Claude Code. Next, we go into content creation. I reveal all of my strategies for how I create content, how I'm using Claude to optimize this entire workflow, from long form to shorts, slides, articles, and so on. Then we dive into using Claude for content ideation, trends, competitors, and my own ideas, so that you don't burn out during this process. And then I show you all of the other production systems that I use in tandem with my website. In phase 6, we go through cold outreach basics. This by no means is a comprehensive course on cold outreach. This is just what I use and how I structure it. It's a nice high-level introduction to cold outreach and how I'm using Claude to augment this process. Then we're going to paid ads, where I'll be showing you how I'm doing paid ads and how to use Claude with other tools to get leads through ads. Then we go into the warm outreach part of it, where I show you how to automate emails and create WhatsApp agents that can help you save hours. And then finally, we'll go into all of the dashboards that I've created personally, and I've spent over thousands of dollars building these dashboards, which I'm also giving away in my school community. So definitely check that link down below. We'll go into the marketing dashboard that I've built for a client, and I'm using it for myself as well. Checking my YouTube analytics, building my very own CFO to make sure that I've got enough cash flow going forward and that our company is growing financially. On a personal note, I've created a personal fitness dashboard because a healthy body means a healthy mind, which means a healthy business, as well as a cold outreach campaign dashboard that we can use in phase 6. We're almost there and ready to get started. We've gone through who this course is for, what will you build, the tools that you'll need. Now let's talk a little bit about how to use this course. I recommend you go through the course from start to finish, watch it fully, maybe at 2 to 3x speed, and then go to the particular section that you want to learn about, whether it might be Claude Basics, how to do content creation, or cold outreach, how to get more leads, and then go ahead and implement the systems that I have in the resources section of our school community. And then finally start using these tools that I teach you in your own business. The only time you're going to learn is if you take what I'm teaching you and apply it. Even if you implement just one thing, it will make a massive difference. So I hope you're excited. I know I am, and we'll see you in the next lecture, where we're going to be talking about the business model. Welcome to phase 2 of how I made $1,000 per month using Claude. So before we can get into the fun technical parts, we first need to understand the basic underlying business model. You need to understand how money is made. So over here is the typical business model that we see. It's the easiest to visualize, right? People come in through the top of the funnel. They get nurtured in the middle part of the funnel, and out at the bottom of the funnel, you get paid. So here's a little fun animation that I created where you can see people come in. As they go into the middle, they warm up a little bit. These are all cold leads on top. They warm up a bit in the middle. In the bottom, they're red hot and ready to buy. And when they're ready, they convert into revenue. So how does it work? People come in, so you get traffic coming in from the top of the funnel. This could be through various methods that we'll speak about in just a bit. They come in, you create awareness, they go into the middle, they get nurtured, and at the bottom, they convert. So here's the thing that most people forget. They think that they will just create a product and just sell it. But they don't understand how people convert, what makes people buy things. People will typically part with their money because you have something of value. So what is value? Well, let me give you some examples. If I am hungry and you have fish, but I have something else of value, it could be money, it could be wood. Maybe that person needs firewood to keep warm at night. We can barter and trade value. So I'm getting food, he's getting warmth. That's value. But value stems from there being a problem. So if there's a problem, you'll have to find out what problems exist in your market. In automation, it could be, they are doing manual work. They have maybe 50 employees, but meanwhile, they only need 25 and AI. Maybe they could be a bit more efficient. Maybe the problem is human error. When people are doing the work, the output that humans create are not really that accurate. So that's what I mean by we make people problem aware. So over here, we say this is the problem, right? And then we agitate the problem and then we give them the solution. So that is called the PAS framework, PAS. So as people come in through the funnel, they figure out that, oh, I have a problem. And then we really drill the salt in through the wounds, make sure that they really aware of the problem and we call them out. If you are a business owner and you are struggling to make 10K per month, then take our course, for example. And then from there, we bring them down, we nurture them, we make them solution aware to say, these are the types of solutions. You can use AI and automation to solve this particular problem. And then at the bottom of the funnel, we make them product aware to say, hey, we've got this product and this product is really great and it can do X, Y, and Z. It can down 5 hours of your time per day, which you can do for something else. You see where I'm getting here? So people will come in, see that you can solve their problem, and then they will convert. If we were to zoom into the top of the funnel, we can look at all of the different lead channels. There's basically 4 types of lead channels that you can use, which is warm outreach, cold outreach, content creation, and paid ads. If you look all over the internet, this lead quadrant was coined by Alex Hormozy, but there's actually a 5th element, which if we unlock this one over here, we can see it's influencer marketing as well. So we can also get influencers to send us traffic. We pay them money and maybe a bit of commission, and they send traffic our way if they have an audience that aligns with our product. So let's take a look at what each of these are. We'll definitely go into way more detail and how we can use Claude to automate each of these. So first of all, there's warm outreach. Warm outreach is talking to people that you already know and they already know you. So they could be friends, they could be family, they could be people that have been watching your YouTube videos for some time now. They could be people in your email list that are already a bit warm. Cold outreach is on the other end of the spectrum, where they don't know you, haven't heard about you, and if you spoke to them, they'll be like, who are you? Essentially. So the way that you would convert them into leads is that you'd send them messages, you'd nurture them a bit more, Whereas with cold outreach, you would have to go the extra step and prove that you do have the capability to solve their problem. Warm outreach is a little bit easier to convert because as they already know you, it makes it much easier. This could be like existing connections and also referrals. So the way that I use warm outreach is that I have a WhatsApp group. We have around 649 members in this group called the Corporate Automation Library. And we have great conversations. We bounce off ideas, we network, and I give value inside this group. And as people get to know me, they see my content, they will eventually convert. With cold outreach, I use a tool called Dripify, which we'll go into a bit later. And here you can see that I have my campaign running. I initially targeted MOs and now I'm targeting CEOs to see how well they work. You can see that the response rate is much better here compared to CMOs, but we'll dive into that a bit later. So I'm running paid ads to my community on school. You can see that I have about 138 members at the time of this recording. If you look at some of my traffic, most of them come from Facebook, which I assume is mostly from paid ads. So this is the ad campaign that I'm running. And I ran a bunch of experiments. I started off with just my thumbnail and that converted at a very bad $84 per lead, which is pretty expensive. And I only got 3 purchases over there. But I've been testing quite a few things out and you can see that I eventually got to a point around $25 to $23 per lead, which if you compare it to the price that I charge people, it's about $19 per month or $17 per month, which I'm running at a little bit of a loss. If they stay for 1 or 2 months, I would have made my profit back, but I'm still trying to get it as low as possibly can, and then I'll scale it up. And then finally, there's content creation. For those who know me, I'm quite big into content creation. I've built up my channel to over 121,000 subscribers on YouTube. So I've created a whole bunch of content that has allowed me to make a lot of money. And I do the same on LinkedIn. If you look over the past month, I have over 166,000 impressions. And people from there will eventually convert into my school community. Okay, so we covered the core 4. And now we can go down to the middle of the funnel. So once we have people that are a little bit warm, they'll come into this email sequence maybe to get some sort of lead magnet. And a lead magnet is basically something of value that you give away for free. So they get your lead magnet, they get value from it, and then you send them an ongoing email sequence, maybe once every day or once every couple of days. They find that they're getting so much value from your emails that they want to get even more. They have the problem and they figure out, hey, maybe this can help me if I dive deeper into your community. So I'll send them an email that will also have a button that will go directly either to my paid community or it could be a paid product, whatever it is. And if I deliver enough value, they'll eventually go to the bottom of the funnel. Now you can either automate it with Claude or you can have a predefined email sequence. Things are coming to a point where you could have very personalized emails using what I call hyper-personalization. If you do it just right, you'll lead to the bottom of the funnel where they either sign up for a school membership, like how I have my corporate automation library. It doesn't have to be a school community. It can also be a paid digital product like a course, a template, or tool. It could be a SaaS product, or depending on how much value you provide, they might want to hire you if they don't want to do it themselves. So there's different tiers as to what you can offer over here. So you can have a low tier product right over here and have it go all the way to higher tier. The difference between a lower tier and a higher tier is that they have more access to you. So if they want more hours, then you charge them a bit more. If they want all of your time, then you can charge them even more, like maybe 4 or 5 figures, depending on how much value you bring to them. We'll go into this a bit later on how to charge for these products, but for now, this is just the underlying framework. Let's take a look at the different types of funnels. So like I mentioned, you get traffic. This could be through ads, it could be through content. You send them through a lead magnet where you give them a free guide or cheat sheet or maybe a Claude artifact in which they can solve their problem. It shouldn't be too comprehensive because you want to save some for the paid product. Some people like Alexa Mosley give away a lot of value, but they make their value up later on by acquiring certain companies. So it depends on what your business model is and how you decide to set it. From the lead magnet, they get nurtured via email, which is more about trust building. You've got your workshop, maybe to get them more involved with you. The beauty of a workshop is that the longer they listen to you, the more time they spend with you, the more they begin to trust you. That's why a lot of people are doing live streams, which are much better for converting people than just ordinary videos or shorts. You have to create a lot of reps in terms of shorts, to get the same amount of reps as a workshop or live webinar. So that's why people create the webinars and they have in-person webinars, because they connect with the person that they will probably want to buy from. It's like sort of like dating. If you found someone, you wouldn't want to get married on the first date. You probably want to get to know them, see what they like, and maybe you don't like them. Maybe you want to spend the rest of your life with them. Who knows? So it's after spending some time that you decide, okay, how much commitment you want to spend and invest with that person. And the same thing goes for sales. So from your emails and workshops, you send them to your core offer, which is a paid product, and then they can ascend to maybe something better like coaching or services, or maybe even a SaaS product, consultation or development work. Another type of funnel, which is very similar, you have hook content in the form of short forms or ads. They register for a webinar. You do a live webinar where you teach and diagnose their problem. There's also a replay if they miss it. That then goes onto a strategy call where you can qualify different leads. Then you're able to close your client using the high ticket close frameworks. Now over here is the framework that I'm using, where I'm creating content, I'm creating ads as well. That goes to social media, YouTube, Instagram, X. I send it everywhere. So I create one piece of content and I distribute it everywhere. And I'm going to show you how to do that with Claude later in this course. Then I send them to my lead magnet, which is on my website. So I've got this place called www.augmentedaiautomation.com/resources. This is where I store all my lead magnets. I used to store them on Notion, but I found that there's much more value in leading them up to your website, where you can then click on different links. And there is your offer right over here, always in their face. And you can do a lot more customization if they are on your website compared to a Notion page. Sure, you can put it, but I think there's some value of having it here. And also you bring traffic to your website, which is very important. You want to build up that trust with Google and all of the chatbots out there so that you can start bringing traffic and trust to your website so that the bots also trust your website. And as you can see, I have a place where people can join my school community. They can also decide to work with me over here. And if they want to, they can check out my portfolio for all of the companies that I've worked with. So I hope you're starting to see the value of how this whole fits together. And if you don't worry. You can always comment down below and I'll be happy to answer any question that you want. So from this lead magnet, they go into an email sign up. I still need to implement that for my brand new website. Right now, it just sends them straight to the school community, to the high paid consultancy. But that's exactly what I'm going to be setting up very soon. And I'm also planning to collect these leads via this chatbot. So when people ask questions, it'll ask for their name and email, and then it'll send me a notification to say that, hey, this lead asked about this. I'm using a Claude Haiku model that's powering my AI sales agent. So now you're seeing firsthand of how I'm using Claude to get leads. So through there, you can see that I'm sending people to my school community. And essentially, this is where people can join this community. They can ask questions. They can learn from each other. They can join our classroom, where I give them a lot more value to solve different problems. Like this course, for example, it's helping people to figure out how to make money with Claude. That's a big problem. People want to make money, but they don't know how to use AI to make money. And if you want to get more time with me, we have weekly workshops where we can connect. And this is more connection time with me, where I can learn more about their problems. They can build more trust in me. And over time, they would want to buy more products if they find some value that they're getting from it. And then from the school community, I have different tiers. So I've got my $17 per month plan, which is just a traditional classroom and community. People who are on the premium get access to the private dashboards over here. And people who are on the VIP get access to me. Can you see where this is going? So I give them 4 hours per month so they can have one-on-one strategy sessions with me. And if you look at pricing, the standard tier is $17 per month, which will increase over time. We have the premium, which is $67 per month, more or less. And then we have the VIP, which is $299 per month. And that's where Alex Hormozi's money models comes into play. So if you want to make more money, you need to get leads. And then you need to get the leads to pay you regularly. Or you get more clients. Or you get both of them together. So you get more clients and you get them to pay you regularly, which eventually compounds your revenue exponentially over time. So over here, we have our premium upsells. You can have different models that we'll talk about later in this course, where you can have a freemium community and then they consume your free content, which is like maybe a free roadmap. And if they want to go into more detail, they can unlock another module via a paid upgrade, or they can join your paid community from there. And then eventually they would move to a high paid consultancy, depending if they are in the market for it and if they qualify for your consultancy. Now just know that not everyone will move in such a linear fashion. Some people might come from your social media and go straight to high-paid consultancy. Or some people will start off at high-paid consultancy and they'll also join your school community. Or they might have both at the same time. I've had clients interchange between different tiers. So now you understand the business model of how money is made. We've gone through the sales funnel where people drop in, they start off cold, they warm up a little bit by nurturing in your email sequence. And then at the bottom of the funnel, they get red hot. And eventually you send them an offer for which they convert. We went through the core 4. There's also a 5th hidden element over there. Warm outreach, cold outreach, content creation, paid ads. We go into the middle of the funnel where we nurture them via email sequence or WhatsApp group. We give them a lot of value. We automate content wherever you can. We will definitely go into this in the following modules. And then they reach the bottom of the funnel where they join a membership. They buy a paid product or SaaS or tool, or they consult with you on higher paid projects. And then finally, we went through the different types of funnels. And you can choose any one of these funnels. Just start with one. You don't need to get it perfect. Perfection is the enemy of progress. So just start. Okay, so let's get to the homework. I want you to create your own funnel. Decide which channel you're going to start with, whether it's content creation, paid ads, cold outreach, or warm outreach. Choose one for now. Try and master that. And as you get comfortable, you can introduce another channel. Then I'll show you how do you nurture people in the middle of your funnel, and how to create an offer so compelling that they feel stupid saying no. And then just briefly draw out what your sales funnel would look like and then leave it down in the comments down below. Also, if you want this entire course artifact, you can find it in my school community where we're going to be launching our new course within school. Great. With that said, I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome to module 3 of how to make $10,000 per month with Claude course. In this lecture, I'm going to build my entire tech stack that I use to run my business and make money. So before we get started, if you want to download this interactive lecture notes that I have over here, you can check the link down below. Or you can access it in our school where we have all of the downloadable resources in our 10K Claude Business Automation course. Let's get straight into it. The first thing that I use, and I'm sure most of you already do, is chat, right? And you can use anything like ChatGPT or Gemini or even Claude, which is the focus of our course. I used to use Gemini quite a lot, mainly because it was included in my Google Workspace. I used to generate a lot of proposals with it. From my tests, I found that Gemini used to write the best compared to all of the other models. But with Claude, I'm using it more for all of my other business use cases. I'm using it a bit more now because Claude has released so many new features that it's becoming hard to ignore. ChatGPT is good. I use it more for personal agents and minor admin stuff. But if you were to look at these three, obviously there's other large language models that you can use. Gemini is good, but there isn't a memory feature for the Google Workspace, which I find very limiting. They have just recently released their Gemini app for Mac, which is finally a step in the right direction, but they're still way behind in terms of the functionality that you get in with Claude. So when it comes to chat, you can have basic conversations to get ideas, to figure out certain stuff, to give you directions, to give you strategy. I mostly use Claude, but I find that Claude is sometimes a bit too aggressive. So that's why I try to ask all 3 agents and just figure out on my own which one I should listen to in terms of which advice should I consider. Or maybe I combine all of them and use them as my counsel, and then I take bits and pieces and then I decide which large language model I should listen to. Now, chat has limitations. If you have a very long chat, you can suffer from things like context rot, where if a large language model has too much information, it doesn't know which piece of information to use. And then sometimes it tends to generalize or hallucinate, in which it lies to you. So that is why I try to build nano agents rather than larger agents or have long chats. And that brings me to coding. I use coding for just about everything. Now, I don't code things myself. I get Claude to build it all for me. I only understand the basics of Python, but I have never fully coded a Node.js app or React app before. But leveraging these coding agents with Claude, life has just become so much more amazing. I'll take you through some of the examples that I've used in my business. I've coded this shorts creator over here, which takes my long form videos and compresses them down to maybe 90 seconds and adds a custom call to action at the end. This allows me to repurpose my long video into shorts that I can then repurpose onto YouTube and Instagram and X. I also created this content studio over here, which allows me to brainstorm new ideas. Everything goes through my corporate identity right over here in my knowledge base. I can generate any amount of ideas over here with any model that I prefer. even Claude models that you can see over here. And if I click into one of these ideas, I can generate images, videos, articles, carousels, text posts, hooks, and post them all to social media all at once. So we'll come back to this dashboard at a later stage. The other thing that I've used Code for is to basically automate my entire website. Now, I could have used something like Squarespace or Wix or Kajabi to design this website, but you can do so much more if you just go your own. And you can see how amazing this looks. Like, there's animations that happen. You can see all of this looks very nice and premium. If you look at my old website, you can see how static and boring it looks. I did try to vibe code as much as I could on this website, but it's very limiting to use Kajabi right now. It tells you the basic information, and I'm really not happy with what this website looks like. Maybe it would have been fine 5 years ago, but this looks like crap right now. As you can see, we have some very nice ghosting effects over here. I've got this nice card animation that comes in and out. As you can see, I really love that. And some video animations as well. So that's where you'd use Code. And we'll dive into more on how to use coding agents at the later stage. If you want to get started with coding or using code to build certain apps or websites or tools that you can use for yourself, you can either do it via the CLI, which essentially means you can use it via the terminal. I can go into my terminal and type in, for example, cursor agent, and I'll be able to access Claude via cursor. I can ask it to do just about anything, and we will go into this a bit later in this course. Now you can use either Gemini CLI, Cursor, which I typically use, and Claude Code, which I've been using for some time now, and it's really been amazing. And then we have AI IDEs. You can use it via Cursor. There's Codex, which is also good. Anti-gravity. You can also start creating artifacts, websites, and other tools using Claude as well. Next, we go on to computer automation. Say if you're doing a mundane task where you click here, copy and paste here, put it over there, take this, move it there. Any repetitive or mundane work that you do, you can get it automated with Claude Cowork. And you can tell Claude to handle your desktop or your browser. Besides for Claude Cowork, there's other tools that you can use that I have tried also. There's Dex, which I have over here. We have Manus, which I use a lot, especially for graphic design, and I'll touch on that in a bit. And I'm also using Manus to help me do comparisons between the property that I want to buy with other properties to negotiate the property that I want to buy. There's also ChatGPT Atlas, which I found was good, but it was a bit slow. Maybe it might have improved since then. There's also Perplexity Computer, which is quite good. And the whole goal of computer automation is to automate the things that you normally wouldn't be able to do. It could be document processing, it could be uploading certain images to a website that doesn't have an API, and also to make sure that you get things done reliably. So one thing that I automated was I created a bunch of browser automations. I have one that invites people to my LinkedIn events, because clicking on each one individually is mundane. I have one that allows me to copy my Medium article into LinkedIn and upload all of the images, which would normally take me about 15 minutes. Now it only takes me 1 minute. That's computer automation. Let's take a look at video generation. There's two tools that I use. If you have access to fell.ai, you can access all of these models via API, like Kling, Google Theo, Nano Banana, and they have over thousands of models, from image generation to image editing to upscaling images and video to style transfer, you name it. SGen is another option. They allow you to generate images and video with Kling, Theo, and Nano Banana, but they have a more agentic approach. You can define a workflow that you normally do, and it will do them in sequence. So for example, you wanted to create a story. Instead of having to generate each image one by one and then turn them into videos, you can define a workflow to generate the entire video all in one go. It will craft the storyboard itself, it will generate those images from the storyboard, and then generate the video from there. XGen is normally using Fell as the backend, so depending on what you'd want, if you probably want to create it yourself, you could use Fell. I would start with Fell, and then decide whether you want to use SGen at a later stage if you want more agentic flows. For these two models, you should be able to get access to the latest CDance 2.0 models, as well as a new model called Happy Horse. What a strange name. So here, I should have actually called this content generation. So once you have your content, right, you either generate it via ChatGPT, or you have specific agents that you've coded up over here, or if you generated videos or images, how do you distribute them all to social media? Well, I tested out two tools. Well, I use Social Boo, and Potato is a bit more expensive because you can generate images and video as well on this platform, where Social Boo is more focused on uploading or publishing to social media. So what it does is that you can specify all of the accounts that you want. So you can have X, you can have Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, TikTok, you name it. Having the same creative, you can upload the same thing to all platforms all at once, or even schedule it for different days. So what I did is that I didn't use Social Boo dashboard as it is, because there's a lot of other manual work that I had to do there. Using their API, I created my own optimized dashboard with AI agent built in. I'm able to generate text based on whether I'm uploading articles, infographic slides, or for YouTube, it'll automatically adjust the slider to the right character count that I need to use. And I can select any of the social medias that I wish to publish to. I can upload my media over here. And here's a hot tip. You don't need to publish that one post once, because not everyone will post all at once. That is why I publish one today, maybe 15 days from now, and another one a month from now. If you look at my content calendar, I can essentially go on holiday for a month and a half and come back and I'll still have content being posted. So that's social media distribution. Let's take a look at deep research. There's quite a lot to consider here. First of all, what is deep research? Normally, if you want to understand a particular topic, if you want to research on your competitors, if you want to understand what is trending right now, you would probably do deep research, or find out what the market is doing. You do market research. So there's tools that you can use right now. You can use any one of these AI platforms to do deep research, or you can use the specified tools that work via API to do the deep research for you. Like Firecrawl will go to a website and find out all of the information from it. It'll scrape everything, including the design, the text, the copy, that you can take it and maybe build something similar, or scrape it to get important information that could help you generate leads, understand your market segment more. Perplexity is great for news. If you want to learn more about your lead, if I'm doing sales research, I would use Perplexity Deep Research using the Sona Pro model to find out everything I can about this lead. The company they work for, are they part of a larger group? What is their revenue like? How are they performing? What is their headcount? You name it. SEP or SEP API, as well as Tavily, can be used for general internet search. So if I want to do a Google search, I would use SERP API or Tavily to find out more about them. They've recently added their skills to take those results and use an AI to figure out what exactly is going on and to provide you the results in a structured output. Apify is a really important tool that you have to pay attention to. Certain social media platforms are very limiting. They don't give you an API to find out more information about your target audience or to scrape certain profiles. Apify have their own backend services that allow you to implement these things called actors, and these actors are able to search LinkedIn or to scrape YouTube or to scrape your competitors and find out all of the information you want about them. And I would use this essentially for competitor analysis, scraping leads from Apollo or LinkedIn Sales Navigator, scraping profiles that are causing reputational damage against certain brands. This is one of the apps that we created for one of our clients. So you should definitely use deep research as well as all of these tools to get an advantage in business. How does this fit in with Claude, you ask? Well, you get the API keys from each of these tools, and then you bring them into Claude to use as tools or MCP servers. You can then tell Claude, okay, I want you to scrape leads from Sales Navigator and search the web on the latest news in AI, do deep research on this client and how I can provide value to them. So yeah, that's deep research. Now let's go into graphic design. There's two tools that you can use. There's Canva. They have recently expanded their offering with a whole bunch of AI tools involved, especially with Google's Nano Banana, as well as video generation using Google's VO 3, as well as Google's VO 3.1 and Kling models. The one that I'm currently using is Manus, where I'm able to generate thumbnails, infographics, and brochures. I'll take you behind the scenes of how I'm using all of them. So I've got Manus. Now, you're probably wondering, why don't we use Claude? Well, because Claude doesn't have a native image generation model, which I understand because they want to focus on the core product and make it as powerful as possible. But Manus does have an API which you can call from Claude and tell Claude to command the Manus model to generate you thumbnails. So like you see for this course, I've created these thumbnails that look like me. Obviously, there's some imperfections, but it's good enough for social media. I just fed it an image of me and the Claude logo, and it generated me this beautiful thumbnail that I can use on social media as well as in my school community. Normally, it would have taken me probably an hour to design something like this, by hand. And for those, you'll probably be using either Canva or Photoshop. I'm personally using Affinity Photo, which I sometimes use for high quality graphics. Like for example, this text. I generated this with Manus in the background, and then I just overlaid text like this, just so that I have a bit more control over where the text placement is. Now with Manus, you can do just about everything. You can do client research. I've used it for thumbnail generation. I've used it to help me find micro-influencers, generate infographic like these, as well as full slide decks that you can see right over here. Like, it's been a while since I've manually created PowerPoint slides and I've been loving it. Sure, there's some imperfections, but what's nice is that you can move things around manually if you don't like the placement of certain things, and you can regenerate images all within Manus. I've also used it for my clients to do market research and define their ideal client profile, as well as the content strategy that helped me to grow to 120,000 subscribers and 62,000 followers on LinkedIn. Great, so that's graphic design. Let's now move over to video editing. Now let's move over to video editing. Before, when I used to create a long video, I used to take it into Final Cut Pro and manually cut all of the silences out. I would have to manually add titles, motion graphics, and if there's something that was beyond my capability, I would send it to a freelancer. But the problem with that is that it was very expensive, and some video editors didn't really do a great job. It was back and forth constantly, and they would make so many mistakes, and it had taken a lot of time. So now what I do is, I used to start off with Gling, which would allow me to cut off all of the silence parts. It would use AI editing, which would first transcribe the video, and then I could edit based on text rather than waveforms. I could use the AI to cut off repetitive words, as well as filler words like ums and ahs. And then I would use Remotion to allow me to add in motion graphics, captions, and add in interactive elements like B-roll that are AI generated videos, and add in some animation to make it more exciting and maintain retention of the video. If I was editing a 10-minute video, it would have probably cost me hundreds of dollars to get it edited. But I can use Claude with Remotion and Gling to cut it down to $5 and get it done much quicker. Now I'm currently using Descript, which allows me to record from my camera that you're watching right now, take in my microphone, my screen sharing, as well as what is being recorded on my screen, put it all together and do all of the editing all in one software, which I find pretty amazing. It is a bit more pricier than Gling. I think Gling is around $20 per month and Descript is about $35 per month, but it gets so much done. So before, my main camera was an iPhone camera, or it could have been my DSLR. I would manually have to transfer from my iPhone or DSLR into my computer, then manually in Final Cut Pro having to sync it, which took some time, and then I had to export it into Gling to do editing, and then edit into Remotion, which would do the same thing. All of that is done in Descript, but you have to buy additional AI credits, which I find more expensive. So my video editing workflow looks like this. I use Descript for everything, and then maybe I'll edit into Remotion to add in some motion graphics at a cheaper rate, generate images with Nano Banana, and turn them into video with Gling, and then it'll automatically insert them into my video. So there's a lot that I can cover on video editing, but we'll go into that in later lectures. So cool, that's video editing automation. Now let's look at transcription. This is very simple. It's basically being able to type fast, because if you're coding, if you're typing everything out, you're wasting a lot of time. And there's a couple of tools that you can use. There's Voice Ink that I'm using quite a bit on my Mac. There's Mac Whisper, which I'm using for physical meetings that I have where they don't have Google Meet, they don't have any sort of live recording, or if the client doesn't want to send me the recording, I always record my meetings with Mac Whisper so that I can transcribe it and use the transcription to generate my proposals for my clients. This is a very important tool that you should be using. There's an alternative that works on Windows and Mac, but you have to pay a subscription. I'm not a big fan of that because I can run everything locally on my own computer using Voice Ink. And if I show you this briefly, this allows me to transcribe my audio and use a local AI model to transcribe everything. So the one that I'm using is the Parakeet V3 model. It's NVIDIA's Parakeet model, but it also works on Mac. It has high accuracy and high speed. So if I activate it, you can see it's been activated over here, and whatever I say will get transcribed instantly. And because I'm running an M4 MacBook Max, this thing gets transcribed super fast. What's really cool is that you can pair it up with an AI assistant. So whatever you say gets processed through AI, and it cleans out your output so that it's simplified a bit more, rather than you having some redundancies. So as you can see that it has made it a bit better than before, and this will help you simplify things, especially if you're dictating an email. Back in the days, people used to use dragon narration to be able to do this and speak faster, but the model back then weren't as great. And this is software that we used to use a decade ago. Now we can do everything locally without paying anything with superb accuracy. I would typically use Voice Inc. or any sort of transcription software to be able to help me with dictating my video editing, doing my video research, with chat obviously. With coding, that's the big one because your fingers become a bit tired typing out and you can speak faster than you can type. So definitely use transcription or speech to text to help speed up your workflow. Cool, so that's transcription. Let's take a look at notes. Now, there's a couple of tools that you can use. I started off with Apple Notes, which did the job. There's also Obsidian if you want to have more control. A lot of people are using Obsidian to create markdown files for which most AI agents are operating from. So you can create these markdown files that essentially store your memory, your skills of your Claude agents, and it's a general note-taking app. I'm using Notion, which has had a huge AI overhaul. You can use it to summarize meetings. I have Google Gemini, so I don't need to pay for it. You have these AI agents over here that you can use. I typically don't use them because you have to pay a subscription for those. Notion has an API, so you can connect your Claude agents to Notion to be able to control it on your behalf. These agents are probably a bit more refined for the Notion environment, but if you want a central hub to run everything, you can use Claude with your own memory and everything that you have. Build different agents and sub-agents. They all are aligned with your goal. They have memory of what you've been working on rather than having two different agents and one doesn't really talk to the other. That's one strategy that you have to know about running your business. You have to reduce friction, and Notes helps me to reduce friction. I can track my active projects over here. I can save my brand identity over here. I also have my strategy for 2026 over here, my task trackers, a list of content that I'll create, any projects that I'm working on within school, and as well as some personal databases that I have for travel and party planning. Now, I used to store all of my lead magnets here, but I've since moved them to my website, which I'll explain in a later lecture. I'll be going into this a bit later, but you can definitely connect your Notion or even Obsidian into Claude and use it to help you manage your business, track employees, follow up on your prospects in your database, and build lead magnets for you, all from one place and all brand aligned. You can also have it as a central hub where you can store all of your standard operating procedures. So I would use Notion to store all of my SOPs where both humans and AI can access them. This is typically what my SOP database looks like for each department. If you want to get this Notion SOP template, you can head over to my school community. You can download it right here in my 10K per month Claude Business Automation course. Cool, so that's Notes. Now let's look at the website. This is the heart of your business. If you don't have a website, you don't have an online presence, even if you have social media, because social media algorithms can change. Your website can still bring in traffic if you manage it right. So let's go through the basics of a website. The main thing about your website is you need to tell people who you are, what you do, and how you can help your prospective client. You can do that with a couple of pages like a contact us page so people can get in touch with you, your portfolio, which is very important, all of the projects that you've done, big and small, list them out on your portfolio page, your services page, or a section on your website to say, what do you do? So for me, I do AI consultation, AI development, as well as live workshops with CPD accredited points to run my school community that you see over here. So the purpose of your website is that once they come from your social media, like we discussed in the funnels part of this course, is that people come from your social media and they land on your website. You give them something for free, which we call a lead magnet. And if you remember from the last module, I used to have my lead magnets on Notion, which I found did work, but there were some limitations in terms of, I couldn't have my call to action to my school community and work with us buttons. People would have to scroll all the way to the bottom of the page to be able to see the call to action. Some people would browse through the lead magnet and not even see your call to action. That is why on my website, I have a persistent call to action over here on my blog, as well as on my resource hub over here. Speaking of resources, this is where my lead magnets reside mostly, and I can put important updates over here. So people will continue returning to my website, which will bring me traffic. Google will see this traffic and then send even more traffic. So this builds trust, not only with Google and other robots and ChatGPT, it's also another source of traffic to your website. Same thing with the blog. The blog and SEO and GEO really helps bring even more traffic. So for those who don't know what SEO and GEO means, it means search engine optimization or generative engine optimization. SEO, essentially based on the keywords that you're targeting, Google will decide based on what people are searching for and link them up with what's on your website and send you traffic if your blog answers their questions. Obviously, the search algorithm is very complicated and it's a lot to go into, but I want to draw your attention to GEO, which is Generative Engine Optimization. So if I have a problem, I'll probably type it into ChatGPT or Claude. If these AIs don't have the answer, they will go online, especially if it's something trending and it's not part of its pre-trained data. It will go onto the web, search for that answer, and then bring it back into the chat and summarize the results. If some of the web search results point to your website, it means that you get additional traffic, especially if they want to learn more about that particular item. So you probably ask, what is the latest news in AI? It'll probably scrape sites like The Verge or TechCrunch or Engadget. You'll probably click on the link and be sent to those respective websites. So that is called GEO. And you need to structure your website so that you optimize on performance and stability by enabling robots to work on your website, which you can do with Claude Code. You can build your blog that is GEO optimized. You can build resources with Claude so that people from social media as well as Google search will come into your website and bring you traffic. So this is what my website looks like. You can see it's got some very nice animations over there. It's got this little trail over here that goes around the button. It brings their attention to book a consultation. They can explore Cal Pro, which will take them to my school community over here. Got this nice animation for my credibility and authority, as well as some of these other animations that we spoke about earlier. I really love this one. So as you can see, I've got links to my school community over here. For people who want to work with me, they can click over here. I have my trusted leaders. I have my logo list over here. You can take a free audit and interactive artifact the quiz that happens all within the website. I'll show you this all in depth later on. They can sign up for one-time bespoke projects, or they can hire us as a fractional AI automation partner. And I have my testimonials over here. So they have my portfolio, which shows real results. I can show them all of the projects that I've worked on in terms of like computer vision, agentic AI, automation, video generation, training, RAG, compliance. So all of this is important to have because sometimes your clients are looking for solutions to problems that they have. As you can see, we have our blog. When getting started out, what I did was I told it to generate some GEO optimized articles based on what I'm doing, the services that I provide. I told it I'm doing AI and automation and business. Create 10 blog articles that answer the questions a typical client may ask when looking for automation solutions. I also have a script that runs that I've built with Claude Code to take in my YouTube videos, convert them into a geo-optimized article, and post it on my blog. So this runs automatically twice a week so that I always have content on my blog. So if you want to know if this actually works, well, I started my site right over here. If today is April 16th, this is Tuesday, 24th March, you can see how the traffic has increased and my pages are starting to be indexed. Obviously, there'll be some anomalies here and there, but overall, you can see that I have over 3,800 impressions just from the query AI over here. So it's definitely working despite me starting a brand new site in under a month. And then I'll report back in maybe 6 months to showcase how this has actually improved. Over here on Google Analytics, you can even see how many views I've gotten. So here you can see my resource on 30 Claude YouTube agents that has got 163 views. My homepage has about 97 views, and you can see the demographics over here. So we'll definitely go into more about the website and what should be included, but this just gives you a high level of what I'm doing currently. So that's my website. We'll touch briefly on what I'm using in terms of Google Workspace. The reason why I signed up for Google Workspace is because I needed an email provider, and Google has Gmail, which I connected to my domain. And what was really nice is that I got access to all of these tools. I've got 2 terabytes of Google Drive. I get free unlimited Google Gemini. I get unlimited usage of Google Meet, which I'm using for my meetings with clients and prospects. And Gemini automatically transcribes the notes, and I can use those transcriptions to learn from my meetings and also generate proposals, which saves me a lot of time. I put those proposals into Google Docs, which has the e-signature feature, which is similar to DocuSign and has built-in Gemini, but that version of Gemini that they're using in Docs and Slides is not very great. And like I mentioned in chat, we've got Google Gemini that's included as part of Google Workspace, and also I have access to Google Sheets if I need to do anything there. You don't really need to use Google Workspace, but for what it offers, I prefer Google over Microsoft. That's my personal preference. It's easier to navigate, and because of Gemini, I'm able to generate a lot of images using Google's Nano Banana. Let's generate videos with Google's Veo, but I'm limited to 2 per day. To generate videos, I can go to Fel or SGen and generate videos using one of the other models that are on there. And there's literally thousands. So that's Google Workspace. Let's look at Cold Outreach. Cold Outreach seemed like a behemoth when I started out, but once you understand the basics, it's actually not that bad. Let's go to Cold Outreach. You basically need to scrape leads, create your campaign, and then send them out. That's it. We'll be touching on cold outreach later in this course, but I'm currently using Dripify. You can use things like Instantly or Clay or LinkedIn Sales Navigator. Clay is good, but it's a bit expensive because you get the AI scraper, you get the outreach element of it. Same thing with Instantly. They have introduced a whole bunch of new AI tools, which are pretty amazing. For now, I'm testing out Dripify. But I also want to try out this other tool called SendPilot, for which I purchased the lifetime offer for it. So I don't have to pay the $79 per month that I'm doing to Dripify currently. So at some point, I'll probably switch. Maybe we can switch together. LinkedIn Sales Navigator is great for scraping leads. They want you to manually message each person one by one. They have no time to manually message each and every one. So that's why I use Dripify to create my campaigns and send them out automatically. We have a full module on cold outreach, so I'm not going to go too much into this. But yeah, there's a plethora of cold outreach tools which can help you send messages to reach leads via LinkedIn or email. Dripify allows you to send them mainly to LinkedIn, and if they do have an email, then it will send it to them as a fallback. If they don't respond to you on LinkedIn, it will send them an email for which we can increase our odds of them responding to us. And like I mentioned, we will go into more detail in later modules. So that's cold outreach. And finally, we have paid ads. There's a couple of ways you can do Google ads, your LinkedIn ads, TikTok ads. If you have some money, then I would start with just Meta ads for now, because after the Andromeda update, they seem to be having much more traction there, where the AI is able to help you find your ideal customer and bring them to your offer. Now, I have Manus that I use to create my ad creatives, which uses Nano Banana as well. You can even use Nano Banana directly if you don't want to use Manus. I just like everything being stored in one project and having that being managed. And also Manus can do a few other things, like maybe create agents that you want created and then create a corresponding image for that. So I just recently started a new campaign, and I'm by no means a Facebook ads expert, but I'll show you the basics of how I got started and how I'm using ads to drive them to my offer, which is my school community. If you look at some of the results that I've had, one ad, one of my images managed to get 2 purchases at a rate of $110 per lead, which is super expensive and very unsustainable, especially if I'm running it especially if my leads are costing about $17 per lead. Sure, I could make it back over time if the leads will stay with me for a year, maybe less. I would have to try another ad creative and bring that down. Over here, I had one purchase at $44. That's an improvement from $110 per lead. Over here, I managed to bring down even more at $26 per lead with 10 purchases. Over here, it's more or less the same. We have $25 per lead for 8 website purchases. This one was about $14, but I only managed to get 1 lead. It's just stagnated after time. So yeah, we'll definitely dive into paid ads at the later stage, and I'll show you exactly what I've done and how I'm going about it. And I'll be showing you my live experiments with paid ads and how it's bringing money. So that's my entire tool stack. Looks pretty cool, eh? And if you're feeling intimidated, don't worry. I'm going to break down each and every element. We're going to be diving into the most relevant aspects. I'm going to be showing you how and where to use each tool and how we can integrate them into Claude, and we can get them into an executable plan that can help us generate money. Great, so that is it for this module. In the next module, we're going to be getting started with Claude. This is going to be pretty exciting because we're going to actually get our hands dirty with Claude and type in some prompts and show you all of the cool features that Claude can do. I'll see you in the next lecture. Welcome back to module 4 of how I made $10,000 per month with Claude course. This is going to be a comprehensive overview of Claude, where we cover Claude Chat, Claude Code, Claude Cowork, and Claude Design. This is not going to be an academic course, as I'm going to be showing you all of the practical tools in Claude that I use for my business and how you can leverage the right tools within Claude to make money. So with that said, let's get right into it. Before we get started, if you want all of the lecture notes, you can check out the link down below. This will cover everything, including from the basics to Claude Code to Claude Cowork, so some of the models, as well as Claude Design. If you switch to document mode, you'll see all of the topics that we cover right over here. First up, if you haven't already, head over to Google and type in Claude for desktop. You can go over here to download Claude. I'm running macOS, so I'm going to download Claude for macOS. I also highly recommend that you download Claude for mobile, whether you're on iOS or Android. Now, I already have Claude installed and it's pretty straightforward, so I'm just going to get right into it. If you are already advanced and you want to skip through the basics, you are welcome to skip it to the more advanced lectures. Okay, so this is our user interface for Claude. This is the chat interface, and if you open up the sidebar, you can see all of your recent conversations. You can see that we have a new chat, projects, tab, and artifacts tabs. Now we'll go into all of these in just a bit. So to get started, we can ask what can you do? Very simple. And currently what is happening is that it is using the Sonnet model. We'll get into personalization and memory in just a bit, but this is just so that you can see what it can and cannot do. We'll go into the various models. This will change over time. We have Sonnet 4.6. We've got Haiku 4.5, Claude Opus 4.7, and there's also Mythos, but I don't think it'll be released to the public anytime soon due to cybersecurity issues. If you look at the models, Haiku is the best and cheapest model. It's useful for high volume tasks, chatbots, and simple queries. For example, you can ask, what does this word mean and in what context will I use it in? Sonnet is what I use on a daily basis because number one, it's not too expensive compared to Claude 4.7. It's very fast, it's capable, it's very cost efficient. It has a 1,000,000 token context window, which it essentially means how many tokens can you use as context for your Claude model. So 1,000,000 is a lot of tokens, but some things you have to be aware of is that the more context you give it, the more likely it is to suffer from a thing called context rot and hallucinations. So context rot is if you have a lot of context and you ask it a specific question, it might get confused as to where to look for that specific piece of information. Whereas if you have less context, it knows exactly where to find that piece of information. Think of it as if you had to read a book versus a paragraph. If I had to ask you a question on that paragraph, you'll be much more able to extract information from the paragraph as opposed to the book. And a token is basically the smallest unit of a large language model that goes into it. Most people like to compare a token to a word, so maybe 1,000,000 tokens equals 1,000,000 words, but that's not very accurate because sometimes a token can be half a word, maybe broken down by syllable. If you're struggling to visualize what a token is, imagine one token equals one word for now. But you can get Claude to automatically tell you how many tokens you have used. So that's Sonnet 4.6, which you can use for most agentic tasks. And then Claude Opus 4.7. This is where you'd use it for complex analysis, research, and high-stakes work. I use it mostly for my coding projects. I want to make sure that it works the first time. I could use Sonnet, but for more complex tasks, it takes longer and more tokens to get it right with Sonnet as opposed to Opus. These are the models that you have to be aware of. Mythos is currently restricted. When you start using the chat, you'll be greeted automatically with Sonnet 4.6, which is the most efficient one for everyday tasks. You can enable or disable adaptive thinking, and this allows it to think more for more complex tasks. So for example, if I ask you to calculate what is 2 plus 2, you already know that it's 4. Now, if I tell you to calculate 567 plus 375, if you answered straight away, you'd probably come up with the wrong answer. But if you had more time to think, you could scribble down exactly and calculate everything, maybe even give you a tool like a calculator to calculate it, you'll be able to come up with more accurate answers. So I typically use adaptive thinking when I'm doing my business plan because I want it to think through all of the problems that I'm giving it and to spend more time coming up with proper solutions. So in my case, I'll be using it for coming up with a business plan or defining my ideal client profile or ICP, or maybe coming up with a content strategy for YouTube and LinkedIn. Now, to get access to the higher models like Opus 4.7, as well as Claude Cowork and Claude Code, you need to upgrade to the Pro or Max plans. And that's exactly what I'm going to do right now. If you look at the pricing, you can use Claude for free, but you won't get access to all of the cool automation features that we have here in Claude Cowork as well as Claude Code. You'd only need to upgrade to the max plan if you find that you need higher limits and priority access. So I'm going to switch to the monthly plan over here and click Get Pro Plan. Insert your details and subscribe. Great. Now we are enrolled to Pro. Now that we are on Pro, you can see that we have access to Cowork, Command and 2, or Windows button work tab over here, Command 3 to go to the code part of it. Let's start off in chat with Command and 1, and let's go into all of the features that you need to set up to make Claude powerful for you. The first thing that you need to do is to go into your profile right over here. Click on Settings, and over here in the General tab, the first thing you want to do is put in your name. What should Claude call you? I'm going to change this to Ritz because it's easier and uses less tokens. I'm going to change this over here. What best describes your work? I'm going to change this to operations because I'm the CEO of my own company. You can change it to whatever position you are in your company. Now over here, you're going to state all of your personal preferences and give it a knowledge base context about who you are, what you do, and why you're doing it. So first, I'm going to answer the question, who am I? My name is Ritesh Kanji, Director of Augmented AI, which is an automation agency. I'm an agency that does automation for other companies. I have 11 years of expertise. These are my contact details as well as my social media links. This is important if you are doing any sort of social media posts or cold outreach campaigns so that it can auto-populate these things for you. I have an audience of 121,000 followers on YouTube, and let's update this to 62,000 followers on LinkedIn. It's almost 63,000. I can specify, okay, for example, current MRR, let's say that it's $10,000 and my current goal is now to get to $20,000 per month. You can update this to whatever you want, and I want to get there in 6 months. So whenever you reference this in conversation, it knows that you're doing this social media post, but why are you doing it? It's because you want to get to a specific goal, which is to make money. Claude needs to know, I want the social media post or I want this cold outreach campaign so that I can keep aligned with my goal. And if you are doing anything that's not aligned with your goal, tell Claude to be more objective. Why are you doing this particular task? You shouldn't be doing this. It will recommend you do something else to reach your goal faster. So I'll be like, okay, I'm at 10K per month MRR. My goal is to get to 20K per month MRR in 6 months. I'm a founder-led brand creator focused on automation systems for scaling businesses. Then you can mention your products or offers. Now, if you don't have any offers or products, you don't have to worry because we're going to be covering this in a later section. If you want, you are welcome to join us in our school community. And on your page, once you enroll, you'll see an affiliate button over here to invite people who promote our corporate automation library who will get a solid 50% commission. So this will save you a lot of time having to build up your own offers and also not having to worry about creating a product and maintaining it because I'm doing everything. So I've specified here that these are the different tiers, like we mentioned in our sales funnel module, that we have our lower tier, which is $17 per month. We have Cal Pro, which is $67 per month, where you get everything, but now you get everything with dashboards. And Cal Elite is at $297 per month. Here they get everything with the dashboards, as well as 4 hours one-on-one sessions with me. Moving up the ladder, we go into Cal Max. This is where people don't want to do it themselves and want me to do it instead. So I become their fractional automation partner. So this is where they will hire me to do automations for them on an ongoing basis. This makes me an automation partner. So these are some of the products that you can use for your automation funnel. And then finally, for those people who don't fit into any of these categories and they just want a once-off project, I offer a bespoke tier where people who are wanting to invest $5,000 to $15,000 once off. And these are for once-off custom automation projects. So I'm just going to update this link over here because this has changed to my new website. And let's just save everything before we lose anything. I also have access to my WhatsApp group as well as my new website. So all of the information that you want Claude to remember about you, you can put it in here. Next, I put all of my clients so that Claude knows who you've worked with, what type of projects have you worked on, and can give you ideas for other people that you can work with. So I put Tshwane University of Technology to you, where we built a custom RAG chatbot, as well as a learning management system. I've put in some of the random amounts over here, and we delivered a 6-month project in 2 weeks. I also mentioned Resolute Robotics, where we designed an autonomous video generation pipeline, and that can scale content tenfold. I'm also going to add here that we did a new research project for them. So this is a sales lead generation automation to search for larger schooling groups in Africa. And what used to take them days now takes them minutes. So get LinkedIn profiles for key decision makers in minutes. Okay, then I've got the Aussies group, Momentum South Africa, which is one of the largest financial institutions here in South Africa that we have worked with. I'm going to put it over here. So we've got Andrew and Reggie, who are my other clients. Okay, I'm going to also update my ICP, and ICP is your ideal client profile. Whenever you get started, it's good to know who you are targeting so that you can niche down and create targeted campaigns that can help you make money faster. I can do AI automation, but if I do AI automation for news agencies, I could charge a lot more. Or I could just focus on AI automation plus video generation. Or I can niche down even more, AI automation plus video generation plus UGC ads. If you specialize only on that, you could make a lot of money and people will come to you just for that. And it makes it much more easier to run ads because you know exactly who you're targeting. If you understand who you're targeting, then the AI will also. So I'm targeting companies between 100K to 10 million ARR, 5 to 50 employees, post product market fit, actively scaling, and these are the decision makers. If you want to figure out what your ICP summary is, we'll go through an exercise at a later stage to ask Claude to give you an interview to find out who your ICP is, so it knows in context who I'm referring to. You also can mention your key style notes. The voice should be like Alexa Moses style, simple, direct, 6th grader language, but still professional, no marketing fluff, no M dashes, because AI loves using M dashes. Whenever you do have an M dash, it looks like it's AI slop. Some things I changed, I gave you some corrections. You don't need to worry about that too much. Use abbreviations when necessary, but always mention the full acronym beforehand. So now you can save changes. If you scroll down, it'll response completions get notified when Claude has finished a response. I'm going to turn this on because if I'm running a long enough request, I want to be notified when that request has completed. Maybe I'm busy on another task and I come back waiting for Claude to finish, but then it has finished a long time ago. So I would want to be notified so that I can return back to my active project. Get an email when on the web has finished building or needs a response. I'm going to disable this because I don't want notifications in my emails. That's what push notifications are for. Get push notifications on your phone when Claude messages you on Dispatch. I'm going to turn this on. And we're going to be going deeper into Dispatch at a later stage. Dispatch is a way for you to use Claude on your phone where you can message it to do some work and it will use your Claude on your desktop to do the work rather than having it on your phone. So this will allow you to use either Claude Code or Claude Cowork on your desktop, even when you are away from your laptop, which is pretty amazing. And you could probably go on holiday and command your entire business. So that's the basics of general. I'm going to go to your account now. This is where you can see your account and all of the active devices that are logged into your same Claude account. Privacy allows you to change settings regarding your privacy, whether you want memory or not. It allows you to manage your shared chats, export data, set your memory preferences, use your location if you want to get more personalized stuff. So if you have location turned on, you could ask questions like, what are the closest gluten-free restaurants around me? And then it'll know to use your location and say, these are the restaurants that are located around you, or which businesses need automation around me. Then it will know, okay, you live over here, and let's find all of the businesses located around you. That's powerful. That's why I've enabled it. I'm not working on anything sensitive or confidential. That's why I'll allow Claude to use my data and also to improve my experience at a later stage. That's why I've set the toggle to on. You may not feel the same way for Claude using your data. In that case, you can simply switch it off. Billing tells you your subscription. And if you go to usage, you can see how much of your current plan have you used up. You can see that we have weekly limits for all models. There's Claude Design, which has recently been launched. So this says Claude Design is in research preview weekly limits. Usage here doesn't count towards your other limits, which is great. There's also an extra usage feature. So you can turn this on if you hit limit. Extra usage will allow individuals subscribed to any of the paid plans to continue using Claude seamlessly after they reach the usage limits instead of being blocked when you hit your session limits. You can switch to consumption-based pricing at standard API rates and then continue your work without interruption. Note that if you activate this, your price may skyrocket quite a lot. So I recommend switching to a higher subscription so that when you reach the subscription, you're only spending a certain amount. But if you want to prioritize your work, then you would switch it on. I'll switch it off for now. Now we get into the cool part of it where we go into the capabilities of Claude to improve it and get it personalized just for you and your business. Okay, so search and reference chats. This will allow Claude to search relevant details in past chats. If you're working on multiple projects or multiple chats, if you mention some key piece of information, you can reference that piece of information in a later conversation, even if you forgot to mention it. So this is quite nice, and you've seen this in tools like OpenClaw, where it will always know the context because we only have one single chat. Now, with ChatGPT and Gemini, every time you start a new chat, it's always going to feel like goldfish memory, where you're going to tell it about things and it's going to forget in a new chat. It's going to feel like one conversation with the same person, rather than you asking different agents and they're all forgetting what we spoke about. So I'm going to turn this on. Next, generate memory from chat history. This is very important because this will allow Claude to remember the context. It will also allow you to import memories from other AI providers like ChatGPT and Gemini if they do support it. So this definitely turn on. And you can customize your memory from your chats. So if you open this, we can see what Claude has remembered about me. So it knows that, okay, it's running an automation agency, offering client services, a YouTube channel, LinkedIn presence, and school community. So this is not AI automation, so that I'll probably tell it AI automation. AI automation. Focus on teaching AI automation tools and workflows. His audience includes business owners, agencies, content creation and community building around AI tools, hands-on interest in Claude Code, Cursor, AI-powered media pipelines, actively planning a comprehensive Claude Code course. It's not only a Claude Code course, it's a Claude business course, which is called How I Made 10K US dollars per month using Claude course. So let's add that. Okay. Brief history. Ritesh has been refining his school community structure and monetization strategy. He has moved his community from Kajabi to school. That's where some of my other members are at. Then I'll say update my to currently 11K per month and moving to 20K per month goal. You can set your goal in here as well. We've already set the groundwork in our general tab for what we wanted to know about us. This is more for long-term memory as well as ongoing memories that you wanted to remember about you. So let me update this right now. You can ask it in chat to, I want you to remember something about me and that I like having chicken for lunch. You can ask it to remember things about you. Remember that I store my prospects in my Notion database. So if you write that, it's going to go and edit the memories using the manage memory tool. And if you go back into settings, if you go into capabilities, memories for chat, it should have it here inside your memory bank. Cool. So that is memory. Next, we go to tool access, which is another major tool that you. So here it says tool access mode, control how connected tools are loaded in conversation. You can load tools when needed. So chats are much more compact since less tools are preloaded, or all tools will be loaded. This is if you are working with maybe Google Drive as a tool, or maybe Notion, your CRM, your database will be used as context to say, when answering this question, these are all of the tools that you have. Decide which tool you want to use and then execute. In this case, you'll be using a lot more tokens and your usage will skyrocket through the roof. So I recommend leaving it on load tools when needed. So you can mention, I just need Google Drive and Asana, and then do this task and save it to Google Drive and update my project management tool. The next thing you'd want to maintain is artifacts. So this asks Claude to generate content like code snippets, text documents, website designs, and you're probably wondering, what are artifacts? So artifacts is an interactive tool that you can use. Think of a website. So for me, these lecture notes is an artifact, but it will be generated and deployed within the Claude app. But what's nice is that you can take this and share it with just about anyone. So you can have this interactive slideshow or interactive notes like how I have, and people to play around with it just like how they would do over here. So this is the way I feel that lecture notes and slideshows are going. You don't have boring slides now. You have information that is live and interactive. You can move things around. You can play with them. I have this little animation where you click on it and it'll show people coming in and money coming out, which makes things a bit more fun and helps people to be engaged. And instead of having too much information on the slide, you can hover upon things where you have the key piece of information and you can see the information that you have over here. You can have buttons, sliders, you name it. We'll go into artifacts and how they can be used for lead magnets for your business. So I would set all of these to on. Code execution. This brings us down to code execution and file creation. Claude will be able to execute code on a server and create and edit documents, spreadsheets, presentations, PDFs, and data reports. This is required for skills. So what happens is that if you want to create documents, rather than having your laptop to be on all the time, Claude can do all of these things in the cloud on its own personal computer and then beam them down to your app whenever it's ready. This makes things super simple for you. Also, if you are away and you can't work on this document or report, Claude can work on it for you in the cloud and then beam it down to your app or desktop. Allow network egress. This will allow Claude to install packages and libraries so that it can perform certain data analysis for you. I would set this on so that if you want to do complex machine learning or complex data analysis or business intelligence for certain reports, this will enable Claude to do that for you. On domain allow list, I'm just going to add in my website, Augmented AI. For domain allow list, I'm going to leave it to the default for package managers only. Then we come to skills when using Claude. So Claude is down here in the customize section. So by clicking this button, it will take you into the customize section where you can create skills, and we'll be going to these in a later video. But just note that you have access to your agents, any scripts, any assets, and various types of agents. So you don't need to worry about too much of this. If you just minimize it and focus on what we have here, the skill creator. This is one of the most important skills that you can use because you'll use the skill to create other skills. So some skills that I've created is an image generation skill, where I would go to fal.ai or sgen. I would feed in the API of how to use this particular skill, and I'll just say /fal image generation skill or nano banana skill or clean video generation skill, and it'll automatically generate me images and videos using those skills. This is useful because Claude out of the box doesn't come with any image or video generation skills or tools, which I understand because they want to focus on the platform itself and making it useful for business. Whereas when AI focused on too many things, which they eventually had to close down their Sora video generation platform. So we'll definitely be coming back here and visiting this a bit more. If you go into connectors, this is where you can add in all of your other apps that you use in your workflow with Claude. So I currently have my Gmail, my Google Calendar, my Google Drive. So I can tell it search for any emails in my Gmail and save the important ones if they have any attachments into my Google Drive. That's just an arbitrary example, but we will be diving more into this at a later stage. So this is within the web. On desktop, we have Claude in Chrome, which is included. I also have included a MCP server to Mem0, which allows memory amongst my other apps which don't have access to my Claude memories. So for example, if I want to share my memories between Mem0 and Cursor, they can have the shared memory space where they would access it together. You can browse various other connectors by going to this plus sign over here, browse connectors, and add in other apps like Notion or Canva and many more. I'm pretty sure that within the next few months, this list will be in the thousands. You can spend some time here and select the ones that you want to use for your business. I'll probably start with the skills that I typically use for my business. So if you use Slack, you can add that in. You can sort by popularity, and just like that, I'm connected. So now you can see Notion is added as one of my connectors. So I can give it examples like scrape the internet for businesses in my vicinity and save those prospects, if you scrape their websites for their contact details, into my Notion so that I have a list of prospects in terms of name, phone number, website, and maybe email. Cool. It also gives you the ability to add in your own custom plugins, but that's a bit more advanced and we'll go into that at a later stage. I'm also going to give it access to GitHub so that I can save all of my code and push it straight to GitHub, and I can have revision control for my code. Awesome. So that's the Customize tab. Okay, so you'll see more or less the same thing here in the Connectors tab over here, where it shows all of your connections to Gmail, Google Calendar, Google Drive, Notion, and so on. If you want to add in a custom connector, you can add it right over here. Next, we head over to Claude Code. We're just going to cover high level right now. So here it says Claude Code is an agentic coding tool that lives in your terminal. If you are scared of the terminal, then don't touch Claude Code, but I highly recommend that you do because it allows much more powerful applications and automations at the later stage for your business. If you are, then you would probably use Claude Cowork more. I've also used Claude Code for creating and designing my websites, tools, dashboards, you name it. Okay, so let's look at some of the settings. So Claude Code desktop settings, allow bypass permission mode. I generally turn this on because if you want this to work autonomously, you don't want to be always clicking allow. You want it to run by itself. But note that this does pose a security risk if something goes wrong. You have been warned. Okay, so let's draw attention on notifications. So it's on the dock icon and flash the taskbar when Claude needs attention and the app is not focused. So that's basically in Mac, the thing will bounce up and down if there's something that needs my attention. It's sort of like a notification if you need it. You can say the work tree, where do you want it to be in .claude, in Claude work trees, or you could have a custom project, maybe in dev. So I would create a new folder. But if you want, you can just have it inside the project. The branch press, we'll leave that as Claude. Preview, we'll leave that as default. Persist preview sessions. So this will save cookies, local storage, and local logins for dev server previews. You can turn this on and off depending on what you want. Okay, now we have Claude Code on the web. So this will allow to create pull requests automatically. So when Claude pushes a change to a branch, it will automatically open a new pull request. I'll set this to on because I want it to always be updated and it must always have the latest version of the code whenever I'm working on it in the cloud through my phone. So fix pull requests. When you create a pull request, Claude will automatically monitor for any failures and review comments and then respond proactively where Claude may post comments on your behalf. So I will deactivate this for now and then auto archive after PR merge or close. I'll leave that off for now because I don't really use that. And then you can manage your token usage over here and allow Claude Code to do certain things like file upload, user interface, check your user profile, and check on your sessions with Claude Code. You probably won't see this right now because we haven't set up Claude Code, but when we do, you'll see something like this. And then we also have our share settings over here to control how Claude AI code sessions are shared. So you can manage to say require repository access or show your name. Cool, so that's an overview of Claude Code. Let's go into Cowork. This is very easy. There's not many settings here. So we're going to let Claude work on tasks from your phone using your computer. So if you have this switched off, you won't be able to control your computer from your phone. I find it very useful to be able to control my computer from my phone because if something goes wrong and maybe your code didn't work or compile, you can quickly go on your phone or to fix this issue on your computer and then push it to your website or you complete a document that you wouldn't necessarily feel comfortable doing on your phone. It will do all of it on your computer. It will reference your browser, whatever you need. It will do it because obviously your computer is much more powerful. You can run custom functions, custom scripts, and leverage your computer's GPU for any sort of processing that you may need. With our phones, it's much more challenging. So I always want to set dispatch to be on so that I have full control of my business no matter where I am. Global instructions, I'm just going to leave this as default, but you can fill in whatever you want right over here. So this is instructions that will apply to all Cowork sessions. So typically I would say do not delete any files without. Yes, Claude does have instructions on file deletion, but it's always safe to have this prompt in just in case. Let's move on to Claude in Chrome. So this will allow Claude to use your Chrome browser. So let's assume that you're using any sort of Chrome browser. So I'm going to type in Claude Chrome extension. I'm going to click on here. And so this tells you a little bit more about Claude for the browser and how you can use it for automation. I'm going to say add to Chrome, which will take you to this page. And I'm going to add the Claude Chrome extension to Brave, which is my Chrome alternative, and say add extension. So if I needed to, Chrome will automatically access my browser and help me automate a few things that do not have an API. I'm going to say authorize. And now if you click on this puzzle piece over here, you should see now that Claude has been enabled within your browser, whether it needs to. On this page, it'll say, give Claude a challenge. So your inbox is full of RSVPs. Can Claude archive only the RSVPs for you? And on this page, you can see a whole bunch of examples of how to use Claude in Chrome. And now we come to the final set of settings within your desktop app, where we have general, extensions, and developer. I'm going to say run on startup because I want Claude to automatically have things ready to go if I restart my Mac. But if you're on Windows, you probably have to restart your computer. You'd want it to automatically log in and do some of your routines. We'll talk about routines later on, but it allows you to have your AI agents run proactively without you having to actively prompt it. Okay, run on startup. That I've set to on. Quick access shortcut. Message Claude from anywhere on your desktop. So you can have a tap option or option and space. Currently, my option and space opens up Gemini, but I would like maybe like control and space. Or I can tap option twice and it'll open up there. So this is pretty useful. So no matter where you are, it will open up this desktop app over here. You can either start a new chat or you can reference it within an existing chat. I find this pretty useful. A voice shortcut, this will allow you to speak to Claude from anywhere on your desktop. So if I press Alt, Shift, and Command, I'll set it to Alt, Shift, my Command key, and A. Let's see if that works. There we go. So now I can speak to Claude and then press Enter to stop. And because it's a very complex sequence of keys, I assigned hotkeys to it. By pressing one of these buttons, it will automatically activate Claude or Claude Voice. You don't really need this, but I find it quite useful. And if you want to find out how I use this, then comment down below and I'll give you a full tutorial on how I use this with AI. I'll leave this off because I want my computer to fall asleep when I'm not using it. Browser use, allow all browser actions. So I'm going to toggle this to yes. Claude will browse and interact any website in Chrome without asking. Applies to all new sessions because Claude has security risks depending on what type of company you're running. Is it a more confidential company? Then you'd probably disable it. You want more autonomy. You want it to run by itself like an employee. You probably set this to yes so that It can control your browser and do certain actions. Just make sure you monitor your desktop and browser when using this feature. Definitely activate this. It'll say turn on computer. It'll take screenshots of your screen and control your mouse and keyboard. You'll approve each app, but some actions can't be undone. Apps you approve could open other apps that you haven't approved. Websites and docs could contain malicious instructions. Close anything sensitive because Claude can see your screen. I'm going to turn this on because I want Claude to be able to do more tasks on my behalf and eventually run my whole business. But like I mentioned before, there are security risks, and I'll leave it up to your discretion whether you want to leave this on or off. You can say which apps you want to deny. So I'll probably look through my list over here. I'll take off iPhone mirroring and passwords because I don't want it to have access to my passwords. And if accepted, it'll ask you to enable the accessibility and screen recording for your Claude app. Then we go into extensions. Now we can browse through different extensions, and this is similar to connectors, in which you have other tools that you can use and connect with, just like how we did with the connections early on. So you can have one that can control your Mac, one for AWS API MCP server, and so on. Over here is the developer tab. If you have a custom MCP server, you can add all of them here. An MCP server is essentially a way to connect Claude with an app that you have custom built. So you could probably have an automation to create content for yourself. So you could either give Claude an API to access it as a skill, which I typically like to use, or you can create a custom MCP server that runs somewhere, and Claude can access this MCP server whenever it needs to perform the task. So for example, I have mem0 running locally, and it will use this if I need to export my memories into Cursor or any other AI tool that I want to use. Use AI. The real win for CEOs and founders. Ideas go from conversations to visuals in minutes. As you can see, it has formatted everything perfectly. It has optimized for readability, in which, the purpose of the first line is to get people to read the second line, but it needs to be formatted in such a way that it creates curiosity within the first two lines, and that's the job of these two lines, so that they read the rest of the post. If they don't read these two lines, they'll just skip your post and they won't read the rest of it, which means they won't comment designer and they won't go to your lead magnet, which will lead to a sale. So we need to keep that in mind, that we optimize for attention and retention. There's different frameworks that you can use for crafting your LinkedIn post. There's the PASS framework and the SLAY framework, which is coined by Lara Costa. So I'm just going to ask Claude to tell me about it quickly so that you can have an idea of what they are. So PASS stands for problem, agitation, solution. We find out what their problems are, we agitate it by throwing salt into the wounds, we rub it in, and then we give them the solution. We can give them some water or alcohol to numb the pain so that we can start doing business with them. The SLAY framework is story, lesson, actionable advice, and you. You can read up more about it here if you want to, but that's just more or less the frameworks that I use for my LinkedIn posts. So if it didn't use those frameworks, I'll tell it, remember to use the PASS or SLAY frameworks in future LinkedIn posts. Please remember that. So it didn't use that. So I'm going to edit this quickly and say the PASS or SLAY frameworks and then save that. Stop this, save that, and then let's rerun it so that we don't have the PEST framework incorrectly saved to memory. Okay, already locked in every LinkedIn post. Okay, now give me the same design post from earlier and use the SLAY framework. Okay, so yeah, it goes into story, then it goes into the lessons that we can teach people. It goes into some actionable advice, then it'll go into you, which will say, how do you go about implementing it? Then comment designer, and I'll send you the link to my school or a free lead magnet that I'll send them to. And as you can see, we've got some nice hashtags there as well. If we come back now to our settings, we can look at our usage so far. You can see that we've only used 1% over here. Our current session, which has more or less a 3-hour limit, is about 7% used, and I think that gets reset every day. But our weekly limits gets reset every Monday. So we can use a certain amount within a week. And if you use up too much, we can always come back the next week and then use that. Or if we are using too much, then we need to maybe upgrade to the higher plans. Okay, so that is project. Let's move over now to artifacts. Now you can see I have a whole bunch of artifacts that I've created before. I'm going to create a brand new artifact. So where would you use artifacts? I would use it for creating lead magnets. Now before, lead magnets were just boring Notion documents where you just have a whole bunch of text. But we live in an age where people's attention spans are very small. So they would read through halfway and they would probably get bored and not want to use this. They wouldn't even reach the bottom where I would have my call to action over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to convert one of my old lead magnets into an artifact that is a bit more interactive. The more they interact with it, the more involved they become with it, the more likely they'll learn something from it. The more they learn from it, the more value they'll get from it. If they get value, it'll build trust, which means that they'll more likely buy one of our products or join my membership or become a long-time fan. Wait, copy the link to this lead magnet. You can choose any document that you want. I'm going to paste in the link to the Notion. I'm going to say lead magnet. Should you connect it to any of our existing tools? Yes, Notion. This is for my clients. While it's thinking, I'll connect it to Notion. Maybe give it access to the internet as well. So now it's coming back to me. What format should the lead magnet take? An AI automation audit, like a quiz score, an ROI calculator, strategy assessment, something else. What should happen after the client completes it? So we could either have it saved to my Notion database, which it now has access to. I'm just going to skip this for now. I've pasted in my link to the Notion lead magnet. This is one of my lead magnets. I would like to transform it from a boring document into an interactive artifact where they can click on it, move around. There'll be sliders, buttons, checkboxes. It must be exciting enough to use. And we need to make sure that our school community is top and center, link it to multiple words, or have a sidebar or some sort of element where once they read through my lead magnet, it will highlight a problem afterwards for which my school community will be the next best solution for it. Stick to brand colors, an accent of purple, mention my company name, and here is the link to my school community. And then I paste my school community here. Okay, cool. Let's see what it comes up with. You can create a sort of like a website that you can share with anyone, which means that your lead magnets can now be interactive rather than boring documents. So here it is asked for extra access, which is searching the internet for my brand colors. You can see that it's loading tools. It's looking at what colors would go well. Interactive elements like sliders, buttons, checkboxes, and clickable sections. It now has the content. It has everything that it needs to create a full interactive lead magnet with your brand. So here it's coding everything. Now you don't need to know much about code. You just need to know, okay, what the output that you're looking for looks like. This will eventually convert into a website that you can then use and share with prospects. I know it looks like we're doing a whole bunch of tutorials, but we'll be going through all of these later on in this course, to all the way from content creation, paid ads, as well as warm and cold outreach. We can also use it to create our own offer, which we'll definitely do in the following modules. As you can see, we have our lead magnet, which asks how many hours per week are you spending on repetitive tasks. We've got a little slider that interacts, which updates this variable over here. We've got our curl commands for installing OpenClaw. It shows our MD files in a directory that I didn't tell it to explicitly do this, but it put it in a nice structure. It gives explanations. We can copy these texts. I can select each of these, and now it's explaining what each agent does. It's got the SOP that people can complete. It can copy the SOP template. I can select the roles, the accessories they must have, and it can generate the images if you use Google's Nano Banana for it. And then it goes into the problem, which is be honest with yourself. Setting this up independently can be technically challenging. Before you close this guide, check the boxes that apply to you. Now they can check this. I would personally not have it checked. And if they check more than one box, then this thing pops up. And now people can decide whether they want to join my community or not. This is pretty amazing. And if you expand it out a bit, you can see the sidebar. It has this call to action over here, as well as the bottom call to action over here. Now, obviously, according to my standards, this is not perfect. There are skills that can help you install taste into this. So right now, people would, and even me, would say that this is AI slop, because the fonts are not correct. The spacing is not perfect. As you can see, there's a lot of spacing here compared to there. There's a lot of design elements that are missing from making this look perfect. These are some of the design elements and taste variables that I've included on my website over here, which you can see is the Augmented AI Automations Claude Code for Business course. As you can see, I've used a very modern font. I've added subtle glow effects. I've added animations. I've added this counting animation to these amounts over here. And things overall have a good UI UX flow. And I'm going to be showing you how to do this in later modules. So stay tuned till the end. So next time, try this with Cowork. Hand off complex tasks for Claude to handle independently and come back with finished results. So this is pretty cool. So if I want to create a lead magnet in future, I don't have to tell it the same thing over and over again to say, have this call to action, it'll automatically have it. And if I want to, I can share it publicly for anyone to use, or copy the code into Cursor and I can work on it from there. So now I really hope that you're seeing the power of artifacts and how they can be used to enhance your website, but also build interactive lead maps that you can now distribute to your prospects. I can decide to work on this further. I can get skills that can make the design a bit better, but we're going to be coming to the design elements a bit later. So we've covered projects, we've covered artifacts. You can see that we have used some of the tools such as Fetch, Exa, as well as Notion, just by simply turning these switches on. Now, for best practices, I recommend you switch everything else off so that you can save on token usage. Because there's been a lot of commotion online where people are complaining about their usage bill going through the roof with Claude. And this is why. Okay, now welcome to Claude Cowork. I'm sure a lot of you are excited about Cowork because of what it can do. The main thing you'd use Cowork for is to automate tasks that don't have an API. So for example, I'm using Kajabi, and Kajabi doesn't have usable APIs. Checking certain prospects, but they don't have the APIs that really matter. Being able to update this website automatically or to send emails automatically. That's why I moved to school and created my very own website, because I can automate a lot of things using either Cursor or Claude. I've been able to do things that I've never been able to do before, like building a chatbot, capture leads if they press a button, and do my own SEO and geo optimizations to make sure that I rank high on Google. So this is a whole interface. So you can ask it to work within a project or choose a folder, maybe somewhere on your desktop. I have a folder called Dev, for which I work on all of my coding projects. And like I mentioned, you'd use Claude Cowork where you don't have access to an API, or if you want to do things on an ongoing basis where you can schedule or have them being controlled from your phone. If you click on customize, we can connect it to our apps like we have already. We can create new skills. Maybe it's to create new slides. We can browse plugins from the official Anthropic and partners tab over here, and we can do a lot more. Now, when it comes in terms of safety, make sure that you always supervise it, and you can read more about the documentation over here. If you don't have a tool like VoiceInk like I have, you can use this to press and hold and record your instructions, and it will transcribe it automatically. I still prefer using VoiceInk because everything happens locally and it transcribes for free. I know you must be itching to try out Cowork, so let's get straight into it. Can you go over to my LinkedIn, go to the tab where it says impressions, and see how many impressions I've gotten in the past 7 days as well as the past 30 days. And then give me a short report on that and recommendations from my content, what worked, what didn't work, and how I can go on to achieve my goals. Okay, let's see if this thing actually works. So right now it's preparing the session, and let's see how far it goes. So now it's loading up some tools. So it's looking at Google Chrome. It has a max of 25 results. Navigating to my LinkedIn dashboard. There we go. You can see that it has opened up a tab over here. It's actually navigating to the page that I've told it to go to. It's going through each one. It's taking a snapshot of everything that's happening, because I mean, there are unofficial LinkedIn APIs that are out there, but if I want to get this data from LinkedIn, there's no direct API that I can get access to this. I would have to pay for a third-party tool, which is another subscription, which I don't want to do. This is all happening at no additional cost, obviously within my Claude plan. You can see a little orange glow around that it's using my browser, so I know what it's doing. Okay, it says that you can see the dashboard. It's got the 7-day data, the 20-day impressions. It shows 129,000, down 21.8%. It's going to scroll to see the top performers, the past 7 days, translation, and then it gives a translation to say, last week is your hottest week of the month. It alone accounts for roughly 26% of the full 28-day total. You're cooling off, and then something hit. What hit? Claude Code is your marketing team. K impressions. I just built my entire Claude team, giving 30 agents free, 10K impressions. I never run out of content anymore. This is one of my older end posts that I reposted again. It's in the past 7 days alone, Claude Code is your marketing team that drove 17K of the 30K impressions. So I should take that post and repost it again in the future to get even more to compound on the work that I've already done. So here it tells me the engagement mix, what's working, what didn't work, and the overall impressions that it's telling me to do is to write the winner. So take the same post, post it again, and then take that same piece of content, repost it, and get even more impressions and exposure. Essentially how I've grown to close to 63,000 followers on LinkedIn. There's obviously more nuances under the hood and intricacies of how I got here, but this is just the start. So if I want, I can run this on a schedule and keep the computer awake to do this new task. This is the new task, LinkedIn Analytics. It'll set the default model to just use the Haiku because it's much cheaper. Claude was already telling me that the Opus model was chowing a bit too much of my credits or tokens, so I should switch to a low model to conserve my usage limits. This one will be check my LinkedIn analytics, find me winners and losers. All right, then I'll go to a project. I can either work within a project, I can skip approvals. Frequency will be like let this task run daily, or I'll probably get it to run weekly on a Monday, 6 o'clock in the morning, just as I wake up. And then here I'll be like, go onto LinkedIn, check my impressions, tell me which ones are winners and losers, and tell me how to improve so I can get more people into my school community. So I've got that scheduled for next Monday. If I go into recent, I can ask, can you schedule this for Mondays at 7 o'clock in the morning as part of my daily brief? So now it's running a skill, it's loading the results, it's creating another schedule. Let's see if it'll amend this one or actually create a brand new skill. So there we have it. It says schedule task, LinkedIn Monday brief. I can have it scheduled. They'll probably add a new one over here to scheduled. So we have two of them, and that's basically two ways in which you can create your scheduled tasks to run certain automations for you. Now just note that you have to monitor your usage, because in our current session, which resets in 2 hours and 6 minutes, that I've used up quite a bit. And if you use all models, it's about 4%, which is still reasonable. We can still do a little bit more with our current plan. You can even run it now to do the same task again. So there's many examples in which you'd use Cowork. So I'll probably tell you to go into Kajabi, create me an email, send it only to the people who have purchased my corporate automation library, tell them that there's a new course that we're launching on school, and create a coupon code all in one session. You'll have to test this to see what works, what doesn't work, because there's limitations with any AI. You have to keep testing it over and over again. If you don't, there may be a chance that it may not work, or it may skip a step, or may not click the right thing. Now here's a pro tip. Not everything that you do will require Cowork. For example, we have created very custom Chrome extensions like this LinkedIn event inviter, as well as Medium to LinkedIn article poster. So if I go into Medium, I'll click on one of my stories, the ones that have already been published. And let's click on this one for now. I can click on this button to post to LinkedIn. It'll extract the article, and now without any hands, it's going to copy that exact article from Medium into Kajabi or LinkedIn. You're probably asking, why would I create a Chrome extension when I can just use Cowork? Number one, you want to save on tokens because the automation that I create is very bespoke. So it'll only do that particular task, which means that it'll click on this page, click on the next page, select a few items, upload an image, put in text, and so on, which means everything is running using pre-scripted automations, which doesn't consume any tokens. So I can run it completely for free without having to worry about my Claude usage going up. I also use Claude to automate my LinkedIn posts to email automation pipeline. I was having is that I had a virtual assistant. She was clocking in 2 hours per day just to copy an email from LinkedIn, do some minor editing, and then post it to Kajabi and send. At $10 per hour, I was spending $20 per day times 5 times a week times 4. So $20 per day times 5 days a week times 4 weeks in a month. That's $400 per month. That is why I created this app where I can go into any one of my posts, copy the link, paste it over here, and then run the full pipeline to Kajabi and generate email content using either Gemini, Flashlight, or Claude Haiku. Fill in the broadcast, insert all of the HTML content, and then send it off after I review it. This is typically what it looks like with everything formatted as is. That's crazy. That's $400 I could put towards my Claude credits. And now to end it off, I'm going to show you the dispatch function. So dispatch allows you to control your computer from your phone. So the first thing that you need to do is to download the Claude app from the App Store or Play Store, whichever operating system you're on. You'll click on dispatch right over there. It'll say looking for desktop. I'm going to click here, pair your phone. Here it says I'm signed up on my phone already. Keep the computer awake. So it prevents it from going to sleep while dispatch is running. Claude is ready to use Chrome. Lets you browse your computer. All connectors are on, and then finish setup. So I'm going to say allow over here to access my documents. Allow that. And now I can control my computer right from my phone. So whatever session I have here, I'll be able to see exactly what's happening on my phone. I can change it to always ask for permissions or accept edits. We can go into plan mode or bypass all permissions. And it can operate completely autonomous. I may not do that right now. I'll probably just warm up to what it can do, what tools it's using, and then once AI becomes a bit more refined, then I'll go ahead and make it a bit more autonomous. So this is currently on my iPhone. I'm going to ask it something simple like, how many members do I have in my school community? So now it's thinking what it needs to do, and because it has access to my computer, it's going to be able to go into the browser tab and probably navigate to my school community and find out how many members we have there. I can't really see exactly what it's thinking, but over here we can see the exact same thing is happening here in Claude Cowork. You can see that it has opened up my school community over here. It can read in the amount of members, and has told me I have 143 members right now. And the same thing has appeared on my phone. Pretty cool, right? Now we have completed projects. So I hope you're starting to get the whole picture of how Claude can become useful for your business and how it can start making you money. If you don't, then we got a whole bunch of other modules that will explain everything in more detail as we go along. Okay, so we're back with Claude Code, which people have been using it to build amazing things. So what we're going to be covering is going through all of the features that are available to us in Claude Code, how to set it up in Terminal, why and when you would need the terminal, and go through some of the common use cases. So first of all, we've got Claude Code over here. You can start a new session. You can select a folder that you want to work on. For example, I can work on one of my existing projects, like a budgeting app for school. I can work on my Claude Code for business course as well. The lecture notes that you see over here, because you have the ability to use other models. So for example, if Opus doesn't work and you've tried everything and none of the Claude models can figure out how to fix this bug, I would switch to GPT 5.4 or Gemini 3.1 Pro. And in switching these models, I found that I was able to get through some of the bugs. Your results will obviously vary. So first up, we have our overview. We can see our sessions, our messages, the total tokens that we've used. You can see Claude has been really upfront about how we use tokens for coding, because code can consume a lot of tokens. And just like that, poof, your tokens could be all gone. And we have routines, which I'll cover in just a bit. We have dispatch, which we've covered up till now in Cook, and then customize, which is more or less the same. This allows you to add skills, connect it to your apps, and add on plugins, and then browse different plugins. What I'd really like about the setup is that all of our skills, apps, and plugins are all cross-platform. So whether we use it in Code or Cowork or Chat, it's all there. We don't need to use different tools and have them all over the place. So that is why I'm trying out Claude Code, because with Cursor, if I want to use the same skill in ChatGPT or in Gemini, I would have to reinstall the skill. And currently with Gemini, you don't have skills in there, which is pretty sad. They've launched a brand new app, but there's no way to call upon different skills. And I think that's why most people were using OpenClaw till now, because now you can select all of these different skills with OpenClaw, and it will also allow you to use different models. So here I can use Claude models, Google's Gemini Flashlight Preview, ZAI, Minimax, Moonshot, all of these models. But this is not an OpenClaw course. So let's get back into Claude. Okay, so the best way to demonstrate Claude Code is to actually work on a project. So I'm going to build a scraper. You can search my YouTube channel, see how my videos are doing, and then check on my competitors. Let's dictate this to Claude Code. I want you to create for me a scraper that can check my YouTube channel, search competitors in the AI automation space on YouTube, see what they are doing, what's the latest trends, and what videos should I work on. You'll create an interactive database and dashboard for which I can view the thumbnails and search through all of these people and then get recommendations for what content I should create next. The goal is to promote my AI automation school community, which is called the Corporate Automation Library. You'll create this in React, make it simple, minimal, elegant, with an accent of purple, which is my brand color. This thing should work with one click. If you need any other API keys, let me know. Make sure that you test it before I test it and that everything is working before that happens. Cool. I think that should be good enough. Let's select a folder. I normally put everything in my dev folder, so I'm just going to be calling this scraper. Okay, so everything that we do will be inside this folder. So I can take this folder and work with it in Cursor, or if you prefer using Lovable or Bolt New, it essentially means that you're not locked into just using Claude Code for building things. Okay, so I'm going to build it with Claude Sonnet just to conserve tokens for now. I'm going to be saying Trust Workspace. What I should have mentioned before this is to say that my channel is called Augmented AI, which I forgot to mention. But let's see if it's intelligent enough to ask me that question. Now, while this is cooking up, let's go ahead and install Claude Code via terminal. First, you go into your browser, type Claude Code, terminal, install. If you have AI Overview, it will already tell you all of the installation instructions. It's quite simple. You just copy this curl command over here, all depending on which platform you're on, or you can go into the official guide right over here. So this will tell you based on your operating system, which one you should choose. So as you can see, it's the exact same terminal command. So I'm going to go into terminal and let it install. I think I might already have it installed. Right now, this thing's asking me to get my YouTube Data API v3 key. So it's telling me to go to Google Cloud Console to get this API key. So I'm going to do that quickly in the meantime. Okay, cool. So we have Claude Code installed. I'm just going to type Claude, and now you can say trust workspace. Do you have an API key? Nope. All right, let's test it out. Hi. We have Claude Code set up. And if you're logging in for the first time, you probably need to set up one of these. So you can either set it up via API key, or I'm going to choose Claude account with subscription because I have the pro plan now. You'll obviously be greeted by a screen to authorize everything. And now you have access to use Claude Code within the terminal. Okay, I'm going to leave this as it is right now. We'll come back to how to use it and why and when to exactly use it. Okay, as you can see, our app is still busy. This is a bit slower than, but I guess Cursor has optimized for speed and they've got their own set of prompts that they use in the backend. Okay, cool. There we have it. So now you can see that this is the dashboard that it created. It looked for everybody that was in the niche of AI automation. So we've got Liam Otley, we've got Nick Cole Medin, AI Advantage, Matt Wolf, Greg Eisenberg. Most of these I know, as well as some of the brands. I'm not sure what most of these are. Are these just videos? So this is a link to the videos, which is quite cool. I can't really see what's happening here. So that's something that I would change. I'm going to tell it now that it needs to check my channel because I haven't given it that information. So I'm going to say my channel's name is Augmented AI. What analytics or what data do you need to pull from there so that I can compare it to all of these other channels? Also, when I look at the thumbnails, I see some pictures, but they all look squashed. So we need to make sure that those videos are there. I'm going to search for AI automation. Okay, if you type the keywords, then I'm able to see all of the videos that are there. But if there's too many videos, then the thumbnails are squashed. Fix that. So as you can see, this is really cool because I'm able to see all of the videos right here. I'll probably give it some sort of prompt to say what people are doing. So if you look at, but check this out. If you look at trending topics, you can see Claude is at the top of the list. I'm not sure what full is about. Agents dropped, explained, yes, coding bold. This is really interesting. So here it says ideas for the corporate automation library community, Claude for Claude teams, 40 competitors covering Claude. Okay, so that's something I could do. Code for enterprise automation, Claude Code that saved us 20 plus hours. Full beginner's guide 2025. It's 2026 now. So as you can see, this is an amazing app that I just literally built in maybe under 10 minutes with some debugging here and there because I had to get the correct API key. So as you can see over here, it's telling me that I've hit my API limits. So unfortunately, I won't be able to develop further on this currently, but I think you get the points in terms of Claude Code. I would probably move it into Cursor where I have my $200 per month plan. Maybe use one of these Claude models like Opus 4.7 as well as Sonnet 4.6 until the next versions come out, and then continue making edits to this app. Okay, so now let's go ahead and check out Claude Code in terminal. Hopefully I'll still be able to work on it because I've hit my rate limit for today. How I typically use it, whether I use it here in Cursor or Code, it doesn't really matter. So if I have a video, let's say it's this video, right? I've got this video, I have some motion graphics on it, which I've done with Remotion, but I want to turn it into a GIF. So what I'll do is I'll go into Claude Code, put it inside here. You just simply drag it and drop it and say, convert this video into a 10-second GIF. So you can see that I'm hitting the API limitations. So I'm just going to switch to Cursor agent for this, drag this back into there and say, convert into a GIF. And what's nice about Cursor is that you can switch between various other models. So you're not only limited to just Claude models, but obviously your skills will be fragmented. So if you're using Cursor, the skills that you have there will be separate from the skills that you have in Claude and Claude Code. So where else would you use Claude Code? I typically find myself using it in the case where I'm busy with some other workflow. Maybe I'm creating a video and using Final Cut Pro. I would go to Claude Code in the terminal and ask it, can you download some sound effects of a computer keyboard clicking? Maybe get some video, and then I'll tell it to generate some images or some sound effects using either 11 Labs, SGen or FEL. Using any one of these tools via API, I'll be able to either download B-roll, get sound effects, get music, and put them all right in my downloads folder. And then I can import them nicely into my Final Cut Pro. I've used it to transcribe, to check my emails, check my storage, format a drive for me and make sure that, it's partitioned correctly if I need it to be like that. You'd use Claude Code or any CLI agent for anything non-project related. If you're working on a project, you rather work in Cursor or Claude Code and leave it there. But if you're doing some random work around your computer, if you want to automate certain things, or we call up a script, tell it to run Python and to shorten a long form video into a short form video, you could do it all via Claude Code. So without having to understand any terminal commands, you can just prompt it into Claude Code via the CLI and it's able to do almost anything that you want. It can be non-project related. So if I randomly need to create a LinkedIn post, I'll just type as a skill, LinkedIn. So for example, if I want to generate an image, now instead of having me to go into Google, I could just go straight into here. And because I have a skill by SGen, I've created a couple of them. SGen image generation, Kling image to video, Kling text to video. I can use that to now generate images and videos all on the fly. So we'll go into how to develop the skills at the later stage. But for now, we use these slash commands to save a lot of time. Instead of having to tell AI how to do things, it already knows because you saved those things as a skill. Okay, so as you can see that my current usage, I've completely obliterated my usage for this afternoon, but it tells me that my usage will be reset in 1 minute. So I'll be able to use the functionality again. It's pretty limiting, but I guess Claude has to make the money somehow. So my usage has reset. Now we can get back into Claude. Let's try this again. We go back here and say convert into a GIF. Let's make it a 5-second. And just like that, it has my GIF right over here, which I can see that it has done. And there's the GIF. Not the best GIF, but it proves the point. So if I want to create a particular skill, I can just go over here and say create. So if I want a particular set of skills, I can go to find skill like that. And now it's going to list all of skills that I have. You can also change the model by saying /model. And here you can set the model that you want to use. You can add in the Claude API, and there's other commands that you can use over here. You can even edit Claude memories right from here. So I'm not going to go too deep into this because there's many other ways in which you can use Claude Code. And a lot of people who don't know how to use Claude Code, so you can decide Claude Code can also help you manage your desktop. So I can say manage my desktop or clean up folders or find all of the large files and delete them. It can help you manage your desktop a bit better. But if you don't want to use Claude Code in the terminal, you can always use Claude Cowork to do all of the things that I've mentioned, let alone do it here in Claude Code within the Claude app. So now we'll move on from Claude Code in the terminal to now routines. Routines just got released recently and it's pretty amazing. Now here's a project that I've worked on for another client. This was done in N8N. So this is a document automation processor that I did for Aussies in Australia. They did visa migration documents and they have a front-end app which via webhook would be triggered and it will go through all of these automations, save them into a Superbase database. So each node is one section of a document. So this is chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, and so on. Each node has a certain set of tools, whether they can search via Tavily or via Perplexity. So this was the old way of doing it. Whereas with Claude, currently you're able to select whatever tool you want or have the choose the tools itself. Now, the problem is when do you run these automations? Because normally what's happening is that I have to prompt and then it has to happen. Same thing over here. I have to prompt and then only does the work get done. But there is an exception because here we have time schedules, which in Cowork works perfectly. But what happens if you don't want it to happen according to schedule, but rather if an event happens? It can be maybe if a LinkedIn post is uploaded, then send a trigger to your app, and then your app will go through all of these automations in one go without you having to do anything. So that's where routines come in. It allows you to have a webhook or any sort of trigger that comes in and triggers the automations themselves. So this you can think of as sort of like an N8N replacement. If you go into routine, we can click on new routine. This can either be a local routine or a remote routine. So you can trigger it such that if I get a new entry into my Notion database, then update the entire table to find more information about the prospect. So for example, if I entered a new prospect into this database, then it'll either via API or schedule or GitHub event, whatever you want, you can set it to do that automation to maybe do some deep research before the meeting with that prospect. You can have different connectors installed. You can also have it that if I get a new calendar event, then automatically announce that this is your event with this person. You need to prepare these documents. You need to learn about this client, which Claude can do another automation to research more on that client and then bring you all of that information and deliver it to your app. If we run it locally, we can give it a name, a description, we can set permissions, we can see whether it should run daily. So in this case, you'd probably run check my downloads folder, see for any large files and put them into a folder where I can review and later on delete them. Or if you want, if you're very sure, if there are any video files in this folder, make sure that they are deleted or move them from one file to the next or process them. Or maybe if there's a new video in this folder, then trigger this automation. Are you beginning to see the power of this? This is fairly new. I'm going to be testing it out and see how useful it is and then report back on it to you guys. So I'll probably say something like file deleter in downloads folder. Not sure what is Russian there. It'll be like delete mp4 files in downloads folder. Older than 10 days. That's even better. And then you can put in your description. You can select the folder to review. So you can go click on downloads and then it'll review that. Now I'm not going to create anything right now because I don't want it deleting any files as yet. But that was just to show you the power of routines and how it can be used. We've also learned that we can do remote triggers or routines. We can put in a name, instructions of how it should work. You can select a certain repository that it should work with. You can run it on schedule or via API. So you can trigger it whenever this event happens, then trigger the next. If this event happens, then trigger this routine. Also, now we've covered most of the basics. We've covered Claude Chat with projects and artifacts. We've covered Claude Code with scheduled automations and dispatch, especially doing things that don't have an API. Claude Code, running routines, building a full website, whatever you want, using it within terminal if you need to, and to be able to use your computer using dispatch even when you're not around, even when you're on the road, as well as Claude Dispatch so that you can control your computer even when you're on the road. Okay, now let's switch up the gears with Claude Design. Now, the thing to note with Claude Design is that it's not built natively into the app. So let's take a look at how we can access it. So I'm here on the Claude website. I'm just scrolling down. So essentially what they're saying is that with Claude Design, you should be able to do more graphic design related work. So whether you're creating pitch decks or presentations, wireframes and mockups, realistic prototypes, they basically want to build the Canva killer or maybe the Photoshop killer. They said that you can import from anywhere like your document or your PowerPoint. They want to give you all of the control in terms of graphic design. Because what is graphics? Basically code. If you can understand where things are placed, then you can basically, and all of the rules for UI and UX design, you can create a visually compelling app. And we're going to be covering some of the skills that I install in my apps in later sections of this course. I know I said it's the Canva killer, but I just see Canva come with the old statement over here on the Claude website. By the way, speaking of Canva, I've seen that they have also released a whole bunch of automations on their side. So I'm not sure if there's a collaboration between the two. So you can scroll all the way down over here to the bottom to Claude.ai design. So I'm just going to skip intro and go straight to it. I'm going to call it project test Claude design. So I'm going to create bunch of infographics and slide deck to see how well does it perform. I have Manus that's able to do some graphic design for me. I'm saving a lot on having to do this manually in Adobe. I'll give it a list of all of the thumbnails I need for this course, and it'll go ahead and create all of them using my image. I've used it to generate infographics. So I'll feed it some pieces of information, and these are some of the brochures that I've generated, as well as email signatures as well. If there's any sort of lead magnet that you've seen on LinkedIn, you'll notice that they've been generated with Manus. So obviously you have to set up your rules ahead of time. Just like most of the tools, you can also use / commands, create skills. So I have a bunch of skills that allow me to do my augmented AI branding, create my thumbnails, create videos. So you can see how it works, what it will do. It will go through an agentic approach. If I'm doing something with pixel art, it will create these pixel art characters and then embed them into my infographic. It also has the ability to upscale them if I want to. So these are the types of infographics that I can create. So to make them a bit more visually exciting, we can make them a bit better. But let's see what Claude Design can do. Let's do this one because it's doing it really well. So I'm going to copy all of this. So now I'm going to tell it, design an infographic for me for augmented AI with the purple accent color. I'm going to give you the LinkedIn post that it's associated with, and then you'll design an infographic for me. Make sure that it looks visually appealing with proper UX UI design, and that the text is accurate enough to be shown on social media with no flaws. And I'm going to feed it the post, which is over here, and change this link to my cool link over there. And let's see what it comes up with. So now it's going through all of this. Now you don't have to use it purely for your lead magnets. You can also use it for websites. You can use it for your apps. You can prototype different designs. You can use it for slideshows. There's a lot that you can do with Claude. And if you have a graphic design background, you can use that knowledge to make this even better. So over here, you can see that it's invoking some skills, front-end design. It's got updated tools. It created a little to-do list over here. So it's designing the infographic with purple AI themes, add all 15 agents with descriptions, add stats, section and call to action, verify and deliver. So now it's writing the content for it. And if we had to duplicate this and go back into another project, you can see that we can set up our design system. We can create wireframes, we can create slide decks, or if we have a template, we can establish a template that we can use. So I've got this animation timeline-based motion design, which I've created a long time ago. I'm not sure how I picked up here. So there's various options that you can use depending on what you want to do. So if we go back again to Manus, I'm going to show you my PowerPoint slide that I used to create over here. And it seems that Manus is a bit slow today. Never mind, we'll come back to it. Okay, so we see that our infographic has been done. So it doesn't look as designful as the Manus one, but you can see that we have some elements over here. It's got the 15 agents. It's got our call to action here. The button looks a bit blocked that you can't really see it, but I would tell it, make it a little bit better. Okay, it looks great, but I don't see any images here. It doesn't look great. There's no icons. It just looks very flat and robotic. It's not dynamic. It looks boring. Also, the button at the bottom is view. There's no QR code. So I'm going to send this off and let's see what it comes back with. Okay, so I think it's just a login issue that was a problem here. So what I want to draw your attention to is that the images that Manus creates are more using Google's Nano Banana. So it'll go put in all of these different agents over here, and then it will use image generation to generate these types of posts or infographics. Whereas on this side, it's trying to generate an infographic using pure HTML code, which has its pros and cons, which means everything here is code. The pro is that everything looks sharp, high resolution, and everything is in the right place. You can manually edit where things go. Whereas if you're doing image generation, sure, you can do image editing, but sometimes the text might be wrong, or it might be low resolution, or it'll get things wrong, which means it makes it harder to customize each element unless you download that image and then manually edit it in Affinity Photo or Photoshop, like how I did. And the main thing that I did before was I manually inserted my own face because it always got my face wrong, and I manually inserted my name and company. The rest was purely generated by, if you look at this one over here, sometimes it would get my logo wrong, so I had to manually insert that one there. You can see how, from a graphic design point of view, Nano Banana is quite different, in which it has some icons over here. It was a bit dynamic. I didn't have to specify all of these things, whereas with design, I have to do that. But all of this is mostly accurate. I know that this QR code will definitely be correct. Whereas with Nano Banana, it's going to throw in a QR code that doesn't link to anything. So you could use this and maybe link it with SGen or link it with an image generator to import images and embed them into this infographic. And let's take a look at what else they have. So I got this edit panel over here. And so instead of I built a lead machine, I've built a lead generating automation. This is pretty cool because normally you have to go into the code and tell AI that I want this change, I want that change, all of this change. Now you can go into the code right over here and manually change everything without having to worry about using up all of your tokens. This is basically a mixture of with AI for generation and also those what you see is what you get kind of editors like Wix, Kajabi, Squarespace. They allow you to edit it in line. Now, instead of having to drag and drop each block, you just tell AI to generate it for you, which makes things so much more simpler. So I think I really do like this. Let's test the draw feature. Okay, this just highlights to the AI what you want it to do. So here you can see that it's already done what I've told it to. So I'm just going to see what does this thing do. So over here, I'm going to go and tell it, this logo is good, but I would like for you to use my actual logo, please. I see you can add notes and tell it what to do. You can make tweaks and send. So now it's looking at what it has over here. It's taking this into consideration. Some things are confusing because I think it would probably take a screenshot and then insert it. So this is fairly new technology and we'll see some refinements over the coming months. We can probably have comments over here, especially if we're working within. Okay, so Manus is back. I'm going to show you some of the slide decks that I have created here with Manus, which I think are pretty good. This also has done an HTML sort of approach to it, where you're able to create these slides, you're able to edit it in Manus like that. That's why the images are so refined like this. Some things are obviously not as great, like this here this could be improved, and also the placement of all of it. So I would need to install some skills to make it a bit more UI designer friendly. Some things are not according to brand, like it's using a completely different theme here as opposed to what we have here. Sure, the colors are the same, but it's not exactly perfect. And you can see a couple of other things here that we have that are more or less good enough. I mean, this saves me hours of having to create PowerPoints. I just get Manus to create me this, and within maybe less than a couple of minutes, I have a PowerPoint deck that I can use for just about anything, whether it's lectures, slides, talks, whatever I want, it's there. Now let's see if we can get the same piece of content. I'm going to download the space content over here. Save that. Obviously it doesn't have the same set of skills that I've created before. So let's call it slide deck. Let's create. And now I'm going to paste in that. And also this text over here. Right. Now that we have that, let's see what type of slide deck we'll get now. So I'm going to say, create me a slide deck with a purple accent color for my brand colors and make it 6 pages long. Well, Claude can call the API key from inside Projects, so there's no backend needed. Okay, so now we'll just wait for our Claude to be done. It's going through the design aspects of it. If we look back over here, I'm not going to continue on this, but let's take a look at what else we have here. We can import different things. So we can import an existing GitHub repository to continue working on our app on our behalf. But honestly, I don't think it's that necessary, because when I'm working in Cursor, I have all of these full skills that I've installed. So if you press /, I've got this UX Pro Max. So this will allow me to have a design intelligence for web and mobile apps. So it includes 50 styles, 161 color palettes, 57 font pairings, and you can see that it works across quite a few stacks over here. I've installed quite a few, like there's also, if you type / design, taste front end, high-end visual design, front end design, banner design, stitch design. So if you import it from Google Stitch, you can import it from there. All of this will be in the resource section of this course in my school community. If you haven't already joined, I'll have it in the classroom over here in how I made 10K per month with Claude. So if you haven't joined my school community, check the link down below. So what else can you upload? Over here it says that you can upload a .fig file. So this is your Figma file. If you have a particular design file that you want to import, you can grab web elements. If I want to go to Godly, this is a place where you can get web design skills. This is where you can find inspiration for your next website. You can scroll infinitely around here. So no matter how much you scroll, I'm not sure if you'll ever reach an end, but you can get inspiration from one of these websites, or you can go to Dribbble, click on the first link, and you can look for one of these designs, screenshot it just like this, and then import the grab web element. We can also check out our skills and design systems. So you can see all of the other ones that we have. We've got make a deck, make it tweakable, front end designs. I'm not sure if you can currently add in more skills like how we have with Claude, but I'm sure as it grows along, it will definitely improve. So right now our / commands are not working, which means that there's still a lot that they need to do. They'll eventually bring this into the Claude app and make it a bit more useful than what it currently is. If we look at our slide deck, you can see that it has misspelled my name. Let's go into edit and click on this to say E. Same over here, and then I'm done. Okay, so if I go to next, you can see that it doesn't look as great. It could have imported some images. It could have made things a little bit better. So I would still prefer to use Manus over Claude Design for spreadsheets. It is quite consistent. There are some minor design things like the spacing between this one and that one. If we look at the one from Manus, you can see that it has generated images. It does tables, comparisons with some emojis. Some of the images are not perfect. I'll tell you to improve on this here. But in a single prompt, this thing has done really well, and also has most of the images from already being in my history. So obviously there's an advantage to Manus right now. But with the amount of icons and that, I still have to tweak it a bit and give it some direction and tell it what skills to use. But let's try it a bit and see if we can add in some images and some icons to make this look a bit dynamic and more lively. Right now it looks very dead. Okay, let's see if it comes up with something a little bit better than before. So now we have something a bit cool. This looks better. We've got a little bit of that gradient over there. We've got a little thing over here which I think looks a bit out of place. I think you can't really move it here. You can only edit the words. Let's go out of that. You can see that it has the LinkedIn icon, the YouTube icon, a $sign over there. I can insert my photo if I wanted to. We've got some graphs. I'm not sure how accurate these graphs are. We can see that it has some pole shape stuff. It hasn't really imported images, but it tried to attempt to do that. But I think if it has access to an image generator, or maybe get some beautiful images or import them somehow, it'll probably be able to do a better job. Some of these skills you'll probably have to install by yourself, whether you are in Cursor or Claude Code. You can probably take this here, import it into Claude Code, and then start working on it there. The only thing you won't be able to do is to edit the text like how you normally would in a what you see is what you get kind of setting. This looks decent. I think I'll still probably use Manus and probably give it some skills to improve it on itself. But this is a good start for Claude. So I think we have covered quite a lot in terms of Claude and all of its components. This will definitely not be the last lecture for the Claude module, because I know there's probably going to be a lot more features coming out, and at the rate at which Claude is going and all of the features that they've released in just the past month, they're going to be dominating. So yeah, just to wrap up what we've learned, we have gone through the basics of chat, setting up all of our settings. We've learned about projects, artifacts. We'll go ahead and create skills later on in this course. We've dealt with Claude Cowork by creating different new tasks, automating things that don't have an API, and we can take them and schedule them. We can get our computer to do work even when we are on the road using the dispatch feature over here. We can add skills, connectors, plugins, you name it, and Claude will try its best to use all the right integrations to get the job done. For custom automations for yourself, you can use Claude Code for either websites, competitor analysis, scrapers, deep research, Claude Code. We're able to do some ad hoc tasks without having to go into the Claude app, no matter where we are in our desktop. And now we went through Claude Design, in which we have used it to design infographics as well as a slide deck. This is just the beginning for Claude Design, so I know it will definitely get better from here. You can see that we now have most of the tools that we need in order to start, grow, and scale our business. So no matter what stage of business you are, you can definitely get started with using Claude, and we'll now go into Module 5, where we will craft our Grand Slam offer. In Module 5, we'll go through how to create an offer that we can sell, because I can go through all of the core 4 for lead generation. But if you don't have an offer, how will you make money? How will you monetize your content? So definitely we'll come back. So we're going to be covering creating your offer with Claude in Module 5. And we'll be using Claude to help us with lead generation using the core 4. It's content generation, cold and warm outreach, and paid ads. We'll go through all of the dashboards that I use to automate my entire business. Welcome back to Module 5 of how I make 10K per month using Claude course. Up until now, we have covered most of the basics as well as the business model that helped me get to close to $500,000 in revenue. I've shown you the exact toolkit that I've used in terms of my AI stack that helped me automate most of my business. And now having all of the tools is great. But how do you actually make money with them? The first thing you need is an offer. You need something to sell. Now, before we can understand what to sell, we first need to create some sort of value. So what is value? Money is just stored value, right? You make money by solving someone else's problem better than the alternatives. And you can charge based on the value that you create and not the time that you spend. So this is a mistake that a lot of people make. They sell the time as opposed to value. So I can sell you an AI automation service that takes maybe 30 days, or another person can do it in 1 day. Which one would you choose? They both create more or less the same value, but the one is more valuable because they can get it done faster, which means faster return on investment for the client. If you look at this diagram over here, what would make this guy give that guy, you, money? You have to give him some sort of offer. In this offer is sort of stored value. So if I can give my customer value, it would give me money in exchange. So how this worked back in the days? If I'm a fisherman and you chop wood, I don't have time to chop wood all day, but I need to keep warm. That's a problem. How can I keep my family warm if I'm busy fishing all day? And I need to fish all day because I need to get enough fish to feed my family. The same thing for the woodcutter. They're cutting wood all day and they don't have time to go fishing. Sure, they have enough logs to keep their family warm, but they need food on the table. So the woodcutter with a surplus of wood and the fisherman with his surplus of fish will come together and say, hey, I'll give you some fish if you give me some wood. And they are both solving each other's problem. The problem that this guy has is that he needs warmth in the middle of winter. This guy needs food to put on his table. This guy has a bigger problem because if he doesn't have food, he'll die. So this guy can probably charge more, whereas the woodcutter could probably charge less. They'll probably come to a sort of agreement to say, I'll give you 50 logs for 50 fish, for example. But now we live in a capitalist society where instead of bartering goods, we exchange money for goods or services, which means that we're transferring value. So if you look at the formal definition, what is an offer? So an offer is something that you give of value in exchange for money. So no offer, no business. If you already have an offer, that's great, but stick with me because we can see how we can make your current offers much more valuable. So what is value? So value is solving a problem. Money flows towards problems that hurt enough for the person to want to remove them. For example, let's say that you have a headache. It's one of the throbbing headaches that you have had for quite a while. You come to me and offer me penicillin. I take it, it solves my problem. You have created value for me. And what I find valuable is getting rid of this pain. If offer is just giving value and value is solving problems, where do we find problems? I've solved my own problems first. Look around at what frustrates people in the market that you understand, and that's your offer. I've solved problems in like social media marketing. I've created dashboards. I've struggled with video automation. I've purchased Descript, automate my video editing. I created custom Chrome extensions that speed up my uploading process so that I can create content much faster, more reliably, and the content will bring viewers into my funnel. So start looking at your own business first and then look at other people's problems. If you are already surrounded by those problems, then you can start solving them. Let's look deeper into what value is. What makes one offer more valuable than another? This is an equation created by Alex Hormozi. Value equals the dream outcome multiplied by the perceived likelihood of achieving that dream outcome, divided by the time delay, how fast can you solve that problem, multiplied by effort or sacrifice. So this is what the equation looks like. We have our dream outcome. I will help you to make $1 million, or I will help you lose 30 kilograms. And the perceived likelihood of achieving it, going to gym, there might be a chance that I might go to gym or not. If I have an accountability buddy or a coach monitoring my progress, then I'll be more likely to achieve losing weight. If it takes me 90 days to lose that weight, then the offer becomes less valuable. If I go to the gym, it'll take me maybe 90 days to get rid of my fat. Or if I go for liposuction, all of that fat will be gone in just an afternoon. And thus, the offer becomes more valuable. That's why these surgeons cost so much. And then we look at the effort and sacrifice. The harder it is, the less valuable or the less effort it takes to achieve the dream outcome, the more valuable it becomes. So looking at the entire equation, I can sell the dream outcome of making $1 million per month. Now, this is an outrageous example. So I'm going to give this example of this coin. This is just a cover for my camera. But let's imagine this is a coin, right? The dream outcome is that if you have this coin, you will make $1 million. Now, you probably won't believe me, right? So if I give you testimonials and I showcase live examples of me giving this coin to other people and them making $1 million, obviously the value will start going up now. Then if I tell you, if you invest this coin for over 1 year, you'll make $1 million. That will make it less valuable. But if I tell you that if I give you this coin and if you cash it up now, you'll make $1 million now. We reach the time delay, making it more valuable. And then we go to effort and sacrifice. Now, if I told you that you need to set up a Bitcoin wallet, you need to start mining more Bitcoin for this to work, then it will make the offer less valuable. If I decrease the effort by saying, if I give you this coin, you just have one click to install it. It'll download from the blockchain all of the details, and it'll automatically set up and transfer the funds into your account within 5 minutes. In one click, that would make this offer super valuable. So that's just an outrageous example, but I just want to showcase this value equation from an extreme perspective, just so that you get the idea of how it works. By the way, all of these notes will be in the link down below, where you can also get it in our classroom under the 10K Claude Business Automation course over here. So if you haven't already found your niche, or you may want to refine your current niche, I definitely recommend that you do the Ikigai exercise. What you love, what the world needs, which is the problems that you can solve, what will pay you, and what you are good at. So this is your niche, right? For me, I love doing AI and automation. I love automating just about everything. Because to be honest, I'm a very lazy person and I want AI to do everything for me. That's my mission, for AI to run my entire business. What does the world need? Well, businesses need. They need to stop leaking costs. They need to stop wasting time. They need to make more money. They need to reduce human error. They need to create more awareness, get more leads. The world is your oyster. So what will they pay you for? They'll definitely pay you to get them more leads, which means more revenue. The more revenue, the more they grow. So we're solving money. If they can get there faster, so you reduce time, that makes it a bit more valuable. And what are you good at? What are your skills? Are you good at automation? Or are you good at using Claude? Do you have design skills? Write a list of what you're good at. Now, to discover your niche, you can run a little interview with Claude to ask it, I need help finding my ikigai. Maybe you can help me come up with some interview questions to help me figure out what I should do for my business and figure out my niche. Having your niche is not the ultimate thing you should in order to develop your offer. A lot of people mention that you should find your sub niche. And the reason why you do your sub niche is because people will pay you much more money if you can focus on one narrow problem. So for example, I'm doing AI and automation. That's a very broad niche. Or I can have AI automation, but focus on video generation. Or I can go a step further and say, I'm doing AI automation plus video generation, but for filmmakers and directors. Then I can charge even more. You see where this is going. A very narrow problem means you can charge even more. If you look at the value equation, you have a higher perceived likelihood of achieving that because you've been doing it over and over again. You probably optimize your processes, which means the effort to do this is much easier. And you can probably get it faster than other people who are just doing broad AI automation. So to figure out your sub-niche, find where there is massive pain. Pick a problem that wakes people up at 3 a.m. Examples. My agency stalls. I can't reply to leads fast enough. Or I post content, but nothing converts to clients. I'm paying $5,000 per month for tools I barely use. I'm drowning in admin and I can't ship the product. Massive pains. Next, see, do they have purchasing power? There's a lot of students struggling to get jobs and you can help them with maybe a resume automation service, but they don't have a job and they can't afford to pay you premium prices. Their purchasing power is very low. Whereas that's why people target people who are old because they have money but no time, and the younger people don't have money but they have time. If you look at some examples, founders already spending $2,000 per month on SaaS, agencies billing $20,000 per month to clients, VC-backed startups with hiring budgets, pros willing to pay $10,000 for time savings. And then, are they easy to target? You can find them all in a single channel. Can you find them in LinkedIn Sales Navigator? Or can you find them on a specific Reddit post? If I'm trying to find a problem for people who are doing school communities, check out the community and look for all of the problems that people are facing right over here. So over here, you can see that I'm looking at a new problem to solve. This is a problem that I had, which is to upload a lot of videos to schools takes a lot of time. They do not have a bulk upload feature. So I'm thinking of building a Chrome extension that can help automate this whole process. I'm seeing if there is actually a problem. Right now, there's only 2 votes because I just posted it. I'll have questions and then I'll interview these guys to see if they actually have the same problem and how I can go about solving it. And then, is it a growing market? You know, it takes off and then obviously it dies. For example, people like selling masks during COVID was a growing market, but as COVID subsided, it was a dying market. Let's take the metaverse, for example. Mark Zuckerberg gambled $80 billion to create these VR headsets used to operate within business. People could use to join these virtual worlds. He thought it was a growing market. Maybe it would have been during COVID because everyone was stuck at home. But now people don't want to have a headset strapped to their faces for 12 hours a day. But if you look at other markets like AI is a rapidly growing market. And there's all these different new AI tools that are coming out each and every day. So these are the 4 elements that you need in order to take your offer from a niche into a sub-niche where you can earn a lot more money. Or if you already have your offer, then this is a framework in which you can position your offer to make it a bit more valuable. Once you have your offer, you figure out, okay, I want to do AI automation or build a SaaS app to solve this problem or provide a service where I can automate certain businesses. Then we come down to our Grand Slam offer. You stack the value. So you have your core offer and then you say, okay, what else can I give to make the offer more valuable? So you can offer maybe a template, maybe a Claude artifact. You can offer group goals, a private community. To reduce the risk or improve the perceived likelihood of achieving that dream outcome, you could have a 30-day money-back refund. If they don't achieve it in that specific time, or if they don't like it, they could have a full guarantee. So you could say it's risk-free. So you could stack it in terms of this is the total value you're getting, but the client only pays this much. So you make it seem more valuable. Maybe, who knows, maybe it is actually very valuable. List every problem that the prospect face. Brainstorm with Claude every objection, fear, and obstacle that your prospect will hit on the way to their dream outcome. Be exhaustive. The longer the list, the more value you can stack later on. Then turn each problem into a solution. For each problem, write a solution as a benefit-driven statement. For example, don't know which AI tools to use? Get my exact tech stack for $10,000 per month. Are you spending 20 hours a week writing documents? use our AI tool to cut it down by 50% in 10 days. Are you starting to see how it all fits together? From the value equation down to finding your need and putting your offer into a solution framework. Next, you need to prioritize each solution into a deliverable. So convert each solution into a tangible asset. It could be a course module, a template checklist, an artifact, a recording, a dashboard, a one-on-one session. It could be a SaaS product. So people want to buy things that they can see, tangible stuff. Stack the deliverables into one offer. Bundle every deliverable, assign it to real-world dollar values, total it up, and present the entire stack on your offer page. And the total should be 10 times your price that you pay. Trim what isn't valuable enough. Remove anything that doesn't move the needle towards the dream outcome. Focus should be on the 5 killer deliverables that beat a focus offer with the 5 key deliverables that beat a confusing offer with 20 full items. So the simpler you make the offer, the clearer it is, the better it is, and it's much more easier for people to click the checkout button and buy a product. So let's look at some of the conversion levers. So once your offer is stacked, let's look at how we layer the 4 amplifiers. They make your offer impossible to refuse. So these are bonuses, guarantees, scarcity, and urgency. So bonuses, you're giving extra pieces of value that complement your original offer. Now, don't make the mistake of, I will give you an AI automation service, but I'll also give you a free course on code. Now, the main offer and the bonuses do not match up, which is a big problem. They'll probably just toss away the bonus and not even consider it as a bonus. But if you can say, I can offer you AI automation to cut your business processes in half, and on top of that, I will automate your WhatsApp lead generation funnel, or I'll give you a blueprint that you can do that. Can you see how they match up together? They are complementary. So make sure that your bonus matches up with your core offer. Next, we come to guarantees. This is all about reversing risks. So we'd use things like unconditional refunds or conditional performance guarantees or anti-guarantees. The bigger and more specific the guarantee is, the higher the conversion. So for example, if I tell you, I'll give you this coin for $500, and if you don't have $1 million in your bank account in 10 days, then I'll give you your $500 back. Full guarantee, it's a no-brainer, you see it everywhere. Conditional performance guarantees, in which I will help you build muscle, and if you don't put in 50 pounds of muscle in 30 days, I'll give you your money back. But you have to put in the effort. I've used guarantees in my cold outreach campaign, in which I say, I'll automate your first pipeline for you at no charge, so there's no risk to you. But if you like it, I will transfer the automation to you, and then afterwards you can pay me. So I'll build it upfront for no fee. Now you're probably saying, I want to get paid before I build anything. Because AI is able to build things for you much faster, I'm able to close much more deals now by building it upfront for them, as opposed to them paying me first and then building it for them. Once you've built it, it's just a matter of them transferring the money to you, and that's it. The cost is probably minimal in terms of maybe $10 to $100 or $200 worth of token usage on Claude. Then we hit scarcity. If you limit the supply or limit the seats, for example, you've seen those one-on-one spots, limited bonus availability, and make sure that they're real. Because honest scarcity drives action because people don't want to miss out. So the more real the scarcity is, the more you can drive the value. So you know the whole demand supply curve. Urgency, so you can apply a deadline. So if you have a cohort that starts on a particular date, you can increase the price, or you have a bonus expiry. So people will be more compelled to buy it now because they know either the price will increase, and it forces a decision instead of letting the prospect drift away. So currently how I'm doing it is that on my about page on school, I say that when we reach 200 members, it will jump from $17 per month to $29 per month. So how do we name and package our offer once we have it? So Alex Omozi came up with this magic formula: magnet word, avatar, goal, indicate time, and container. So the magnet word can either be free, new, secret, ultimate, guaranteed, proven. So we can say the proven system for whatever. Our avatar is agencies or entrepreneurs, business owners, and the goal, make 10K per month in 30 days. And a container, it could be a workshop, it could be an accelerator. This is what drives people to want to buy. So another example would be proven entrepreneurial system that cuts down your time. So another example is a new entrepreneurial blueprint that cuts down your time by 50 hours per week in 90 days workshop or course or app. You could probably do much better than what I've done. You can insert this magic framework into Claude and ask it to come up with some offers for you. Come up with offer names and offer titles. In terms of avatar, targeting coaches, service agencies, solo founders. If you can be specific, it sells. The goal is a dream outcome to add 10K per month, to replace their 9 to 5, to automate their lead gen, to reduce headcount and human error. Indicate the time framework. How soon can you get them the results? This speaks to our time delay over here. We can do it in 30 days or in 90 days or in 12 weeks. The time frame makes the promise feel real. Finally, the container is the format. How do you deliver your offer? Is it in terms of an accelerator or a system, a sprint, a workshop? So it could be a course, an app, you name it. Okay, now we get to the offer ladder. This is the exact funnel that I'm using in my business right now. We have discussed funnels in earlier modules, but I just want to go through this to reinforce what we have learned and also to show you where the offer fits in. Over here, I'll give some social media content. It could be a course, a tutorial, some marketing ad, an infographic, a carousel, a slide deck, you name it. And from social media, they'll come into my sales funnel, where we go from the rented audience into our own audience, which is on our website or school community. We give them the value there, and from there, they can decide whether they want to go down the rabbit hole over here. So how I've positioned it is that they can come in and we introduce them with a $17 per month plan, which is our school community. And if they want a bit more, in terms of what we offer the school community plus the classrooms, premium dashboards over here, then we can charge them even more. So this is $67 per month. But now if they want one-on-one coaching, then we can charge them to $97 per month. And if they do not want to do the automations themselves, then we can do the automations for them. So this is the done for you automations where we charge clients $3,500 per month. And we can do once-off bespoke automations anywhere between $5,000 to $15,000 once off. So just to reiterate, the more access they have to you, the more you can charge. Why is that? Well, you only have limited time. If you create videos, if you have pre-recorded videos, everyone has access to those videos. So you can serve millions of people with just one video. Whereas if you're doing one-on-one, your time and effort is very limited, which means you can only service maybe 10 customers per day. And thus you can charge more. And it also means that they have personalized advice from you and they can get it done faster if you do it for them. Which means that you're solving their problems faster also because they don't have to worry about it. Okay, so once you have your offer, this is important to mention, and Alex Hormozi mentions it in his book, $100 Million Money Models, where let's say you're spending money on paid ads. You get people into your funnel, but now it's costing you $50 to acquire one lead. Either you have to find new creatives to bring that amount down or upsell them the $67 per month plan. So they can decide, okay, I want the full package. I'll either buy the $67 per month plan or I'll upgrade to the $97 per month plan with the coaching. And that's how you can improve your ROAS, which is your return on ad spend. If they decline your upsell, they can downsell, but at a cheaper rate. There's different ways to do downselling. So either you can reduce the scope or you can reduce the price or reduce the price and scope. So this exact thing will be, you'll get all of the dashboards at $57 per month instead of $67. Or you can offer the same thing, but maybe you get 1 or 2 dashboards less. It just makes it a bit more complex if you have to adjust the offer, but adjusting the price is much easier. To make even more money, you can sell the same thing on a membership basis. You can sell the same thing as a subscription over and over again. That is like the Netflix model where you provide a whole bunch of content, they consume the content, you provide them value on an ongoing basis, and then they can continue to pay you as long as they're with you. I made this mistake a long time ago where I was selling courses at once-off costs. So I would charge maybe $49 to maybe a couple of hundreds of dollars. It helped me to reach very nice high peaks. But the biggest problem that I had is that I didn't have any financial security, which meant that in the beginning of the year, I would have a nice peak. I would have to maintain my cash flow over the next few months to make sure that I don't run out of cash and then basically ride that roller coaster. But having a subscription model helps me to have more predictable income, which means that I have much more financial stability in my business. So that's why a lot of people measure their success in terms of MRR. So my current plan for my school community is to go from 144 members to 1,000 members. If I reach 500 members, that's even better. You're probably asking, creating offer sounds like really hard work and I don't want to create an offer, or I want to make extra money on the side, but I just don't have time to create and maintain an offer. So in that case, no offer, no problem. We have a solution. You could just promote our current school community that we have right now, where if you click on this link, it'll take you to the school community. If you are enrolled, this join button will be changed into an invite button. And if you invite people to the school community, you get 50% commission. So what's nice about this is that you don't have to do anything. I maintain the whole platform. I create the offers, I update the content and make sure that everyone is happy. It also makes it easier to promote because I already have all of the testimonials. I have the social proof, the 121k YouTube subscriber channel, and over 62,000 followers on LinkedIn. So I have all of that credibility, the reputation, the time in the market, my social media presence, all of that has already been taken care of. All you have to do is just build up your audience, whether it might be through content or creating meta ads, pointing directly to the school community, and you can earn a commission as easy as that. So speaking of leads, let's say you have your offer, whether you decided to create your own or use our school community as an affiliate or partner. How do you actually go about getting leads? Core 4, which is content creation, and that will be in module 6, where we will see you in the next lecture. Welcome to module 6 of how I make 10k per month with Claude. Now we're going to take all that we have learned and start generating leads that we can send to our offer. So this is going to consist of 4 parts mostly, where we're going to go into content ideation, content strategy and creation, content repurposing, as well as a production and publishing systems over. I'm going to take you through the full flow of how I create content from ideation to creation, content multiplication or repurposing, and then we take it all the way to automatically publishing our content across all social media platforms. This is where the money gets made. So currently in terms of the core 4, we are here in terms of content creation. A lot of people start here because you can get traffic for more or less free. So the question you must be asking is, how do I create content? And what content do I even create? Before we start, why should you listen to me? I've grown my YouTube channel to over 121,000 subscribers and 63,000 followers on LinkedIn. My content brings in over 122,000 impressions in the past 30 days, which obviously brings me leads. And I'm going to show you the exact content strategy that I use to grow. So how do you start? The first thing is to choose 1 or 2 platforms. I chose LinkedIn and YouTube as my primary social media platforms, but I do distribute my content to all of the other social media platforms, because you never know where your clients would actually come from or which content resonates with which platform. And the first way that you do this is, if you're on YouTube, if you are in AI and automation, find 5 to 10 people that you follow. So I'm going to type AI automation, and the first person who comes up is Nate Herc. He is a well-respected AI automation influencer, and he puts out really great content. So you can see that his videos, as well as Nick Sarev, who's doing really well in the space, and they are killing it in the space. So I would look at what these guys are doing and try to model, not copy, model. You do the same thing on LinkedIn. Look for other people who are doing AI and automation. You come across some of the posts that are here. Now these are generic stuff over here. I'll look for posts over here and then scroll down to see if there's any influences that you may like. I would probably type in Claude over here. Let's see what we get. And the same thing on YouTube. And now you can go through and find the people that resonate with you, depending on what your niche is. So I would type Claude business automations, because that's exactly the keywords that I'm looking for and wanting to rank with. We also have Liam Otley over here, who is also well-respected AI automator. I'm basically looking to get an idea of what they are doing, what topics are they discussing. What I noticed, if it wasn't for this exercise, I wouldn't have noticed the trend shifting from N8N to OpenClaw to now Claude and Claude Code. So it's really good for you to go in through it and see what is actually trending in my industry and then create content on that. The other thing that you can do is Claude, start up a new chat and say, I'm looking to create new content to bring people into my school community, as well as find clients or attract clients to work with me on a one-to-one consultation basis, as well as for development work. Can you search the internet, even YouTube and LinkedIn if you can, and come up with some content ideas that I could do? I noticed that people are doing Claude and Claude Code tutorials for business automation. Confirm that this is true based on my initial observation. I do have a Claude course in my school community, which could cater to that. And yeah, that should be it. Let's see if we have the right connectors. I'm going to turn on this research icon over here. Let's see what skills we have. Connectors. We're going to definitely enable XR and so that it can do research. Let's go more into connectors and let's see if we have perplexity. Okay, we don't really have perplexity, but we can add it at a later stage. I think this should be good for now. Let the research begin. So now it's going to ask me a few questions based on what it knows about me and my goals. So what content formats are you focusing on right now? So I'm going to say YouTube long form. Shorts is basically a snippet of my longs, which I'll show you later on how I do. LinkedIn posts and articles. Let's focus on long form and shorts. What's your primary goal for this content batch? I want to grow my school community. That's my number one priority, because the school community is a membership, which means the more members I have, the more MRR, or mean recurring revenue, I acquire, which means higher financial stability and growth for my business. Okay, so which Claude topics are you open to covering? I can do Claude AI and Claude Code. That should be fine. I'm not sure if asking Claude is the right question because it's probably going to be biased towards itself. I'm going to disable Notion. We've got Exa and Tavily, which can search the web for some details. Okay, so now it's on its way and going to do the research. Now, while that's doing its thing, there's another tool that I built with Claude, but within Cursor, which is this amazing competitor intelligence platform that I've built. So essentially what it does is that it scrapes all of the top people that are in AI, automation, and business. And I can type in my keywords like Claude and see how many people are actually doing it. So it's 145 videos of people that are working on Claude. If you look at Claude Code, you can see that it instantly updates by itself. We've got 105 for business. Okay, not many people speaking about business. Let's see if we type it alone. So we've got 86 videos on business in terms of the AI automation space. Now I can go over here and generate some ideas. Let's see what it has over here. I'm going to generate ideas. So I can go through here and see all of the potential topics according to the keywords that I've selected. So if I want to do something on Claude and maybe some dollar sign, okay, nothing on that. Money, nothing on that. Time, okay. Let's just stick with what we have here. We can sort by the most views. So we can see that doing a full Claude course by Nick is doing quite well. It's got 32% engagement. You can see Claude concepts, 27 concepts right over here, which is also quite big. You can see that Jesse Eisenberg, his videos are doing quite well. I can filter through all of these videos to see which one I should focus on. Now, if you want to get this dashboard, make sure that you are a part of my school community. If you are, head over to Classroom, and it's right over here in phase 14 with all VIP dashboards. You have to be on the premium plan in order to get it. Okay, back to Claude. You can see that it's still busy, but if you peek inside what it's thinking about, it is saying that Ritesh Kanji pivoted his 121k subscriber YouTube channel from computer vision tutorials to AI business automation, building a monetization funnel around N8N, workflows, OpenClaw, and Claude Code. But recently, videos are drastically underperforming, hundreds of views versus 121k subs, signaling audience topic mismatch during transition. Let's come back to Claude and let's see what it has. Okay, so here it's giving us a breakdown. It's researching all of my social media platforms. It's looking at more of what I've done, as well as school, which is my goal. It's looking even at my Udemy page. It's looking at augmented startups. This thing is going really in depth on myself. So it's doing a search for all of it, especially on my side, looking at what I can do. Searching my channel, looking at other channels as well, but mostly myself. Seems like we have our strategy report right over here. Let's close this over there and go into this. So it has given us our content plan. It tells me this is what's happening for the first quarter of 2026. The trend is confirmed and still accelerating. Claude Code hit a $2.5 billion annualized run rate by early 2020. Entropic's API revenue from non-developer roles grew 410%. So you can see everyone's trying to jump on the Claude gravy train. I haven't mentioned Nate Herc or Nick Sareb. He says this is how many subscribers they have. He talks about Nick teaching the AI automation agency. There's other people like Riley Brown, Cole Medin, Greg Eisenberg. So the white space is Claude Code for non-technical CEOs of real operating businesses. That's something good to try out for content. Vertical specific Claude Code series like real estate, e-commerce ops, law ops, recruiting, medical practices. No one has niched down on those. Remember how we were speaking about in the last module about niching down. Claude Skills as a package monetizable asset. Claude Code for sales, finance, and the list goes on. This is actually gold. If you want this full report, check it in my school community in the 10K Claude Business Automation course. Cool, so that wraps up content ideation. Let's now move on to content. The new way is with Descript. So in Descript, you can see that I have my project over here. Now, because I'm recording with Descript, I'm not able to show you everything that it can do. What's happening here is that you have a bunch of AI tools. So you can edit for clarity, which means that it'll get rid of any repetitions. It still struggles with a couple of repetitions from me, especially. You can make it sound like you're in the studio. So if you don't have great audio, you can make it sound like you have studio audio just by applying this AI filter. You can remove filler words like ums and ahs. You You can remove retakes, shorten word gaps, especially if there's awkward silence. This has been a game changer. And I generally don't use the word game changer because AI uses it. But this is super amazing to have all of these functionalities. And if it doesn't do a great job, you can always use all of these other filters. And it's got its own AI that's powered by Claude. So I can ask it to do things like chop out all of the repetitions, cut out the ums and uhs, look for all of the minor details, edit for clarity. I can also tell it to export the videos at specific chapter times, so I don't have to go manually and export it myself. The other thing is that it can add in B-roll, whether it's AI-generated B-roll or real video. It can embed it at exactly the right spots in your timelines, because after it's done, it'll transcribe the entire video and then it'll start working according to the transcript. And then all you have to do is just review what has been done and then export. The other tool that you could use is Gling. I've cancelled my Gling subscription because I'm now using Descript. If you look at one of my older videos, you can see it has a transcribed copy of this and it moves to the timestamp of the video. And I can go in here and it will cut it out. So this means that I no longer have to edit based on the waveforms. I can edit based on the words. And you can enhance it by adding automatic B-rolls, zoom, captions, enhance audio, studio, smart restore clips if you want to. It's pretty useful for most of the tasks that you need to do. After I did my screen recording, I also wanted to have an option to switch between my live video and my screen video. Sometimes my main video will be on top like this, and most of the time the screen is full screen and my video will probably be like a picture-in-picture like it is now. I wanted to have some of that flexibility, and it was very hard to do if you're editing everything in Gling and then you have to bring it back into Final Cut to do some of that editing. I found that I had to work in Final Cut Pro first and then move to Gling and then have it do that. That was quite cumbersome. Having it all in Descript works really, really well. So to get your hands on Gling and Descript, I'll have links down below for you to check them out. The other tool that I want you to check out is Remotion. So I'm just going to open this up right now. I'm going to open up so this is my Remotion project in Cursor. You can also do this in code if you want to. And if you're not familiar with Remotion, it allows you to add motion graphics to your videos and a lot more. Remotion is completely free and their tagline is to make videos programmatic. Now, Descript handles all of the fundamental editing that you need to make a good video, but Remotion adds motion graphics, which makes your videos great. So Descript will do your basic editing, so get rid of bad cut, remove all the silences, remove repetitions, clean up your video a bit. And then Remotion, if you go into it, you can see that you can compose just about anything with code. So you've got all of these different types of animations that you can do. And I'll show you in just a bit one of my real projects that I've done. You can do some of these types of animations, even with SVGs. And it is free to use, but there is a company policy. There is a company license should you take this commercial. I think the best way to show you what it can do is to show you one of the projects that I've worked on. So this is a 4K 30 frames per second video. It's about 31 minutes. I've got different projects over here. Now, you wouldn't edit this in the traditional sense of editing videos, right? So if you go through the timeline over here, you can see that using video generation, we have generated this B-roll over here according to my company brand colors, which is purple. You can see that over there. Right. So yeah, this is another video if you look at that. And what I did was I asked it to use the SGen skill, which you can get in our school community. So this SGen image generator uses the SGen API as well as the Nano Banana image generation API. I set it to 2K with this aspect ratio. I've got the key as well. And I've got other tools that I can use, such as Nano Banana, Rock for image to video, Google's VO3 for image to video as well. I also have other skills like Gling video generation via FL or S. So if you click on this, this allows me to generate video based on images. So after we generate the images, we generate the video, which then get embedded into our video timeline. B-roll is not the only thing that you can do. If you don't want to use AI B-roll, you can always use traditional real footage B-roll. And that you can do through the Unsplash API. There's also pixels that you can use. You can probably convert real images into video if you wanted to. But wait is in implementing titles as well as motion graphics. So for example, you can see this is one of the motion graphics that I've created. This was using some sort of Node.js React framework where it would create the background, the text would have a specific font. If you had to create this without using the UX skills that I have over here. So if I type /UX, I've got quite a few styles that I can use, as well as design skills to improve it. Also type in taste. You would get something that will look more like AI slop. So you need to ensure that you use the right taste and UX design skills in order to get this to look nice. And what happens is that if we play it, you can see that's a little animation. We've got an icon over there and it has an animation that goes around and around. Now, these were just some that I designed, but you can create your very own motion graphics cards, get inspiration from other people's videos by taking a screenshot of what you want. It will create according to that. You can also animate the motion graphics with Remotion. If you want to learn more about Remotion and how I use it for my video editing, then let me know in the comments down below and I'll be happy to create a separate tutorial on how to do this. The other thing that you can do with Remotion is edit the audio to make it sound like studio audio. I wanted to boost the bass as well as treble of my voice and maybe a little bit of the mids. Like in Final Cut Pro, if we had to go to the equalize section, I wanted this kind of profile. So what I did was I took a snapshot of this, sent it to cursor with one of the Claude models selected. I told it to boost the audio and I told it to normalize the audio so that the audio doesn't clip. I've also got a very detailed set of rules in my video editing rules.md, and this governs how we should go about doing color grading, what the pipeline looks like, transcription, face detection, key points, jump cuts, b-roll and stock footage, captions, and more. So if you want this video editing rules, it'll be in my school community under the 10K Claude Business Automation course, under the corresponding lecture. Cool, so now we have covered content ideation with Claude, as well as content creation. We've looked at the different hardware that we can use. We've looked at Remotion, Descript, Cursor and Claude, as well as Kling if you wanted to use. Now let's go on to repurposing and then finally onto publishing, creation. When you're getting started with content creation, what's the first thing that you need to have? You need to have a camera, a microphone, obviously a laptop to do your AI automations with, and sheer determination. Because if you're going to go down the content creation rabbit hole, you are going to need to create content on a consistent basis. If you don't put out content, you won't get leads. And if you don't get leads, you don't get money. So I've been trying to create content every single day. Just put out content every single day. You might be saying, I'm not comfortable in front of the camera, or I don't know what content to put out. The thing I tell most of my students is just get started. Put out anything that you want. In your early stages, quantity beats quality. You don't need an expensive camera and you don't need an expensive mic like this. You just need to start creating content, be authentic. And if you're like me, you don't want to appear on camera. But I was very shy at some point and eventually I got out there because I wanted to have myself as the key influencer and the face of my brand. But if you're not, you can always put out faceless YouTube videos. There are quite a few YouTube channels. For example, Claude AI. He's got a faceless YouTube channel and he's doing really well. There's also AI Code King, who has some really great content. But if you do have money, I would recommend you get a very good setup. And if you look at the hardware that you need, you can just start off with a basic phone camera or webcam. So let's say phone camera or webcam. I'm currently using the OBS Bot Meet 2, which works perfectly. I was using my iPhone camera before, which had great quality, but when it came to workflow, it wasn't the best. And then in terms of microphone, you can use your laptop microphone. A lapel mic works well. If you want something a bit more expensive, something like this one, this is the Shure SM7B. This is the podcaster's standard. You'll see all the podcasters use this particular mic. I think it's because of its high quality, low noise. If we only using this setup over here, and if you can afford to get the best mic, this one goes into my Elgato Wave XLR. So the Shure SMB goes into the Elgato Wave XLR, which connects to my laptop. And that's essentially the hardware layer that you need. Before, I had an iPhone camera. I could stream it to my laptop, but there was a noticeable lag between what I was recording on my screen versus what I was saying, as well as what was recorded on mic. So I decided to record everything separately on my iPhone, which meant that from my phone, transfer it via AirDrop all the way to my laptop, which would take some time. And then I would also have, let's just call this video. I would have my audio recorded separately on my laptop and manually in Final Cut Pro synchronize both video with audio. But the whole transfer from iPhone to laptop to synchronization takes time. Whether it's 1 minute or 10 minutes, all of that time adds up. What I did now was by getting rid of that and buying a very cheap webcam. This is probably about maybe $127 and it's a fairly good camera. I could use a DSLR But the problems with some of the cameras I've used, I was using the Sony mobile camera, and the biggest problem was overheating. I would run this camera, and maybe after 10 to 15 minutes, it would overheat. Same thing with my iPhone. If I ran it for too long, it would overheat, especially if you are in cinematic mode. Then it's probably like 8 minutes. With this OBS Spot Me 2 camera, I can run it for hours and it won't overheat. That's something you have to think about on the hardware layer of your set. Another thing is that on top of this, we also have our screen recording. If you are recording your screens, making sure that all of this is synced should be your priority from the start. There's plenty of software out there that you can use, especially if you don't have this kind of hardware setup. You can look for OBS, which is Open Broadcast Studio. I'm not going to go too much into it, but you can explore how to synchronize video with screen recording and your microphone. So this is the setup that I use because I want to create long form content. A lot of people record straight on their phone and then overlay something, maybe a screen recording of their computer, and then they combine it into video editing software like CapCut or Final Cut Pro or DaVinci Resolve. There's plenty out there. DaVinci Resolve is free up to a certain level. Final Cut, you pay a once-off fee, which is $299, but they have a 90-day free trial. You buy it and it's yours for a lifetime. So this is what my setup used to look like. I used to edit everything manually, which means that I had to go through each one, cut the spot here, cut that spot, get rid of the silences, and delete. I imagine doing this for an hour-long video. I had to hire a video editor to do all of this, and it used to cost me thousands of dollars. That's just for cutting all of the errors, and they used to come back with a lot of mistakes. So on top of that, it used to take them a couple of days to get it done because they were busy with other work as well. And I didn't want to hire a full-time video editor. Add in titles, motion graphics. The higher the production value, the more it's going to cost. And then I also have my plugins that I used to use to put myself in the corner like this. But this is the old way. So let's start off with creating shorts video. How do I go about creating this? So I use Claude to create this little dashboard over here called Shorts Converter. And essentially I can upload a length of video. If I go into select video, I'll go into one of the videos that I would likely publish. So let's take this one here where I can build custom dashboards using Claude Code. So I'm going to take this video over here. As you can see, it's a 5 gigabit video. I can click over here to convert it into shorts. And now if you're wondering, how do I go about creating my own shorts converter? This entire app will be in my paid school community, in which we will have it in our VI dashboard section. And this is where you'll find all of our other premium dashboards that I use to automate my business. So as you can see, it is already completed. Now I can save it into my downloads folder over here. If we open it up, as you can see, we have a blurred background over here for which we took this image, we expanded it a bit and just blurred it out so that we can convert our landscape video into a square aspect ratio video. Now, depending on your video composition, you could even zoom in over here and then just crop this first part of it where I'm talking. So in this particular video, you can see that I've used Kling motion control to be able to puppeteer this little character over here. And I also use text to image and image to text to create relevant B-roll that I can use in my videos. What's nice about using AI generated video is that you can create it in the exact style that you want rather than using generic B-roll that you get off the internet. And in most cases, those are not even relevant. So as you can see, we already have 2 pieces of content from just one long form video. Now let's go ahead and create an article. Now in Claude, you would have remembered that we need to transcribe a video. There's various ways that you can transcribe a video. You can ask Claude to do it for you, in which it'll probably ask you for some API keys to take a video, convert it into audio, and then transcribe it. But what I've done is I've created a skill called the Paired Transcribe skill. So this uses my Mac local resources for transcription, and because I'm using an M4 MacBook Max, transcription is very fast. Now the Parakeet transcribe model was originally created by NVIDIA, so you can use it on a Mac or on an NVIDIA GPU if you have one. It's super fast and accurate. Make sure when you create a skill that you're using version 3. So this is the skill that I have, and you'll be able to download the skill in my school community over here under the 10K Claude course. And essentially the skill will tell Claude exactly how to install it, what model to use, how to save the timestamps, whether it might be as a JSON or an MD file, depending on how you want to handle the data. You can even add in a dictionary to say, instead of saying Claude, I actually pronounce it as Claude. I actually want to pronounce it as Claude. Some people have different accents. It might not even recognize your jargon if you mention it. So previously I mentioned Voice Inc. It has this dictionary where sometimes I would mention Claude, it would print out Claude. Instead of fel.ai, which is the correct spelling for fel, it would put FEL. And any other jargon you may have, you can list it over here so that when you say it, it comes out correct. Like for example, my surname, I say Kanji, but sometimes it might pick up Kaji. So I wanted to map these words into my actual surname. And the same thing I had for a long time with N8N, where I would say N8N and it would have it as N8N, or even from capital letters to small letters. That's how it's actually spelled. So the version of Parakeet version 3 that I've got is the one that's used by the MLX community. So this allows it to be accelerated on any Apple Silicon hardware. And if you're using the NVIDIA version of Parakeet, then you'd ask you to get the CUDA version of the model. So yeah, you can get the skill right over here. And the best part of using local models is that you can use it for free. There's no subscriptions involved and it integrates directly into Claude. So wherever possible, try to get the local versions of it that runs locally on your computer if you do have the hardware. Otherwise, you can always use other transcription services like Grok, that's Groq. There's OpenAI Whisper, that's also good. Whisper Flow that you can use across devices. Just make sure that it has an API that links directly into Claude. So I'm going to use the Parakeet transcribe model. I use the short video to be transcribed for this demo. And I'm going to tell it to transcribe this video into text file. Let's rather use a .md file format. It's going to read the scale that we have over here. And now, depending on what tool you want to use, you can use Claude directly, or if you have a third-party service, like I downloaded Mac Whisper, which I paid a once-off lifetime cost, so I can use this unlimited, and it uses also the Parakeet version 3 model, which is around 500 megabytes. I can take this video into here and drop it here for transcription. This is how I used to do everything before Claude. Cool about Mac Whisper is that I can have different prompts over here. For example, I can create a LinkedIn post directly inside the app, choose whatever models I want to use, Gemini 3.1 Flash, and submit it for creating my LinkedIn post. Now, as you can see, the Gemini 3.1 Flash model was very fast. So it created my hook line over there, bullet points, as well as my call to action. So let's take a look at what we have over here. A quick mistake that I made was I ran it in chat, which didn't work because the chat runs in the cloud, whereas Cowork runs on your computer. So I essentially uploaded the same video and told it to transcribe this file into the MD file, and let's see if it works. You can type in terminal. You can either go into Claude, but I prefer using cursor. So I'm going to type in cursor agent. I'm going to call up my transcription, the Parakeet transcribe skill, drag in this video over here and run it to MD file in my download folder. We can use whatever model we want to, including any of the Claude models that we have. So as you can see, we have the full transcript over here, and it also saved as a .md file that we can see right over here. This is what the MD file extracted using the Parakeet transcribe model. You don't need to export it as a MD file. You can do it as a text file or export it as a PDF. So now that we have the transcript, we can now go ahead and create our article. So in projects, we can create a new project. Let's call it article. And essentially, I'm going to give it the prompts that it needs to write great articles. You are an article writer, professional article writer that can write journal level, compelling articles that gets people hooked into reading more. We'll start off by creating curiosity titles as well as headlines wherever necessary. Do not use too many bullet points. Make sure that the paragraphs are readable, easy for a 6th grader level style writing. The job of the title is to get them to read our first paragraph, and the job of the first paragraph is to get them to read the second paragraph, and so on. So we need to make it compelling, make it casual, fun, not cheesy, not too cringe, not too salesy. And at the end, we'll have our call to action, which will go to our school community link. But we need to make sure that when we transition from our body into our call to action, it needs to be seamless and relatable. So whatever we spoke about, we need to give a relatable call to action where they can join both our free community as well as our paid VIP school community. I'll give you the links to both now. So that's the prompt that I'm going to be using. Let me insert the links. This is my paid school community. And we also have our free one. That's 8. There we go. That's our free school community. And if you want this prompt, I'll definitely have it in our 10K Claude course. So now we can go ahead and create our project. What's nice is that we can create a task in Cowork. So once our transcription has completed, we can create an agentic system that goes from transcription to article writer instantly. So I'm going to insert this document over here and tell it write an article. Now, obviously, because this is a very short video, it's not going to have much to say about it, but this is just for demonstration purposes. So now it's reading the uploaded MD file. It's crafting an article in Hormozy's direct, simple style, which I didn't tell it to do, but it's doing it anyway based on its memory of me. And look at that, we have an article based on this video. Looking at this article, it does look quite legit and useful. I would just tell it that it needs to link to my corporate automation library if it hasn't already done so. Now, once you are done and you have edited it, you can copy it. And what I like to do is go into Medium. This is where I write my articles. I can create a new article and paste everything here. Now, obviously, next time I'll tell it not to put any dividers. This title over here can go over there, and I'll put this into the subtitle. So this is a subtitle that you can see over there. Now, why I covered the copy and paste method over here is because a lot of people don't have the Medium API access, because Medium for some reason have stopped their API access. But people like me for the API a long time ago still have access to using the Medium API, which at least I get to use it and automate it. So I created a skill a while back in which I'm able to upload directly from Claude to Medium using the Medium API. And then I can also use other skills in which I can generate images using Manus or Nano Banana directly, and then import them also in the first draft. I'm going to show you some of the other stories that I've published. This is one on how I built an AI sales funnel dashboard. As you can see, I also created a slideshow that I included as part of my images within the article. To give it a little bit more additional credibility, I've taken screenshots and included those so that it looks like it's coming from a real person. I also embedded my video inside over here. Now, what's really cool is that I've created a post to LinkedIn Chrome extension over here. And you can also get it in my school community down here in the all VIP dashboard section over here, which will allow me to automatically copy my article on Medium directly into LinkedIn. So I can grab a cup of coffee, come back, and my article would be copy and pasted into LinkedIn. I also have one for Kajabi because Kajabi doesn't have an API that I can use for my blog articles on the website. But that's not a problem anymore because I've moved away from Kajabi and now into my own VibeCode website where I have an API that I can send these articles directly into my database, and that will show up directly on my website. So having my articles posted on Medium and LinkedIn gives me additional exposure. If you look at April, you can see that I've got over 10,000 presentations, equivalent to impressions, about 4,500 views, 960 reads, and we've went up 7 followers and 4 subscribers. If you're trying to get your business out there, getting your content on as many platforms as possible is the best way to go. If I'm here on LinkedIn, I go into write article. You can see I have 2 newsletters. The one that I have over here is called Applied AI. I'm going to go over to manage. And here you can see that because I've been posting consistently, I have over 83,000 subscribers to this newsletter. And this brings me additional impressions to my LinkedIn. And that's just from 280 articles that I've published. Cool. So we've covered articles. Let's take a look at infographics. Now, as I've mentioned, you can go into Manus. You can either go directly online or download the app, which I have over here. You can do more or less what we can do in Claude here on Manus as well. But what Manus is trying to do is trying to be the general purpose tool for AI. Sort of like your AI operating system or AIOS. They just recently released their new cloud computers. So I can create a new cloud computer. So this means that you have a real computer in the cloud with long-term memory that grows with you. And you can install anything and customize everything. Now, the thing that you have to know about this is that you have to pay an additional monthly fee. So this means that you're running another computer, whereas you can be running it on your own. I have a dedicated Mac Mini that I can run things on, so I don't need to do this. So I'm going to show you some of the infographics that I have generated. So I have a dedicated tab over here just for infographics. Here's some of the infographics that I have created. So you can create something that's a bit more visual. This one was Meet Your Claude Code Marketing Team, and I have a whole bunch of different pixel art characters that correspond mostly to what they do. It takes an agentic approach. So before it generated all of these, it first created a character sheet of all of the agents that we have and then generated it into our infographic. The same thing for this one. And how it did it was it used Google's Nano Banana to generate these images. So there may be some imperfections, but I hope that they'll use the new GPT-2 image model soon. I've created some of these. It wasn't perfect initially, so you would have to prompt it and reprompt it sometimes. If you don't have a clear direction, it might give you some issues. But then I told it to do it like this, where it gives it a bit more structure and it's able to do a decent job. Now, some things it's unable to do, like for example, it doesn't put a high resolution version of me and it sometimes gets it wrong. But here you can see that it has overlaid it onto the infographic, meaning that it didn't generate it onto the image. It used an image processing library to take my image and embed it on top of it. I prefer doing this myself because I'm a control freak and I wanted it to be perfectly in this spot over here. Same thing for the QR code. I wanted to make sure that the QR code works perfectly. I didn't want to leave an image generation model to generate the QR code because it might get it wrong and send it to some other website or none at all. The prompt that you generally use is create a structured infographic with different sections 1, 2, 3, add in different icons, make it a bit more visual, and you can add in some of your designs, your corporate identity, your logo. I generally insert on my own because it doesn't have my exact logo, so I'll probably fix it at some point. And yeah, that's basically an idea of how you can use Manus to generate infographics. Now, I will have one of these sheets in my corporate automation library under 10K Claude course that you can use as a template to seed your image generation models for your own designs. And then a pro tip is to take the same infographic and convert it into a landscape one, which can make it look like a completely different infographic and thus get you views for free, thus getting you impressions for free. And you're probably asking yourself, how do I get this into Claude? If you go over here to settings, you can save some of these things as skills. So having a dedicated infographic generator that you can use within Claude. And if you go over here to integrations, build with Manus API, you can get your API key from here. Open up the documentation. I would copy all of this as well as the link into Claude and tell it to generate a skill for you that can connect to Manus and also to generate images, thumbnails, infographics, slide decks, and more. So this is definitely a handy API to have. That's infographics. Slideshows are more or less the same. You go into Manus. I have a dedicated PowerPoint creator over here. I would send a voice note to it to say, this is what I want. So you can copy the transcript that we've created with Claude, post it into Manus. You can choose whatever model you want. And this is one of the slide decks that I've created, where it first has an image of me, my stats, that I can reuse from slide deck to slide deck. This is not using image generation. This is using website elements like HTML to create elements that look sharp. This is different from creating an infographic, which you need to generate it using Google's Nano Banana. Here you can see the text is sharp and edit it. You can delete this and bring it back. I can move elements around. If you see that little tab over there, I can move it up there and move this up here and move this up here also. And that's what's really nice about the slide deck feature here. Now, it doesn't have to be in landscape. You can also create a square shape one. This is the same type of document that you can create a carousel for on LinkedIn as well as on Instagram. Now, obviously, there's ways I would improve this. I would give it the UX design skill to make it look much better than this. Also improve the font, the spacing, make it a bit more simple. Creating slide decks has never been easier, and taking your old content and repurposing it into new content, whether you want to generate infographics or slide deck. You can go into the new Claude Design. There'll probably be an option later on where they'll integrate it directly into the Claude app. You'll go into Claude/design. You'd insert your transcript into the slide deck maker. This is what it'll look like. You've seen this in the past Claude lecture. You can insert your photo over here. You can export this to work in other IDEs like Cursor or VS Code. Bring it directly into Claude Code and work on it there. What I generally like to do is bring it into Cursor because I have UX skills that you can use to make this even better, including the fonts, the spacing, and more. And what Claude Design is essentially trying to do is they're trying to be a Photoshop and general purpose design tool. They still got a long way to go, but there's ways that you can get high quality results in a fraction of the time without having to need Canva or any sort of other tool that you need for design. I feel that we're still not quite there, and that's why I have Affinity Photo 2. It's currently free to use as opposed to Photoshop, just so that I have granular control of some of the design elements. But I find that I'm now using Affinity Photo much less than before, thanks to AI. Great, so now we have our slideshows, infographics, articles, and short videos. Welcome to the next lecture where we're going to be talking about content repurposing. What is content repurposing? Normally, there's a finite amount of ideas that we can have, even if we use AI. And with limited time, it means that we can create limited content. So instead of having to always come up with new content ideas and create videos for that, which can be very time consuming, unless of course you've cloned yourself using AI, I currently decided against cloning myself for now, mainly because I want to maintain authenticity and trust with my audience. This may obviously change in the future where the cloning technology has improved significantly. Let's say, for example, you've recorded a video, and this video could either be of you speaking into the camera, or it could be of your AI clone. No matter what long form content you've created, we can take this long form video over here and convert it into different content types. So for example, you can take this long form video over here and convert it into an article. So you do that first by transcribing the video, and then we use Claude to convert it into an article. Now I'm going to show you this in just a bit, but let's go through all of the content types that you can create. So let's first create a process called transcription. We're going to move it over there. I've put it in this format where we have our long form video. It goes into transcription and then it becomes an article. We can thank Claude for helping us convert it from one format to the other. Next, we can also take our transcription and convert it into an infographic. The way we do this is that we can take the transcription, put it into a tool like Manus, and we can also use Claude to help us initiate the project and use Manus as a tool for which we can create this info. I'm going to change the color over here to green for that. We have Manus and we can use Claude as the orchestrator. So I'm going to put Claude plus Manus. Now you could use Manus by itself, but I find having all of my memories, all of my project details all in one place within Claude or within a project, and then have it use Manus as a tool, which I found essentially works better. Okay, so once you have your infographic, you can also create a slideshow. Now this can be something that you can deploy onto LinkedIn. You'd first create the slideshow, export it into PDF, and then upload it into LinkedIn or any slide sharing platform. I'll change this color to, I'm just going to change the color here. And we can also use Claude plus Manus for this as well. Now, if you don't want to use too many platforms, you could go into Claude Design, create your slideshow there, or even Claude Code, and then export it as a PDF afterwards. Because like I mentioned, there's many ways to skin a cat. And then we can also create an image thumbnail using the same process, more or less. This image thumbnail can be used both for your long form video, as well as a separate post that you can use to get people to view your main video. So I typically create an image thumbnail in which I get people to watch my long form video on YouTube, especially if the videos are quite long. Otherwise, I post the long form video onto all of the other social medias if they do support it. Some of the platforms that support long form video are Facebook, LinkedIn within certain limits, and obviously YouTube. And also on top of this, without having to transcribe the video, I can create a little shorts video. So generally what I do is I take my long form video and I clip it to 90 seconds and make it into a square. The reason why I do this is because we have a landscape video. Now, what I do is I duplicate that video, make it a bit larger into a square aspect ratio, and then I just blur the background so that it looks good. Now there's multiple ways to create shorts video. Take it into Descript or any similar tool in which you can extract key moments from your video and then convert those into shorts. I do this on occasion because sometimes my long form videos don't have the same structure. So what I generally do is have my introduction and a short call to action image with a QR code where people can scan and get taken directly to my school community. So this is the high level of the content waterfall system, where one long form content becomes multiple other pieces of content. And you're not only limited to one of each. You can create multiple versions of each category. You can create multiple articles, multiple infographics, multiple slideshows, image thumbnails, and short videos. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces of content, all from one content idea. This means that you can post almost up to a week's worth of content without having to do much additional work. And that's how you turn one piece of content into multiple pieces of content. We can do generally the same thing with our thumbnails. So if we go back into Manus, I have a dedicated thumbnail generator over here. Like I've mentioned before, how I generate them, I can either generate them through Claude, send a request from Claude to Manus, or work directly in Manus. If you have all these different tools, you just have one place in which you can prompt everything, which is much faster than you having to use multiple tools, copying, pasting from here to there. Eventually, you find out that you're using so many tools, and then you have to mentally figure out which tool should I use to generate thumbnails, or which one should I use to generate slide decks. So these are just some of the initial ones. I just fed it an image of myself. As you can see, I've generated quite a lot of thumbnails. Some of them even expand on this side over here. I used to generate these thumbnails myself. I just given it maybe like a logo over here. For my more recent videos, I used the Claude icon. Last year, I was using the N8N icon because I was working more on N8N. And it would just take my image. Even though not perfect, it looks more or less like me, which I think is good enough. And it came up with the exact thumbnails that I use currently on my videos. So this is what it looks like, more or less. And what I'll generally do is I'll take these thumbnails and A/B test them on YouTube. We'll go more into the social media side of things later on, but this is just some background that you can use for future. What's nice about Manus is that you can either remove background or upscale the images if you want your images to be high resolution. Awesome. So now we've covered the whole content waterfall structure where we take one long form video. This can be anywhere between 2 minutes to 2 hours or maybe even longer. You transcribe it locally for free using the Parakeet model. You can either use Descript or use the Shorts Converter tool to generate 90-second videos. Once you transcribe it, you can use Claude to generate articles for you, for which you can post it to social media like Medium or LinkedIn. You can take the same transcript and create infographics, slideshows, image thumbnails, and more. You can even convert your long form video into a podcast. If it is that podcast type quality where you don't need to watch it, you can just listen to it and you'll get the gist of the content that you're speaking of. I'm not too big in the podcast because I have more visual content, so that's why it's not part of my arsenal. But as you can see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And if you add podcasts, maybe an audio format or an audio summary, you can have a 7th piece of content that you can post to social media. That's a full week's of content in just under an hour, maybe even less. So now that we've covered content repurposing, we'll now focus on how do we take all of this content and publish it all to social media all at once, and how we'll use Claude to generate all of the metadata for these various pieces of content. So we'll see you in the next lecture. Now, the thing that I didn't like about Social Boo is that you always have to manually insert all of these, which is quite mundane and very annoying to do, because every time you have to select the right things over and over again for all of the posts. So what I did was I created my own dashboard using their own API. You can go into the settings, get the API and import it into Claude as a skill, or you can build your very own dashboard. So this is a custom dashboard that I've created, and you'll get the exact dashboard that I have in my classroom under all VIP dashboards. And this saves me a ton of time. Number one, I can take my transcript, I can convert it into post content, AI generator over here to say transform with AI. It will use Gemini's 3.1 flashlight model, which is super fast and quite accurate. And I have options where if I'm generating a LinkedIn post for an article, I can just click on this and it will update accordingly. It will create one for the infographic as well, and for the slides. Or if I just want to spin it and turn it into something else, it will work. I can add in specific instructions over here to refine it a bit, and I can select all of the social media platforms that I want to distribute it to. So I would go over here, upload my video. All of the settings that we have set over here are set automatically, so we don't have to worry about that. And I've spent a lot of credits refining it myself. So you'd probably end up spending close to $500 to $1,000 refining this exact dashboard, but you can get it at no extra charge in my school community classroom. Now here's the secret sauce, and you won't find this anywhere. I like to multi-schedule my one post over the coming months. So I would post one today, I'd post one maybe a month from now, maybe on the 5th, and then maybe another one in July. So on the same day, more or less. And this will allow me to reach more people with the same piece of content. So I can have one post that did really, really well, take that post and post it over the coming months. I gather data for that post. And here's the thing, not everyone will see the exact same post. LinkedIn or any other social media platform will take that post and show it to different people. If you look at my LinkedIn analytics, I'll go to post impressions over the past 365 days. So you can see I've got close to 1 million impressions over the past year. You can see that this LinkedIn post has done well with over 34,000 impressions since it has launched. And what I like to do to save a lot of time and a lot of money is to take my top performing posts, the ones that are obviously relevant in today's day and time, and then repost it so that I get more people coming into my email list. I've got a ton of data that I can use, and I know with high certainty that these posts will do really well. Some posts I won't post again, like this Grok 4, because that was trending news. And it won't do that well because it's all news. I've posted this 3 months ago. This is this exact same post that I posted over here. This got close to 16,000 impressions. This one got about 14,000. And then I posted it again 1 month ago, 12,000 impressions. These are free impressions that you're getting. So back to the dashboard, we can save time and effort in taking the same piece of content, posting it multiple times with a month gap. This is where the magic happens. I would set a fixed comment to probably say, get my 10K per month school Claude automation course at this link. And this will be sent to Instagram, LinkedIn, Reddit, and Facebook. People who go onto the comments will be able to see the very first comment with my link in there. For Reddit, I've got a little button over here that can generate all of these fields automatically. So you can see this has changed. The best kind of feedback to wake up to, or how I make 10K per month with AI, my proven AI system. It fills in all of the tags. I can post it as a short or long form content, put it as unlisted so I can check it and then set the monetization as well. And whenever I'm ready, I can click schedule and it's all done. Now, this is a dashboard that I created with Claude and it took a lot of time and effort, but it really saves a lot of time and money because I'm not paying $29 per month. I'm only paying $19, but I'm not spending a lot of time having to customize all of this and then set all of this over and over again. I did mention it to the Social Boo team, but I decided to take things into my own hands. With the power of AI, I'm able to automatically spin the post content. I can create it for all of the different content types. I can set my max characters, obviously. I can distribute it to all social media platforms. I can select whether I want to do video posts or image posts only, which deactivates YouTube. I can take the same piece of content and distribute it over the next couple of months. And I have AI to automatically generate fields for me without having to set them manually. And whenever ready, I can push as a draft or schedule it straight to social media. Okay, so we've covered everything from ideation to creation to repurposing and to distribution or publishing. So in terms of content, once you have all of the systems in place, where do you actually send your prospects to? Well, there's a platform called Social Boo, which I use to distribute all of my content to all of the social media platforms, all in one click. There's also another site called, which is popular with most of the automators out there. But the problem that I found with Blotato is that their pricing. They charge $29 per month. Sure, you get unlimited threads, sources, AI writing, AI image and video generation, the 11 Labs AI voiceovers. They also give you access to the API, so you can include it as part of N8N or Claude Code or even OpenClaw if you want to. I've got other services that I use for that. So if you go to Social Boo, obviously they're not as refined as Blotato, but for the task that I need it for, it works perfectly. And this is only $19 per month, and I'm not in any way affiliated with them. So currently how it works is, if you have a piece of content, you can say create post. You can select all of the social media platforms that you want. If you are uploading a video, you will have YouTube selected. If you are not, then you would have to disable YouTube because YouTube doesn't support images and text posts. But generally, I upload to my X account, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, LinkedIn, as well as my organizational LinkedIn account, as well as Reddit. And why I recommend this strategy is because you never know when one piece of content will blow up on which social media platform. So you might be optimizing for LinkedIn, but it actually blows up on Instagram. Or you might not think that this post is good for X. All this time you've been focusing on LinkedIn, but now you're starting to get much more views on X or Twitter. So it's a great way to not put all of your eggs in one basket. You distribute it and diversify. So if the algorithm changes on one platform, you know that you are safe because you have other channels that you're building a following on. Now, if I had to upload a video, I would go over here, upload that shorts that we created in the last video. I would type in a LinkedIn post to say that this is about AI automation. This is the post that will follow, and you go into options. You can go into each one, add in a comment. So here I would put in a link, say, check out my school community. I'll be like, get my 10K Claude course in my school community. So you sell what's inside your community rather than the community itself. So you'd have one comment there. I'll probably copy this into Facebook, put it as title. So the title would be this one here. This is AI automation post. You put in your comments And you'd basically do the same thing for all of them. This is public to everyone, allow comments, all of that. You do the same thing for Instagram, post the comments here. You can even attach a thumbnail if you wanted to. For LinkedIn, you can just post the comments. And for Reddit, you can post a comment as well as the title. And this would be the body, and this will be the call to action. So when structuring your post for all of them, you can follow a certain framework. We have already spoken about the PASS framework, the problem, agitation, solution. So you can say, are you struggling with document automation? Do you find processing documents very mundane and repetitive? Or are you using it in ChatGPT, but you just find out that you're prompting and reprompting over and over again, consuming a lot of your time? I've worked with companies that are doing document processing. We worked with Aussies who are currently doing visa migration documents, and it takes them a lot of time to be able to process the documents. We've created a document automation system. You'd post an image or whatever it is and say, we have done this. They have cut their time from 8 hours a day to 4 hours a day. So that's a 50% time savings. If you'd like that, comment document automation or automation down below and we'll send you the link. So that's typically how I do it over here. Okay, welcome back. So we've covered everything from content ideation with Claude, content creation, what hardware to use, video editing, and more recently, how do we turn one piece of content into 7 or more pieces of content? So once you have all of your content in one place, how do you go about publishing it to all of the social media platforms? Now you could go individually to YouTube, upload it one by one. Sometimes it will want to verify that it's you. Going to Instagram, upload it there. Then you got TikTok, X, Reddit, Medium. There's just too many. To ensure that I don't lose my mind uploading every single piece of content to all of the different social media platforms, there's a way that you can automate it. There are a couple of options. If you go into here, that we've used N8N to publish to the various social media platforms. But doing it this way is very hard. You may need to be more technically savvy in order to implement these. But what if you don't want to implement it in N8N and you just want to implement it in Claude or have a separate dashboard to distribute your content? Before, I would post content to social media platforms. My call to action would be to say comment, automation, and I'll send you the link down below. And the reason why we do this is because social media platforms don't like for you to send people to outside of their ecosystem. So looking at one of the posts, I'll essentially create my hook to say I used to hate budgeting, and then I put in the body based on the PASS or SLAY frameworks. And then I would tell them to comment a certain keyword. It could be CFO, it could be automation, and then people will go down. They will either comment. If you look at this post, people have commented results. If they do respond, I'll send you a direct message. I'll go to that person, send them a link to both my free community as well as my paid community. Over here, I'll say, let me know what you're trying to automate. Happy to point you in the right workflow. This is just to create a conversation so you can find out who they are, what they do, and maybe get them as a paying client for a bespoke project. Sometimes this becomes mundane, and you can create automations that will automatically message them once they respond. So I used to have a virtual assistant replying to all of them, but I'm using this new tool called SendPilot, which will automatically direct message these prospects. And if they haven't connected with us already, we'll send it to them via the comment section. I think it's pretty cool because we can see how many leads we have gotten. Currently using the lifetime version of SendPilot, so I don't have to pay on a monthly basis. I am planning on moving from Dripify. We'll dive into Dripify a little bit later because currently I'm paying around $79 per month just to use Dripify, whereas I don't have to pay anything extra for SendPilot. So I just need to reset up my campaigns here in SendPilot and then migrate away from Dripify. But getting back to the strategy, people will comment automation and then we send them either to our email list or pre-school community. Now you're probably asking, okay, which one do we send them to? So this is our rented audience. This is from all of the various social media platforms. It could be YouTube, TikTok, X, you name it. And we want to bring our rented audience into our owned audience. So before I was sending people to my email list and that worked and I could email them almost every day. And then I made a big mistake of sending them to Notion because I wanted to build more trust. So in Notion, I would have all of these lead magnets. People will consume the value that I've given over here with the prompt that I've given them. And then I would lead them directly into my school community. This is the paid one. Now the problem is there's a chance they will look at this and not even implement it. Maybe they collect it and then set it aside and not come back to it because they've forgotten about it, because there's so much content out there. They'll probably move on to the next thing and the next thing because there's so much noise on social media. But if you collect them and send them directly to your email list, you can follow up and nurture them until they're ready to buy. So it's great that you're learning from my mistakes. And the reason why I went the Notion route initially is because I saw other people were doing the same thing. Sure, Notion is great, but if you're not saving them to some sort of list, you're throwing all of your hard work and money away. And then I came across what other people were doing, and it seems to be working quite well. They're sending people not to an email list, but to a free school community. It didn't make sense initially why I have two communities, a free and a paid. I just couldn't understand that until I saw for myself. I created my free school community over here called the Corporate Automation Hub. And within a few days, I have 90 members. If I upgrade to the paid version of school, I'll be able to see where all of these members are from. You can more or less see where they're coming from, which is great. But within the next week or two, I'll probably upgrade to the $99 per month plan. And I'll tell you why, because you'll be able to see where exactly are they coming from. So if I had to look at all of these blobs, I could see that some people are coming from YouTube, a lot more people come from LinkedIn. This looks like TikTok, Direct, and I'm not sure where this is coming from. But previously, I've never had this information before. I never knew where people were coming from. I would just send everyone to my opt-in page and hope they'll upgrade to one of my premium tiers. The biggest problem was I never knew which platform to focus on. If they were coming from LinkedIn, I could have focused more on creating more LinkedIn posts. Or if they're coming from YouTube, but they weren't converting as well on YouTube, then I'll figure out another strategy to make sure that I get more people coming from YouTube and that they convert much better. If you look at this in terms of the conversion rate, I'm getting a 12.9% conversion rate. This gives me some idea on how to improve this for future. You can see more people are coming from Facebook. This could probably be from Facebook ads. LinkedIn, there's a lot of people coming from LinkedIn as well as YouTube. People are coming directly from the school network, which is because of this new discovery feature. They are yet to correctly categorize me because I'm in the money category, but I'll probably eventually tell them to move me to the tech one. With the new upgrades coming, they're going to have subcategories, and probably AI automation will be one of them. And then you could even have a classroom where you can put all of your lead magnets and valuable stuff that people can consume. You lead them from your community into your paid community, or you could even make this a freemium community where you can have new resources like dashboards and artifacts that they can unlock for maybe a once-off payment. I've enrolled in quite a few free communities and I'm learning from each of them to see what are they doing, how are they doing it, are they having it purely free and then upgrade to the paid community, or are they doing the freemium model? And then from your own audience, we want them to become paying members, and this would simply be sent to the paid school community. Like I mentioned, this is not the only way to do things. You don't have to follow me. You can see what other people are doing. I'm only doing this because I've seen a lot of people become very successful very fast on school, and I'm in no way affiliated with them. Previously, I would send them to an email list, and the email list would go to my Kajabi membership course, which I have my corporate automation library there as well. I'm moving it more now to school because I really love the simplicity of the school platform. Everything is very intuitive. It seems like everything is on one page. It loads fast. I can communicate with all of my members here. I can put all of my course material here. I can give them value and solve certain problems. We can have weekly workshops. I can see all of my members who are canceling, who are churning. I can see where people are around the world. You can see there's a lot of people from the US, here in South Africa, India, and Europe. And we can also have leaderboards. We can have different competitions and people can win a whole bunch of things, prizes, like my premium dashboards over here. Once they've joined my community, we can also upsell them to the premium or VIP school community. This is how you can make more money for the same amount of effort. You'll need some value proposition and offering to make sure that you are giving them more value. You can offer them more time of yours. You can offer them maybe, like I'm doing, maybe various artifacts or dashboards that can help solve certain problems. And you can even upsell them later on to custom bespoke projects, typically in the range of maybe $2,000 to $15,000. once off. This is an overly simplified high-level overview of my content strategy. You create content, people comment automation, or if your post is doing really well and you're getting a lot of comments, it's taking a lot to respond to them. What I typically do is I change the call to action to say, to get this lead magnet, go directly to this link. And I know it sounds contradictory to what I said before, but I only change this when I reach over 200 comments or maybe over 10,000 impressions. Then I change it to links, and it makes it much more easier to go from my rented audience to my owned audience. Great, so that wraps up content creation. We've delved into content ideation with Claude, content creation, content repurposing, publishing and distribution, how to repurpose content using the structure, how to turn one piece of content into multiple pieces of content, and also distribute them with a monthly gap, as well as the high-level content strategy. And like I mentioned, all of the resources will be in my paid school community over here. We'll see you in the next video. Welcome to Module 7 of How I Make 10K per month with Claude course. In this module, we're going to cover exactly what cold outreach is as part of your toolkit of how to get leads, content creation, cold outreach, paid ads, and warm outreach. In this module, I'm going to show you what outreach is, what tools I personally use. We're going to go into how to scrape leads from databases like Sales Navigator and Apollo, how to write automated messages with Claude, and start your very first cold outreach campaign. Let's get into it. So first, what is cold outreach? Well, cold outreach is basically reaching out to people that don't know you. People who have never heard about you, they have never seen a post from you, complete strangers. So how do we use cold outreach to get leads and thus make money? It's a bit different compared to content creation, which is you create content and then people find you. Here, you're looking for people and you go out and find them. So how cold outreach works is you would use a platform, and this platform can be used to scrape leads. And once you scrape the leads, you can then go on to sending them messages. So this is typically what it looks like. You scrape leads and you send them messages. Now there's more complexity. The thing people get confused about is what messages do you send? How do you send it? When do you send it? Which do you send it via LinkedIn, or do you send it via email, or both? And those are the questions that we're going to be answering in this module. You can also take things a step further by personalizing messages. And depending on which platform you use, you can create very hyper-personalized campaigns. But I've been getting decent results by just having templatized messages. And we'll go into that in just a bit. Okay, so let's take a look at all of the tools that exist. When looking at cold outreach, a lot of people instantly gravitate to Instantly, which is the industry standard for cold outreach. Currently, their pricing starts at $47 per month. They've got outreach, they've got AI credits if you want to go VIP for those custom packages. You can go into Instantly and check out exactly what they offer and all of the features that they have. You can see that they have unlimited email accounts. So this means that instead of sending emails just from one account, you can only send up to 35 emails per day. If you have 10, then you can send 350 emails per day. And the reason why you have different accounts is because if you send a lot of emails from one account, your emails may end up getting flagged into spam. So I was trying another service called Smart Lead, and I didn't have much luck because back then I was testing different email copies and I wasn't successful. And I've learned a lot from this one course, which I'll share with you in just a bit. But yeah, we've got Instantly, we've got Smart Lead, we've also got Claude AI. Claude is really great because it allows you to send hyper-personalized messages. It allows you to enrich them with phone numbers so you can get them on either LinkedIn, via WhatsApp, and email. And they obviously have higher tiers if you are a sales agency, where you can integrate with an API and send them all to your CRM. This is particularly useful, but I particularly don't use any of these, mainly because they're quite expensive. There are cheaper ways in order to do sales scraping. If you head over to my corporate automation library, you'll see a section called Sales. Over here, you'll see the eggs that I use to scrape leads, enrich them, and do cold outreach. So definitely have a look at phase 6 of our school community classroom. So I'm going to show you now how I'm currently doing outreach. As I've mentioned before, I have a tool called Repurposing, which mostly focuses on LinkedIn, because what I found with LinkedIn is that it has better deliverability compared to email. If you look at my old campaign, I only had 21% acceptance rate and a response rate of 8.1%. After taking this one course that I'll show you in a bit, as I mentioned earlier, I've managed to get to 47.5% acceptance rate and up to 18.2% response rate. Repurposing costs $79 per month, which is a bit much any subscription. That's why I'm trying to migrate to SendPilot, and I'll keep you guys informed on my results there. I went on AppSumo and I got a lifetime deal of SendPilot. You could probably get a lifetime deal at $69 once off. There are other tiers that you can check out, but having a lifetime deal saves a lot of money. I could probably use that $79 per month for ad spend. So while I'm still on Dripify, I'm going to show you the exact campaign that I'm currently using to get leads. So this is the overall dashboard. It shows you how many pending invitations. You probably want to retract some of your invitations so you don't reach the 1,000 connection limit. And first, I'm going to show you how to create a brand new campaign. So you'll see that we use Appify in order to scrape leads from Apollo. So because we already have this in my school classroom, you can definitely have a look at phase 6 for that. Instead, I'm going to show you in Dripify how I set up my campaign. If you click a new campaign over here, you'll find a place where you can add leads. This can be from a basic LinkedIn search. So I can click over here and click next, and it's going to ask me for the URL. So if I go here and look for AI automation, or probably AI automation CEOs or agencies, I can click over here. I can look for clients by clicking on people. And this is the link that you want to copy. So you won't need Sales Navigator for this. So here it says it found 242 people that you can add, right? You can add the maximum amount and click next. Now I'm not going to create a new campaign because I'm going to show you how to do this via Sales Navigator. So as you can see, my Sales Navigator just expired, but you can definitely try it out for free for the first 30 days. I'm obviously not affiliated with them. What is nice is that it allows you to hone in on your particular ICP or ideal client profile. So if I'm looking for CEOs, you won't be able to find out how much revenue they're earning, but you can find out their headcount. So I can specify I want companies that have between 50 to 100 people in terms of headcount, and then put in all of the keywords that I need. Within SendPilot, they have this new lead database where you can search for all of these people. So I'm going to search for CEO. I'm going to search for AI automation or just automation. So you need to keep in mind, who are you actually targeting? Are you targeting just business owners, or are you targeting people who are actively practicing AI automation? And because I made this mistake where I was looking for people who are already practicing AI automation and don't really need my services, they probably could be anywhere between beginners or advanced users. So if I want to send people to my school community and teach people more about automation, they could be business owners or they could be automation agencies. So I can type in what job title they are, maybe managers, and you can ask Claude who your ICP is. So I'm going to go through all of this quickly and tell Claude what I'm looking for my ideal client profile before we start a campaign. And this is the same process that you'll use within LinkedIn Sales Navigator. So I'm going to say, help me find my ICP and keywords to use. I'm currently in the lead database. This could be in Sales Navigator or SendPilot or whichever ones I'm using. I need job titles, job seniority, job departments, person location. Let's target people in South Africa for now because I have credibility and I've worked on quite a few projects here. Languages will probably be English. We don't need language proficiency. I can also type in LinkedIn username or URL if I need to, and whether I need to target exact job title matching. In terms of company, we have the industry, company keywords, quote is location. Number of employees is important because that determines what their revenue is. Are they a public company, self-owned, partnership, self-employed, non-profit, and educational one? Company domains, SIC code. If we don't need some of these, populate. Are we doing B2B as a toggle or publicly traded? Financials, we have an option for financials here, the funding period if we need to, experience, education, certifications, recommendations, web insights, reviews, company insights, technology, job postings, intent. We can select intent and intent score, and news. We don't need to fill up all of them, just the basics so that we can get some leads that we can start doing cold outreach to. Tell me what keywords do I need to search for this. So as you can see, I've just dictated all of the settings. I could essentially just copy all of this and then paste it into Claude and ask Claude to help me out. But the thing that you have to keep in mind is, what is your goal? So I'm going to tell it, my goal is to get people to either enroll into my corporate automation library so that they can learn automations and see how they can grow the company, save time, save money, reduce human error. I want to do bespoke automations for them. I already have my cold outreach messages where I propose I will do a free automation for them, and they only have to pay me once they see it working and they are happy with it. That's what I'm currently offering. Help me figure out what to put into this lead database extractor. This is just a rough draft of what I would typically say to Claude to help me out and find them. Because it knows a lot about me, it has memory about me, it's going to think about all of that and put together the best ICP that I can use to search for my leads. This is the lead extractor. We can start building our database once we extract leads, or we can open up LinkedIn search. If we click on here, we'll do the same thing that we did on Repify, people who have engaged in our posts. And we have a lot of those because I've been active on social media. We can use Sales Navigator, so we can extract leads from there, or check out our lead database here. So if you look at what Claude has gotten back to us, it said we have to look for people that are founders, co-founders, CEOs, MDs, and so on. People in South Africa, because we have worked with companies like Momentum and Tshwane University of Technology, which are big recognizable brands here in South Africa. So if you have those credentials, definitely flex them. Job seniority, we're going to select these. Job departments, entrepreneurship, operations and marketing. Location, which is good. Language is English. And then these are all of the company folders that we'll use. Company keywords, headquarter location, number of employees 11 to 50, which seems good. And then we can add 51 to 200 if the volume is low. No, mainly because the bigger the company, the more red tape you have to go through in order to get approval for your AI automations. And then we can skip all of these for now. It has given us some keywords, which are quite good. And I'm pretty happy with what Claude has given us over here. I'm going to show you an existing campaign that I have currently. If you go to the CEO one, this will show you the audience that we have. And this is the sequence that we're going to implement our cold outreach. And this is the exact automated sequence that we're going to use to send cold outreach messages to. So now we've gotten to a point where we've scraped all our leads, whether it could be from Sales Navigator or Apollo, or you can import leads from LinkedIn search. Wherever you get leads from, we import them into any software such as Trify or SendPilot. And now we're getting to the stage where we're going to send them messages. Remember that course that I told you about? I found a good cold outreach course by Nick Sarev. It's a 4-hour course. So I recommend that you watch it from start to finish because it has information on the psychology of cold outreach. I'm going to be covering the high level. You can hit the ground running. I created this dashboard using Claude within Cursor. So in this dashboard, it has all of the knowledge base based on that course video that I've shown you earlier, including the 4-step framework, the 7 psychological principles, the offer formula, as well as the iteration rules. And I can go through each one and learn all of them and basically reinforce my learning as I go about and become more proficient in cold outreach. So you can learn and review, go through all of the topics. I can learn about, for example, what are micro commitments? How should social proof be used in cold outreach? I can reveal the answer once I've thought about it a bit. And I find this useful to reinforce my knowledge. Like we've mentioned, you shouldn't purely rely on AI to do everything for you. You should actually think about things. Does it make sense? There's a couple of examples I've came across where I had to apply my human intelligence in order to augment the AI or artificial intelligence. And it's good. Firstly, I would recommend watching this 4-hour video, then using this dashboard that I created in our dashboard section over here to be able to get a head start in cold outreach. And I'm going to walk you through exactly what's happening over here. I took this video and broke it down into various or standard operating procedures. If you gave this guide to someone, they should be able to do cold outreach for you. And this covers all of the principles like psychology of trust, the 3 components of great outbound campaigns, the 4-step copywriting framework, monetization tactics for cold outreach, and so on. These are all MD files that are stored within my Cursor dashboard and project. I have my profile that I set up over here to say who I am, what I do, my company, my website, my client profiles, so that we can use it in our messaging campaigns. This is where the actual campaigns work. I can go through each of these messages, LinkedIn message 1, message 2, message 3, as well as generate emails. I can give it a campaign name based on the people that I'm looking for. I can give some prospective founders, CEOs, these, create campaign. I can click generate to generate some of these messages. So what's nice about this dashboard is that I can use any model to generate this text over here, and it can evaluate each of the texts based on the 7 criteria over here. And this is based on Nick Sarev's 7 principles of why people say yes to strangers. It goes through all of the principles, such as give first, which means that I'll do some free work for you. Say I'll give you a free audit. Then you go into micro commitments, where we start with a tiny task to get your foot in the door, and then you gradually escalate from there. And in social proof, you show who you worked with, how many reviews you have, how many testimonials, and then you show your authority. I have over 63,000 LinkedIn followers, as well as 121,000 followers on YouTube. And then you build some rapport with them. You mirror the communication, the punctuation style. Scarcity, you have limited availability, but don't use fake scarcity to say, I've only got 2 positions available. Work with me now, otherwise you'll lose out. Use genuine scarcity. And what I mean by that is that, you only have a certain amount of hours within your day, and you have 10 clients, you can only work with maybe 2 more clients before you close your doors. And then we have shared identity. You probably say, hey, we are both CEOs. I've solved this for this company. You'll use the tonality, jargon, voice, and style of how founders or agencies or freelancers talk and put that into your message. So we can generate a whole bunch of LinkedIn messages, emails, and all of that. And this is the one that I did for founders. If you look at some of the messages that we generated, I'm going to go through the ones that I actually have running right now in our lead campaign over here. What will happen is that we'll automatically follow the client. From 1,000 leads, we can see how many people we can follow. If we click on this, nothing happens. Once we follow them, it will automatically send them an invite. Some people will accept, some people will decline. The more people we invite, we can get interested in our product and services. You can either leave it blank. I'm actually testing whether we send an invite with a blank message versus an opening message. The thing with sending a personalized note is that you'll always have to resume a campaign, because the campaigns in the inbox will stop if they send us a message. And we don't want to keep on messaging them if they have already responded to us. So here we can send, hey, first name. This is the personalization, which is more templatized than personalized. Came across your profile while looking at industry leaders in country, and I thought I should reach out and connect. Now, sometimes it gets us wrong. You can hard code this to say founders, business managers, because sometimes the titles are very extraordinary and they can see that it was sort of AI or automated. So those are some things that I want to test out. Then from there, they accept it. We like their post. We then send them a message. So this is the message that I'm sending currently, where I say, hey, their first name, thanks for connecting. I've been speaking with a lot of people in this position in industry lately, and the same pattern keeps on popping up. High-paid teams are very repetitive admin and manual handoffs. They could be automated. We recently did this for Momentum and cut their manual data entry completely. Took us less than a week to build and demo. I'd like to do for your company, tell me a single worst bottleneck. We'll jump on a quick call, scope it out, and I'll build an automation at no charge. You only pay if you see it running and love it. Worth a quick chat. And if they are keen on it, then obviously we'll jump on the call and we'll close the deal using the Claude Framework. If you're interested, the Claude Framework was created by Alex Amosi, and we'll go into that at a later stage. But for now, this is the first and most important message, because after this, people just drop off exponentially. I have had people respond to me after the 4th message, but after the first message, I then go into saying in a shorter message, of course, to say, hey, not sure if document processing is a big bottleneck. So I'm naming a couple of problems that they may typically have, which could be document processing. And then I mentioned my social proof, my portfolio, who I've worked with. Just curious to see if your company is still handling document processing. I endorse their skills. I send them more messages. And if you want to get all of these messages and message templates, or even my cold outreach dashboard, you'll find the prompts in my 10K Claude business course and the dashboards over here in phase 14. In this message, I say, I know some teams prefer handling AI internally rather than outsourcing. So I have an option to do CPD approved training workshops for them to improve their skills. They are doing AI internally and don't want to hire any external agency. So that's called outreach in a nutshell. And if they decline my invite or they don't see the invite, view their profile, we like their post, and then we have Tripify to extract their email, for which we send them the exact same sequence, more or less, to their emails. And I'll have the same campaign that you can copy and paste, or maybe tweak for your own, based on your profile, your clients that you're looking for, which follows more or less the same steps. I've had much more success in my second campaign to my first campaign, and I have a lot of prospects that I'm now looking to close. I've just recently closed a $10,000 deal with a company for one of these bespoke projects that came through Cold Outreach. So you can see how powerful this is. Once you send out your messages, you can check out the statistics. Over the past 90 days, April was quite active compared to March, and May is just now picking up. We are now in early May. We can see how many leads are in progress. It takes a while to get through 1,000 leads. So I just signed up for Sales Navigator. I scraped 1,000 leads and just put them into this, and I can cancel Sales Navigator until I eventually complete this campaign. Or if you're on SendPilot, you can use their filtering system for free, or unless you finish your monthly credits. So that's essentially Cold Outreach. We scrape leads, do some personalization or templatization. We find our ICP, we build a campaign, and then we almost set and forget it. The only active stuff I do is I look at my unread messages. I either resume campaign if they have responded to me, and I can also see that it's working. And if they do respond to me and if they are interested, then I'll go ahead and start closing the deal. Obviously, I'm not a cold outreach expert. There are many other ways to do cold outreach, but this is the way that I'm doing it, and that's currently making me money. You can also run experiments over time to say, I've done this. I've sent these messages out. This is what worked, what didn't work, how many leads I got. Record all of that here in the experiment section so that when you do come back to the AI advisor, it has all of this information and can draft you new messages for your next campaign, and also give you some ideas on what you can do different from your old campaigns. So I can ask a whole bunch of questions to say, look, these are my results from Dripify. Do I need to change my messaging? This is how many calls I've closed. These are the common objections that I'm getting from my clients. I'll probably tell it that people are saying that they have internal teams. How do I handle this kind of message? Or is there a better offering that I can offer these people? Or maybe I have to target a completely different ICP in order to find people that are more interested in my kind of services. They could be small businesses, they could be big businesses. Obviously, they should have money to pay for your services, but this is just a high level. My goal is to get you started with cold outreach. The only way you're going to learn is by implementing it. I've given you all of the tools, from learning how to do cold outreach, building out your SOPs, customizing it for your business, creating your campaigns, running your experiments, and getting help from your AI advisor. What's really cool about this dashboard that I've created is that I can ask multiple LLMs, even upgrade this to Claude 4.7, and basically the council of AIs can give me advice on what to do, rather than having just one LLM give me advice, which may or may not be wrong. If I have multiple opinions from the council, then it'll give me greater confidence in implementing those types of solutions. Whatever is mentioned here is based on the standard operating procedures that we have developed for all of the sections, from the full funnel, checking your analytics, guarantees and risk reversal. This is one of the ones that we have implemented. If we don't do it in time, you don't pay, or we'll do all of the work upfront. Only if you like it, then I'll ask you to work with me. Or if you're not satisfied in time, we'll refund you every cent. We're creating an offer so great that they'll feel stupid saying no. This is one of the philosophies that I've learned from Alex Hormozi. So yeah, that wraps up cold outreach. There's obviously more that we can talk about, but in a nutshell, we've gone through what cold outreach is, what tools exist, like Instantly, Clay, Dripify, SendPilot. I showed you the tools that I'm using, how I'm using Dripify with Sales Navigator, how to write your automated messages with Claude. It doesn't have to be Claude. You can use other AIs depending on which ones you like, or have a council of AIs that can guide you based on these standard operating procedures. And I've also shown you how to start a campaign where we scrape leads, get them from some sort of database, we create our campaign, and start the campaign. And now it's just a matter of following up. I highly recommend that you do content creation with cold outreach, because cold outreach happens in the background. Sure, it takes some time to start learning how to do cold outreach, but once you set it up correctly and use some of the templates that I offer in my school community, you'll definitely get a head start and start getting leads and start making money. And before we end off and go to the next module, I'd really like for you to comment on how you're finding this course so far. Are you finding it valuable? If you are, post it in our community, whether in the paid or free community. And if you are getting any sort of results, if you are making money, if you are getting impressions, getting results on social media, please let me know either via direct message, via email, or via the school community. I'd love to see and share your results with the community. That's it. Next off, we'll go into paid ads, which I'll see you in the next video. Welcome to Module 8 of How I Make 10K per month using Claude course. In prior modules, up till now, we have created our winning offer and we've looked at ways in which you can get leads through content, cold outreach, and in this module, we'll be focusing on paid ads. I'm going to go into currently how I'm doing paid ads. We're not going to be focusing too much on the setup because there's plenty other experts who specialize in meta ads. I'm going to show you more or less how to go about doing it and what works and what doesn't so that you can go about setting up your ads. Then I'm going to show you how to use Claude to create your creatives as well as analyze your ads and see what's working and what to cut off. We can use Manus via Claude or just Manus natively to extract analytics from a meta ads campaign and do analysis on them. And like I mentioned, I'm not a meta ads expert. I'm still learning along the way. So keep that in mind as we go along. Now looking at my meta ads campaign, I currently have one single campaign focusing on my corporate automation library school community. How it's currently working is that I'm creating ads and these ads are going straight to the paid school community. Now I could send them to the free school community, but then I would need to do extra work to convert them from free to paid. There are quite a few people that you can learn from in terms of doing Facebook ads quite well. But the thing that you need to understand is we create ads not to promote our school community. It's more to promote what's inside our school community. So that could be our Claude course, our different types of automations. So essentially you can think of school as our town. And inside our town, we have a bakery. We want to say that this is the best bakery that you can ever eat at. And on top of that, we can also sell our cookies, which the bakery makes. So we can say, if you come to this bakery, you'll get these very fantastic cookies or cakes. You should definitely try them out rather than saying you have a town. You could probably tell them, come to this town where you'll find the best bakery that cooks the best cookies. That's the high level of how you should approach it. What's nice about sending ads to school is that you can see the direct conversions. If it's going through another community that converts there and then converts to the paid school community. So over here, I have my campaign that I'm running. I've spent a lot because I'm still trying to learn as much as I can. From there, I spent over $1,000 and I've gotten $55 cost per result. And in total, I've got about 19 people who have signed up to my school community. If I'm charging $17 per month, I'm actually running at a loss if I'm going to keep running this. So something has got to change. As we go through this, think of this as a living course. I'm going to be running experiments and over time, you're going to see what's working and what's not working. So let's start off with what I have. I only have one ad set and a couple of ads. I did have much more ads, but for some reason they got banned. I'm not sure why. Meta doesn't want to tell me why. And if you do run into this issue, just delete your ads and just start again. There's no way around it. And it's futile to fight with Meta's support system, which is actually very bad. Okay, so I have a whole bunch of ads that I ran. I have had much more profitable ads, but I deleted them. And essentially what I'm doing is I'm selling these different agent systems like sales, marketing, content. And I'm also looking at some of the results that I've had to showcase that using our Claude agent system, you could achieve over 161,000 impressions in the past 30 days. Currently, I've only been testing image ads and I will be testing video ads very soon. So some of the things that I've learned from this is Facebook has introduced a new update to meta ads. It's called the Andromeda update, which means that they're using more AI to match your ads with your ideal customer, the ones that will buy actually. And it takes about 50 leads for it to learn. But if you're not getting any traction, then it'll take longer to learn. I'm not going to go through the setup because there's a lot of tutorials out there that can show you exactly how to set it up better than I can. I'm just going to show you what I have currently. I've linked it up to my Facebook page and my Instagram profile. You can also connect it to your Threads profile. I uploaded one image, a single image of video. You can also upload a carousel. You put in your website to your school community or your landing page, whatever you want to be there. And make sure that you have tracking enabled because without your tracking pixels, you will not know how many sales you've gotten. I've connected it to Meta and now I can monitor exactly how many sales I'm getting. I have a variety of primary text that I can test. So I'm testing out different variations, see what works, what doesn't work. And Meta will run these different ads and see how many sales are we actually getting. So what's next for Meta ads? So number one, I'm going to stop publishing image ads because they're not doing that well. I'm going to be testing out VSLs or video sales letters. And video sales letters comprise of 11 steps. This is the VSL framework. So we start off with frame 1, which is the pattern interrupt. So I'm not sure if you've seen those videos where they copy a viral hook from some other video. So one where there's tension, where someone throws food at your car, but then they turn it around and they actually give you the food back. So you can see this tension. There's one where a roller coaster almost looks like it's going to hit someone's head, but they switch it up into something else. There's different types of pattern interrupts, and you can search online to see what people are doing in their ads. I would recommend going on to Instagram and TikTok, seeing what ads people are putting out there for your particular niche, and then just doing something very similar to that. You're not going to be copying, you're going to be modeling. There's a difference. They call it the Steal Like an Artist framework. You should definitely check that out. Cool. So you have your pattern interrupt. So this is a visual or audio disruption that breaks the scroll. If you don't break the scroll, then people will just end up scrolling past yours, no matter how good your video is. So sudden movements, bold text overline, jump cut, an unexpected face or object. This is the trigger stop. Then you have the hook. The hook gets people interested. So sure, the pattern interrupt shows something crazy, but then you need to relate it back into what you're selling. So the hook will be a verbal claim or promise to say, you can be like, hey, are you struggling with AI automation? Or, okay, that's a silly example. It's like, hey, are you struggling with manual or repetitive document processing? Something like that could be your hook. Or you can say, this is how I went from 0 to 100,000 in 30 days. That's a very good hook. But you have to make sure that you can prove your promise. Do something contrarian, like say, stop using ChatGPT, use Claude instead. Or stop talking to AI, build these AI autonomous agents instead. You call out your ideal client profile to say, are you a business owner struggling with X, Y, and Z? Then we go into the problem call out. You make sure that you hit the pain, hit it hard. Are you struggling to automate your videos? Do you take 10 hours to edit one video? Then you go into the credibility drop. Then I'll be like, my name is Ritesh Kanji from Augmented AI. I've helped over 120,000 subscribers on my YouTube channel with AI. We've worked with big companies like Momentum, Aussies, and Tshwane University of Technology, automate their videos, documents, and platforms, and save them thousands of dollars. And then you go into the cost of inaction. So you lay down the options for them. You say, sure, you can do this on your own, but you'd rather pay us $17 per month and you get access to all of these dashboards. If you don't take action, you'll lose thousands of dollars. You'll waste over 20 hours a week and your outputs will be prone to human error. Things like that. And then you go into the solution to say, we have the corporate automation library and it has these automations, skills, and courses which you can implement in your own business and can save you thousands of dollars or something like that. And then you show the proof, you show testimonials, real numbers, names, and you can showcase the people you've worked with. Like for me, I would showcase my YouTube blog, as well as flex my 63,000 followers on LinkedIn. Now, you may not have all of these followers, but as you build up, you should start using the credibility that you have and the clients that you've worked with such that people will trust you more. And then you can reveal the offer. So this is the solution. The solution is to have a set of automations. The automations are in the corporate automation library. Then you can say it's only cost $17 per month. If you're not happy, you can have a full refund. Or if you're doing a bespoke automation, you can say, we'll build this automation for you. If you don't like it, you don't have to pay us anything. But if you do, then you can pay us, like we mentioned in the cold outreach module. And then you can say urgency, we are having a sale. The sale will only be available for the next 2 days. Get it now, otherwise you can end up paying more. Lock in your rate now. Or we have limited slots, or if when we reach 200 members, we're going to increase our pricing from $17 to $29 per month. And then finally, the call to action. If you want to get into AI automation and learn all this cool stuff, then click the link down below. It's a very rough example, but you can follow this VSL framework, and I'll have this in our How I Make 10K per month with Claude course, somewhere around here. So that's essentially how I'm doing ads. Like I mentioned, I haven't gotten ideal results right here, but I do have data and I'm going to be learning from this data. I'm going to be learning from other people as well. And maybe I'll create my own dashboard that will allow me to get data and from the data create corresponding ads that can probably be AI generated also. Cool. So this is not the end of this module. I'll definitely be uploading newer videos and showcasing my results as I go about learning meta ads. Cool. Next, we'll touch on warm outreach and I'll see you then. Welcome back to module 9. This is the final part of our core 4 for getting leads. We've spoken about content creation, cold outreach, paid ads, and now we're talking about warm outreach. Warm outreach is essentially people that already know you. An example of warm audience could be your friends, your family. Obviously, if you're like me, you probably don't want to pitch to your friends and family. But you do get people who would genuinely support you. And then you can also talk to friends of friends and their connections and try to reach out to as many people as you can. Other people that fall part of warm outreach are the people who come from social media. They know you, they see your content, they're a little bit warmer, and they eventually convert from your rented audience to your own audience. So we've seen over here, we have our rented audience. There could be warm people there, but they'll be much more warmer if they are part of your own audience. So this could be part of your email list or your free school community. A few days after I launched my free school community, I've got close to 92 members. And I think this was literally 4 days ago. People will come from all walks of life. If they're already paying members, then they are the hottest audience. So the goal is to get your warm audience and nurture them into becoming paying members. The way that I'm doing this is that I have a WhatsApp group called the Corporate Automation Library. I send posts and updates, and people who like them, they'll eventually convert from WhatsApp into my school community. So this WhatsApp group over here has around 649 members. These are all free members, and it's also a good way to update people who don't normally go onto school. It reminds them to go there and check all of the updates there. I also have another group called the Artificial Intelligence Elite Group, and this group has over 1,000 members. Now, because of Facebook's WhatsApp rules, I had to create another group because I've saturated this group's max amount of members. What's nice is that if you have multiple groups, you can have a community or a newsletter that you can send out here. So this is a one-way communication. Any new updates that I create, I'll send them here, and anyone who's part of any one of my groups will get this notification. There'll be some people who leave, but if they're not interested in what I'm talking about, then obviously they shouldn't be there. I only want to track people who are interested in all of the cool stuff that we are working on in our community. We're trying to go from our warm audience, who's more likely to buy, to our paid school community, and some of them will upgrade to the premium school or the VIP school coaching service, or we'll end up doing custom bespoke projects for them. The way that you do this is that you nurture them by giving even more value. So let's say that you attract a lot of people through short form content or shorts. Then you'd have long form content to say, okay, this is how you did it. Give all of the secret sauce away. Then you can go deeper inside your paid community. So initially you're giving them some value with your own audience, and then as paying members, you're giving them the max value. So I'm just going to put you giving them a lot of value, and this value will help them solve a problem, give them expertise to solve the problem themselves, or they'll come to you to solve the problem because they don't have time, they've got the money. So it's a win-win. Other forms of value that you can give, you could have competitions. So we have a competition where at the end of every 2 months, if you are an all-time leader, you get to win one of our dashboards. Some people give away money, some people give away MacBooks. Find out what's valuable to your client and what aligns with them and what they find valuable, and have that as a competition and challenge. And what's nice about school is that you can tell them, if the more you engage in our community, the more chances you have to win. It's similar to how school has the school games. People who are here will eventually win a chance to meet Alex Hormozi in Las Vegas and get a little trophy and engage in some talks with them, which I find pretty amazing. So yeah, that's warm outreach. It's a nice, short, sweet, and simple module. As I learn more about warm outreach, I'll be sharing it in this module as well. So let's head over to our final module, which is dashboard. I'm going to show you all of the dashboards that I use in my business, how they're bringing me value by solving problems that I previously had, and now they're saving me time, money, effort, and human error. These are things that I used to hire people for before. Cool, so we'll see you then. I'm going to show you how I edit videos using AI. So when I started out editing videos, it was purely me doing the editing. I found it a bit mundane as a content creator, and then I decided to hire other people to do it for me. It took a lot of trial and error, but I eventually found 1 or 2 freelancers that were able to help me out with editing my videos. Over time, their work started to degrade. They were busy with other people's projects, and I didn't want to hire a full-time video editor. And then I went onto Fiverr to find a video editor, and I found a bunch of these video editors. At surface level, they seemed to be able to do the job. They looked competent, but to get my videos edited, they mentioned that they start at $30 or $40, but when they quote for my actual video, they quote something in the region of $100 to $200 for maybe like a 5 to 10 minute video. And I'm like, what? This can't be right. Eventually, I was scrolling, I found 1 or 2 video editors that could help me. And then I got another video editor to edit some of my videos, and they added some of these motion graphics which look nothing on brand, pathetic. I mean, just look at these clip art drawings, they're not even related. You know how you get AI slop? This is human slop. After this, I thought, hey, maybe AI could help me out. After all, what is video if not code? See where I'm going with this? And a lot of this is repetitive. Let's take a look at my typical video workflow. So in this video, I'm going to show you exactly how I'm going to be automating my videos using AI. So before I get into the meat, my name is Ritesh Kanji. I'm the director and founder of Augmented AI. I have over 121,000 subscribers. with over 62,000 followers on LinkedIn. We've worked with Momentum, which is one of the biggest financial institutions here in South Africa. We did some forms automation and consultation. We've worked with Tshwane University of Technology, where we delivered a 6-month video project to develop some of their courses, and we did it in 2 weeks. And for the same institution, we built a custom RAG solution that's similar to Notebook LM but offline. And like I mentioned in my story, the problem with video editors is, you hired one, the demo looks great, but I wasted $60, and then I tried another, I lost $40, repeat, and the cycle kept repeating. For freelancers, there's a price to quality gamble. They show you a great demo, but inconsistent deliveries, and there's always a trade-off. With employees, there's always an expensive overhead. You have to train them, retain them, pay them, even when they're not filming. Maybe it might make some sense later on if I grow my company. And then do it yourself. Your time is a cost. That's the trade-off, There's hours of mental effort that gets taken away from growing your business. If you look at this chart, this is the price versus expertise trade-off. So, the high quality that you want, you got to pay for it, right? And, for companies that have long videos, this just isn't feasible. Okay, so let's look at what a typical video editing workflow looks like. For me, these are the most repetitive tasks that drain my time, which is number one, I've got a video as well as the screen recording. Now I have to take those 2 tracks and overlay them. Now you're probably saying, hey Ritz, why don't you just record them all together? I should actually. The next is to cut out mistakes like awkward silences, ums and ahs. That's a big one. We need to add in some design and some motion graphics as well, but motion graphics that align to your brand. Then we need to find and overlay relevant B-roll. And then finally, generate and style captions. It's a lot of work, especially for one person. So this is what the AI video editing workflow looks like. So first, I'll go ahead and record the videos like I'm doing now. I've developed a script that will automatically sync and cut the awkward silences. I can do this together with removing mistakes, and I'm using this currently with Gling. You could even use something like Descript, but I found Descript a bit too expensive. So over here, I would import a video, for example. It'll give me the choice to cut silences, cut bad takes, remove filler words. And no, we're not sponsored by Gling, but we should be. And you can have a whole bunch of other AI features if you want to. Once we are in, you can see how many mistakes I make. And the AI has automatically cut most of these errors out, like my repetitions, the mistakes, the ums and the ahs. Hopefully it doesn't cut those intentional words out. And I can also enhance it with captions. I would use B-rolls, but the stock footage is very bad and doesn't match what I'm saying. So instead, I'll use a tool like Remotion, which works much better. And I'll show you that in just a bit. Now, you can either use Gling or Remotion to add in captions. And I'll show you that in just a bit. And then finally, we edit it and send it off to social media. Let's look at all of the tools that make it happen. Now, I have mentioned some of them already, like Remotion and Gling or even Descript. So Remotion allows programmatic video creation for dynamic motion graphics and automated visual effects. I'll show you that in just a bit. Gling or Descript will cut mistakes, trim pauses, and generate accurate captions. Most of the time, you can always edit it if you want to. Speaking of B-roll, we can even add in stock footage, images, or generate them using AI. I prefer using SGen because I have most of my credits there. I'll have a link down below if you want to check it out. And now before I get into the live demo, if you want to get the skills that I use for my video editing that you can insert into Cursor or Claude Code or OpenClaw, you can head over to my corporate automation library school community, where we have a thriving community of AI automators, as well as the classroom where you can get all of my automations, skills, standard operating procedures relating to various sectors such as content creation, marketing, sales, improving your productivity, image and video generation, getting high quality standard operating procedures for your AIs, and my premium dashboards that I personally use to sell to clients for over $5,000. So if you want, check out the link down below. So let me show you what you can do with AI. So when you're first starting out developing your graphics and branding for your video editing, I recommend you save all of them as a skill, because if you don't save them as a skill, you're going to have to go back and reprompt to say, I want it like this. Remember, you did it like that, but it comes up with something else. So save it as a skill so that when you call image generation or motion graphics, it knows exactly that it has to do it according to your branding, with this color, in this style, with that font, so that everything is clear from the get-go. It's all about defining your standard operating procedure for that skill. Initially, you're going to be testing it out with trial and seeing what works with your videos. So over here, I specified, okay, create me a card. The card must pop up in this section of the video, not over my face. You can even run a face detection algorithm to say, okay, this is my face, detect my face wherever it is, and do not put the cards there. Here is another card that I created, which is like a sort of like a checklist. which is quite nice. It's got that little sleek animation. Here's another example of motion graphics that I added. So this was a full screen one. You can cover it up fully. I decided, okay, let me just cover my face, try it out. AI just created this and I'm like, okay, I'll just roll with it. Now, this is where things get interesting is I just took my transcript and I can tell it on its own to select appropriate points where it should insert B-roll and do it by itself, which is essentially what I did. You can see that this video looks very high quality. I used Kling 3.0 to generate the videos. Here's another example of the video that I generated. And generally I found that my AI generated videos were much better than the B-rolls that I found, which makes sense because they highly correspond to my video. Here's another video which surprised me. I really love this animation that we had where it's scanning in the documents, showcasing document automation. I also animated this. Funny enough, I only had an image of this, so I just asked AI to make it a video so that it's a bit more high production than just an image that's been zoomed in. So you can see that's not how I would say things. And I'll show you one more video where this is where people are interacting. With Kling 3.0, I found it to be really high quality. Obviously, it's nowhere as great as Seedance 2.0, but Seedance takes a long time to generate, whereas Kling is fast, it's high quality. Over here, you can see that we have a traditional B-roll. So this here we got from Pexels. The quality, I think, is not as great. I would honestly regenerate this with AI. Well, are these tools perfect? While they are really great and have saved me a lot of time, there are some drawbacks that I found. Number one is I currently find myself using multiple tools, which I eventually want to bring all of the tools into one tool, maybe do everything inside of Cursor. I would like to be able to sync and cut, maybe using a Python script, which I have done and I just need to save it as a skill. I tried removing mistakes on my own and transcribing them, but I'm just having some errors here and there that I just need to sort out. Adding B-roll is not a problem with Remotion because this is automated, and adding captions, as you can see, is quite seamless. So I just need to get past this barrier. And if you'd like to get access to some of the templates that I've used in my videos, then definitely check out my school community where we have regular challenges where you get to ask me any type of question, keep you accountable, and get you automating. And then we have the classroom where we have our full roadmap on how to become a AI automate, whether you're automating your own business or doing this as an automation agency. We've got a whole bunch of courses starting with content creation, publishing content, automations, getting started with OpenClaw, marketing, sales, productivity, image and video generation, creating your own support channels, OpenClaw automations, and much more coming soon. So if you'd like to learn how to create your very first AI employee, then check this video right up here. I automated my entire content marketing agency. Before I show you this entire content engine that I've designed right over here, I'm going to show you a little bit about how other people are doing it currently. So if you're creating content, you probably have something like this where you have a project and each project has a specific task. For example, you have an email copywriter or a proposal generator. In ChatGPT, you might also have a project or a specific GPT. And you know it's a mess because you're switching between all of these different projects. You have to copy and paste things from this project into that project, copy this image into that social media platform, and copy and paste, rinse and repeat. You know, it's terrible. How I was doing it last month was I had this app called Bolt version 2 and a whole bunch of other AI models. So that was great. Inside each of the projects, I could specify the instructions, what I wanted to do, the project files, how essentially my knowledge base, which includes, in this case, my ICP or ideal client profile. If I had any specific plugins I wanted to use, I could use things like web search, image generation, and so on, and also tweak my model parameters over here. So this is really nice up till a point. And I realized that, you know, it was getting a bit mundane switching between different projects, using different agents. I did eventually streamline everything, for example, in this article generation streamline, where I was able to take in a piece of content. It could be a video, repurpose it into a LinkedIn post, then write articles, then generate hooks, and then upload there. But I felt like there was something missing because the human in the loop process that's built into N8N wasn't the best. So I decided maybe I can build my own dashboard that's custom for me. So that brings me to this content marketing dashboard that I've created. And this is one that I customized for one of my clients called LucidView. So what's really nice is that everything that I generate gets generated according to brand. So I put in the ICP or the ideal client profile, their standard operating procedures for content generation, any notes on core branding. I told it to generate 5th grade language, focus on benefits, not the features, and no technical jargon. So now when I generate content, I can select which model I want to use, whether it's OpenAI, Claude Sonnet 4.5, Gemini 3 Pro, as well as the most efficient Kimi K 2.5. Now for my client LucidView, they have 3 main ICPs or ideal client profiles, whether it's targeting parents, businesses, schools, you name it. I generated a whole bunch of ideas. Now let's filter it by most generated content. So we have this one over here. This here, you can see that we've generated images, LinkedIn posts, articles, and videos. So let's take a look at what it looks like under the dashboard. So for each idea that we have, we can generate various images, videos, carousels, articles, text posts, hooks, and then finally post it to social. So starting with image generator, we have our basic visual concept that we have and our base prompt. So this prompt is used to generate this image over here. And if you want to, we can even expand on the prompt. So this prompt gets generated automatically, but we can expand it to say, maybe make it display Netflix on a home screen, or ensure that we enforce the brand colors like the muted teal that we have over here in this image. And now you can specify what style you want to generate, whether it's photorealistic, digital art, cartoon style, minimalistic, clean, aspect ratio for social media. If you're doing a thumbnail, you can generate something like that also here, as well as the resolution from 1K all the way using Google's Nano Banana Pro, and Kling image, which just got released. So we can generate an image like this, which looks pretty good, conveying the scene of the sleep setting for Wi-Fi, stop late night scrolling without taking devices. To give you some context, my client is looking to block certain piece of content for parents who are looking to stop their kids scrolling at night or watching Netflix, as well as businesses looking for their employees to stop cyberloafing. Anyways, we can go ahead to generate some videos. So when we generate the videos, we start off with the script. So we can specify under the script generation settings that we have a certain amount of scenes. Each scene is maybe 5 to 12 seconds long. We can have a narrative, a conversational, or punchy, or documentary, and select various voiceovers. So this script, you can edit it and change it however you like. That then gets sent to the generated video, as well as syncing the voiceover with the video. We can collapse all of them, so it shows only the scenes. We can rearrange them if you want to. We can edit them, and once we generate it, we can generate it using some of the latest models like Kling. There's version 3 out that we'll have very soon. There's C-Dance version 2 that just came out recently. So by the way, if you think that this can help you even remotely, please click the link down below to join our waitlist for this content marketing engine. So once you have the video, you can download it and do whatever you want with it. Next up, we're going to go into the carousel one, which we still have coming soon, but we have some promising technology to be able to generate carousels on demand. On the next step, we have our article generator. Now this creates SEO and GEO as well as IAEO optimization. So what all of that means is that if you search for a term or ask a question in ChatGPT, someone who is asking about content filtering will be linked to this particular article, and ChatGPT will pull that article and reference it in its answers. So this is one of the articles that we had generated. It has everything asking the right questions. How do you implement a digital bedtime for your home? It embeds automatically the call to actions. You can even edit it using Markdown format. You can copy the article, download it. If you want a custom article, you can do that as well as tags for the. So now you have your content, and now you need to post it on maybe LinkedIn or any social media platform. So you can generate a text post using the same models as well. Most of it's optimized for readability, under 10 words per line, because people like to skim posts on LinkedIn and they don't like hefty text. It needs to be readable, you know. Let's generate some hooks. Cool, there we have it. Instead of confiscating devices every night, do this for your Wi-Fi router. That seems good. This feels illegal to know. Your Wi-Fi sleep setting that stops late night scrolling without touching a single phone. You're probably using Wi-Fi wrong if you are still taking devices away at bedtime. Are you struggling to stop late night scroll? Then activate Wi-Fi sleep set. Okay, so besides for the dramatization, let's head over to post to social. So as you can see, the text post that I generated automatically gets populated in our post to social media. So this will allow us to post to various social media platforms. So if you're posting a video, it will enable. So if we are generating video, it will enable the YouTube one as well. We can push. And if you want to add in an image, for example, we can go back to image or even videos and click this button. Great. So as you can see, our image has been uploaded. We can even perform multi-schedule, which means that we can post one today, and the same post, we can post it maybe a month from now, just like that. Now, the reason why I do this is because not everyone will see the exact same post from you today. So that's basically the secret sauce into multiplying your content so that you don't burn out from creating content, while also ensuring that you get maximum reach. Over here, you can add in your call to action. So I can put in the link to my website over here, as well as the alt text for the image. Now, if you're not sure what to write for the alt text, you can click this. So once you're done, you can push to a draft or schedule it automatically, and then everything is done. So yeah, if you are in marketing and you don't want to spend too much time creating the content and rather spend more time pushing out the content and getting your content out there, you can definitely sign up for the waitlist for this. So before we go, let me know how you generate content currently with AI, if you are using AI in the first place. Every time you face a problem in your business, you're stuck because you don't have the expertise to solve it. Here's how I fixed that with AI. Now, despite not having the expertise initially, this is the exact same strategy that I've used to solve cold outreach, content creation, lead research, budgeting, and more, all without hiring anyone from scratch. By the end of this video, you'll have a system where any expert that you trust, their knowledge lives inside an AI tool that already knows your business and your analytics. You'll never have to prompt the same problem twice. So let me show you how I've built it. By the way, if you want the free guide and cheat sheet, I'll drop a link down below, or comment expertise and I'll send it to you. Okay, so how do you solve a problem? Well, if you look over here, let's say this is the problem. The problem is maybe you want to do cold outreach, or you want to solve content creation, or you want to automate a few things in your business. You have a bunch of problems, which we can demark as red because it's a problem. Now, if you want to solve this problem, you would need some sort of expertise. If you have the expertise, then you can solve the problem. But what if you don't have the expertise? What do you do then? Well, the next step is to acquire the expertise through maybe learning. And we can learn in various ways, such as maybe reading a book. We can maybe watch YouTube videos. The other thing we can do is also take a course, and maybe even a workshop that we can take. So these are different ways of acquiring knowledge. We can build our expertise. We can also acquire the expertise through experience. So if you're learning how to make clay pots, for example, you could learn from a master on how to mold clay pots, or you can do it 1,000 times and eventually that will become expertise. The other way is, if you don't have the time to learn or gather the expertise through experience, the next logical step is getting someone else to help you, which is an agency. Now, the problem with an agency is that they cost a lot of money. Sometimes they might be consultants that can consult you on a particular project, or they could do it. So currently we are also doing automation. Well, nowadays, a lot of us are going towards AI. So in order to gather that expertise, we can ask AI to help us. But the problem is AI is trained on a whole bunch of data, like all around the internet, and it doesn't really know where to stop and how to reference particular data to help us achieve our goals. And what happens is that, it will just give generic advice, which is bad. Generic advice, which is bad. Now, I'm not saying that it's always going to give you bad advice. I'm just saying for certain aspects, it might give you bad advice. A lot of people look at AI as the source of truth, which I get it. It knows a lot. So why wouldn't it be right? But for those who don't know how to use it, AI can be a crutch. So let's look at a better way of how we can use AI to better get this expertise. So what a lot of people are doing right now is that they have a ChatGPT project, or it could be a Claude project or Google Gem. You've got your project. A very reasonable way is to put all of the knowledge into this one place, all this project over here, your standard operating procedures, any reference material, documents, company profile, and a whole bunch of things inside this project, which works. But the thing is, they just need one or two outputs, or they need, for example, they need a title to be generated, and then they generate a LinkedIn post, then they generate a WhatsApp message. They do all of these things over, but the problem comes in is that they prompting, reprompting over and over again, and the one chat that they have becomes convoluted, and which means that the context gets lost due to context rot and hallucinations. But still, we haven't addressed how do we get this expertise, right? You want to solve the problem. It could be cold outreach. It could be content creation. It could be how to do Facebook ads. All of these problems can be solved through a method known as expert distillation. So what it is that, for example, if you want to learn about business, what do? You go onto a YouTube video, you watch some of maybe Alex for Mosey's videos. If you want to learn about cold outreach and AI, you go to maybe Nikki Sarayev. Or if you want to learn about systems and how to build an amazing brand, you would check Matt Gray. So let's take a look at this. We've got our council of experts over here. How do we now go about and pick their brains and put it into our AI and start using their expertise? Because, as humans, there's only so much information we can process. And there's tons of content out there. We live in a world where there's just too much information for us to process at any one go. Okay, so we have our expertise over here. Now we need to distill it into our project. So depending on the problem that you're struggling with, you would create brand new Claude Code or OpenClaw projects. I prefer to use Claude Sonnet and Opus in Cursor. So let's point this to Claude Code. You could use Google's anti-gravity. It doesn't matter which one you use or which one you choose. As long as, any coding agent or treating this project like a code-based project. So in Claude Code, what you do is you take all of your SOPs, your videos that you got. You take a whole bunch of videos from experts, right? And you tell Claude Code to create you SOPs for each and every topic that you're trying to cover. So maybe one for creating titles, one for how to craft the best opening line for cold, how to create personalized message for cold outreach. So this gets transferred into, which are just straight MD files or markdown files that you can use. So .md. Now you have the basis for developing your app now. I recommend using a tool like VoiceInk or Whisper to be able to transcribe your voice into text. So what happens now is that you tell Claude Code or Cursor to take all of your S and create an app. This can be any type of app that you like. It could be a React Native app, it could be a web app, it could be a Python app, whatever you want. You create an app that will be able to build all of these mini agents that can do different tasks. For example, based on this agent over here will focus on generating titles or compelling hooks. And based on these videos, you have the corresponding SOP, which this agent over here, that looks horrible. He'll be focusing on creating your storyboard. And likewise for this guy, he'll be focused on crafting your master call to action or CTA. So I hope you can see where this is going. Now, let me give you a live demonstration of what this looks like. Cool. Now I'm going to show you some of the dashboards that I've created and how I managed to use the same expert distillation method that I've shown you. First of all, you can see it all starts off with I asked Claude Sonnet 4.6 to take all of the videos that I've given it. I basically went onto YouTube. I found videos on how to create content, generating great thumbnails, titles and hooks, how to improve watch time, how to even establish my ideal client profile or ICP, how to take advantage of trend or celebrity hacking, and how to run your experiments. Like I mentioned, all of these are in .md file. So over here, you can see all of them over here that I can go into. I can edit it. I can put in my own 2 cents. And I have all of the sources over here. So this is cited by Alexa Mosey. Make content your market wants and not what you want to make it. I have to keep that in mind all the time. So everything that happens in this dashboard happens through these. So this is the funnel that I created. So this essentially gets pulled in from the YouTube API, where it pulls in all my views, getting my sales. Then we have our AI advisor, which can run experiments, help me create content, and I can choose just about any model over here, or can have a council of AIs to help me out. So here I can choose between Sonnet, Opus, GPT 5.4, let's choose the Pro version, and maybe Minimax 2.7. So currently I have these experiments running, and this is based on the SOPs that said that, if you add chapters to your videos, you'll get much more views. So I'm running that on my old videos, say a set of 10 videos. And this one over here is where I A/B test different titles based on the recommendations that we created. So from there, I created a whole bunch of tools. So these tools take in the SOPs that we have over here, and these are the ones that I'm testing currently. As you can see, they are within specification between 7 to 11 words, which is recommended by one of the YouTube videos that I watched. Now, you don't need to use my sources. Look for people that you trust and actually watch those videos. Don't just blindly take it and expect AI to do it. If you understand it, it always gives you a better understanding of the output that you're expecting. Because if I didn't know that, your titles should be between 7 to 11 words, if this thing gave me a very long sentence, I would have taken it as truth, I would have thought that maybe a long title is better for ranking higher, maybe for SEO, who knows. But having it in that sweet Goldilocks zone would be best for, people browsing and skimming. At a certain point, your titles get cut off. Then I have chapter generation. So I've just pasted in all my videos over here. I should actually import it via the API. But once imported, I can now generate chapter titles for each and every video that I've created. And these are SEO and GEO optimized chapters. And then I have the content ideation part where multiple agents to do multiple tasks all in one. And each one is based on a different SOP. So the coaching note will take in all of my SOPs and then review my idea based on that. And then we have the title SOP or standard operating procedure to come up with different titles. We check different angles and trends. Maybe we use Alex Hormozy as our thumbnail, or maybe we talk about Cursor or maybe Claude Code in this case, which is trending at the moment. Thumbnails, hooks, storyboards, you name it. So I'll go into this dashboard a bit more in a later video, but you get the point. Instead of me having to always prompt it and reprompt, I want this, I want that, this does it all for you in a single generation, which I just click generate and all of this gets done. And I can choose whichever model I want. And I'm not only limited to, a lot of people are just using Claude Code, which means you're stuck with just this model. I'd like to have freedom. I can choose what price I want to run it or maybe use local models, and that would fit me the best. Over here is another command center that I'm using for cold outreach. So at the time, I didn't have the expertise for doing cold outreach. So I could have hired an agency, like I mentioned. I could have studied, do all of it and learn it on my own, but that would have taken time and the other one would have taken money. So this is taking Nikki Sarria's Cold Email Copywriting and Outreach full course 2026. You definitely should watch it. It's amazing. I took his 3-hour-long video and distilled it into different topics on how to do cold outreach, all the way from the video knowledge to personalization. So once you have the expertise over here, you then put in your files, which is the personalization. So this is what is my guarantee and risk reversal. Who is my ideal client profile? What offers do I have? My profile as Ritesh Kanji, founder of Augmented AI, as well as my social proof. So all of this gets incorporated, as well as some prompts that we use for cold outreach, any refinements or tweaks that I like or don't like the way I speak. All of that gets distilled now into our learn and review, so I can learn as we go about. Every day I come to this dashboard, I learn what is the give first principle, then I reveal it. It says provide something valuable before asking for anything. So, and then I can go to the next one, I can get quizzed, and I learn about the main principles that he taught in his video. Then I have my profile, which I can put in all of my clients over here that I've worked with already. And then we can start generating the campaigns. So this is one campaign that I'm running where we have my invite, where I learned that we shouldn't pitch. We should just, connect. Then we endorse skills, same thing for emails 1, 2, and 3. So currently I'm still generating it, but all of it will get generated through the SOPs. And I get Cursor using maybe the Claude models to generate this, evaluate it, and then see does it meet the SOP standard. So I hope you're getting the gist of it. And I even created one for fitness. I basically ingested a whole bunch of videos which show me how to gain more muscle, what workouts to do. Whatever gets generated here through our AI agent that we have here, everything goes through the expertise that we downloaded from our experts on YouTube. It would generate me a customized workout based on my personalized goals. So I said I'm weight 60. I still need to feed it my chest and arm measurements. And based on that, it will give me a personalized workout. So it's a very interesting time that we live in which we can get the expertise, we can upgrade our skills without having to spend the time in acquiring and learning those skills. Because AI has its own model of how to mix your knowledge base that it can either acquire through your expertise or someone else's expertise, mixed with personalization of what your company is, what it stands for, as well as your company data. Take all of that and put it into an app or a dashboard that you can build, for which you can now get much better output than you would if you just did it in a ChatGPT project, or if you just asked AI straight up, how do I solve this? And that is how you can solve just about any problem using AI, even though you don't have the expertise. So I've used the exact same system to solve cold outreach, content strategy, lead research, and more. And I've helped my clients do the same thing inside their businesses. If you want the full setup, the SOP templates, the Claude Code and OpenClaw employee skills, and how to connect your own data sources, everything will be inside the community. Link down below. And if this video gave you one idea you can use today, then please subscribe. In the next video, I'll show you the exact dashboard I build that pulls live data and tells you what I need to fix before I waste another week of posting. You can check that video right over here. I spent years doing what every YouTube guru told me to do. Post more, stay consistent, the views will come, the money will follow. It didn't. And it wasn't until I built this that I finally understood why. What is surprising is that some of my lowest viewed videos were responsible for my most paying members. And some of my most viral videos had zero sales. Zero. And I had no idea why. And I'm sure that neither do most creators. So this is why I built this. An AI-powered sales funnel dashboard using Claude Code and Cursor that shows me exactly which content is growing my business and which content is just purely wasting my time. And that is exactly what I'm going to show you in this video. But before I do, my name is Ritesh Kanji. I wasn't always a guy who understood data or sales funnels. I even considered myself lazy to look at the analytics. I started out creating content and hoping that it would work. Over time, I built a YouTube channel to over 121,000 subscribers and a LinkedIn audience of over 62,000. I've had the privilege of building AI automation solutions for top companies like Momentum and Tshwane University of Technology here in South Africa. I've generated close to $500,000 helping businesses automate with AI and corporate training. So when I tell you I was still flying blind about which content was actually making me money, I mean it. If it took me this long to figure it out, it's probably happening to you too. So this dashboard changed everything for me. It connects my YouTube channel directly to my community revenue in real time. It shows me where people are dropping out of my funnel, which videos are actually driving paying members, and it also has an AI advisor built in, trained on real expert SOPs or standard operating procedures. And these tell me exactly what to fix next. Now just note that I spent over $100 building this from scratch. So if you want the system without the cost and headache, it's inside my school community with the link down below. But let me show you what I found, because what I discovered genuinely surprised me. Okay, so here's the dashboard. Currently, I've only set it up for YouTube, but this is how much traffic I'm getting, which brings me roughly about 1,800 visitors to my school page. From there, about 124 members have signed up to my school community, which has brought me around $1,186 in mean recurring revenue. Not bad for just 2 months. Over here, we have a snapshot of everything that we have in terms of our daily views, as well as our average view duration. It also syncs up with Facebook ads to tell me how many sales we've gotten from there. Now, looking particularly at YouTube, we're getting around 32,000 views, which in the last 32 days has brought us 162 visitors to our school page. From there, only 2 have signed up, which gives us $26 in mean recurring revenue. It's not that great, and this is an area for improvement. So what's really cool is that it shows us how many shorts we have and how many long form videos that I've created. We can then overlay the videos to see how it corresponds to our daily views and watch time. We can see a peak over there, and that could be as a result of this video over here. Then we have video performance. This is where I can see all of my videos, whether long form or shorts, and see exactly what's working and what's not. I can take a look at all of these videos and see from my top performers what were the winners and which one were the losers. Then over here, I can look at the output. So if YouTube is the input, this is the output, which is my school community, and I can see by which source converted the best. So from this graph, I can see that affiliates, I had 6 visitors, 3 of those signed up. So my conversion rate was 50%. So I should spend more time nurturing my affiliates. The school network is converting quite well. Then followed by direct, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Now this is where things get interesting, because if you don't have the expertise, then you can either hire an agency to help you solve that problem with their expertise, or you can use AI, but AI gives very generic advice. So that is why I go on YouTube, I find top experts in the field, I extract the knowledge from the YouTube videos and put it into my dashboard in terms of standard operating procedures or SOPs. So over here you can see I've got SOPs for getting views, content creation, creating thumbnails, titles and hooks, watch time, ICP, trend jacking, and so on. I also have some of my experiments and data that I've put over here. Everything is stored as a .md file that my AI agents or OpenClaw can access and give me actionable advice. Let's take a look at one of the typical SOPs like titles and hooks. So over here, you can see the related SOP, which is stored in thumbnails.md and getting views. The sources we scraped were Alex Omozi, Matt Gray, which involved cross-video analysis and copywriting consensus. We've got all of the citations here so that I know where it got the information information from. And if I wanted to add another SOP, I can add it right over here by just pasting a few YouTube links. And I can use just about any model to generate my SOPs based on these videos. Now, this is where the magic happens because I can get my AI advisor to give me recommendations based on these SOPs. I can decide to chat with a single model or a council of models. So I can select multiple models, and each of these models will give me an answer back with a consensus. Considered all of these large language models, and this is what they had to say. So for example, this video, I wanted an opening script, and it told me this is what you should do for the hook, for the bridge, for authority, this is what you must say. And if you look at the bottom, this is where it got its sources from. Our problem statement, our SOPs for content creation, our SOPs for watch time, ICP, titles, and so on. I can even tell it to run experiments. So currently I have 2 experiments running. One is where I change the titles of certain videos, and the other is where I add chapter lists to improve SEO and GEO, which stands for Generative Engine Optimization. So if you look at this video, you can see that I have my chapter list over here, and I'm experimenting to see, does this actually improve my views and ultimately getting more customers. And what's really nice is that everything is tracked. So there's no more guessing as to when I should check my experiments. I can just wait till 21 days, evaluate the results, learn from it, and then run the next test. And what's really cool, I also decided to build a series of tools. So this is chapter generation, where I can feed it my YouTube URLs or even select certain videos. I can tell it to generate SEO and GEO optimized chapter listings just like this. And then I can simply copy and paste it into my YouTube video. This other tool helps me to generate title hooks, and this is particularly useful if I'm generating A/B tests. So I can select any videos that I want to do, like this one, and it will generate me new titles based on our SOPs, which I can then simply copy and paste into YouTube to run the new experiment. The final tool that we have over here is an agentic workflow that I can use to brainstorm new ideas. Now I can select any of these models over here. I'm going to paste in my idea right over there, and let's get the full brief. So here it's creating coaching notes to say this is how you should approach the topic. Then it goes into creating different title variations. Once done, we'll look at trend and celebrity angles. Should we follow up on a trend? So this is where it's going to go search the internet for what are the latest trends in my niche. It's going to give thumbnail directions, generate the hooks for the first 30 seconds, the storyboard, and finally the content angle variations. And this all happens very agentically, if that's even a word. And to wrap up, we can see all of the models that we can use, either directly to the native providers or via OpenRouter. We've got all of my API keys, memory files all stored here. And I can even tell my AI advisor to remember specific things about me and save them right over here. This will help me to connect to YouTube, and then eventually I'll have all of the other social media platforms out there. So yeah, this dashboard costed me over hundreds of dollars coding it in Cursor, but you can grab it in my corporate automation library, where my whole mission is to automate my entire business, and in doing so, help others automate their businesses. We have a very vibrant community. We have monthly challenges where you can win different automations. You can definitely check out our classroom, where we cover the basics of automation, to automating content, how to publish automated publishing, getting started with OpenClaw and building your first employee, automating marketing, sales, improving your productivity, image and video generation, as well as the dashboards that we're covering right now. And as I mentioned, we have weekly workshops where you can ask questions directly with me and network with all of the other members in our community. And if you want to learn how to automate video editing, then check this video right up here. I'm going to show you how I built my very own CFO. We're going to be covering how to go from a simple budgeting app to an intelligent financial advisor. But before we get into it, my name is Ritesh Kanji from Augmented AI. I've grown to over 121,000 subscribers on YouTube and over 62,000 followers on LinkedIn. While a lot of people are showcasing their automations, we have real world, real corporate experience, and we've worked on real projects. For example, we've done some forms automation for Momentum, which is one of the largest financial institutions in South Africa. We managed to deliver a 6-month project in just 2 weeks for Tshwane University of Technology, as well as building them an offline solution of Notebook LM. So before I show you how I built my AI CFO, let's first ask the question, what is a CFO? So first of all, a CFO has 3 roles: looking at the past, present, and future. So with regards to the past, he has to ensure that whatever has been recorded is accurate and complies with the law. So this means that the financial records are up to standard, they're compliant, and they have the best recording, and they've accurately reported their earnings. He also has to look at identifying financial threats and make sure that the company has the right insurance and internal controls. Then we look towards the present, which is more about the treasury. A business is only as good as its cash flow. Without any cash flow, the business can operate into the future, which brings us to one of the main aspects, which is budgeting. The CFO has to allocate money in the right proportion to ensure, number one, that they're financially stable and can go on into the future, as well as take the necessary risks in order to grow, but mainly focusing on growth, which could include mergers and acquisitions. So this could mean leading the charge on buying other companies or selling off parts of its business. So what I chose to focus on is mostly the present, which means that you'd have to start off with budgeting. I don't know about you, but I hate budgeting. But having an AI companion makes it fun. So looking at the foundations of your AI CFO, you're going to be building the financial snapshot. So instantly see what you have and answer the crucial question. Can we afford this? And will we have the cash flow to move forward in our business? And how much financial risk can we take as a company to grow? This will also help with monthly allocation, so you track where every dollar goes with precise monthly budgeting and categorization. We also look at the transaction history, like a complete searchable record of all of the financial movements all in one place. And then we have AI for importable data. So that means that we will be able to seamlessly feed our data into the AI layer for automated analysis, insights, and forecasting. So before we get into the demo, I want to show you the heart of this AI CFO, which is essentially powered by OpenClaw. So I can ask questions like, how much am I spending on coffee? Or how much are we paying our contractors? Can we save money by outsourcing? Or if we had to automate this project, how much will we save? And will that counteract our costs for the freelancers? What's nice is that it can also proactively give you cost-cutting advice. So it'll proactively analyze your spending patterns and recommend areas where you can optimize and save. And I'm sure there's plenty of budgeting AI apps out there. Where this one shines is that it has persistent local memory. So it remembers all my past decisions. I can run it completely locally with none of my information going out to third-party vendors. It remembers past decisions and it has manual updates that are secure on my machine. And the whole reason why I built this is to help me reach my financial goals. I can set targets and let AI adapt to my budget dynamically and to ensure that I stay on track. And I've customized it with a very beautiful dark mode. Let's get straight into the demo. So first of all, you can see that we have two accounts over here. We have our top merchants over here that we can check all of the transactions. We have spending by category for like investments, travel, if we're moving places, insurance, fuel, bank fees, subscriptions, and even coffee. We also have this beautiful trend line where we can see where I've spent the most. October was a very expensive month, mainly because I purchased a brand new MacBook for which I can run my AI agents on. You have the options of seeing the averages as well. So over the past maybe 6 months or to a year, I can see how much I'm spending across all of the various categories. By the way, if you want to get this dashboard, definitely check out my school at the link down below. You'll find it right down here in phase 14. Most of my money is going into investments, which is great. Now over here, I've imported most of my transactions and I can select whichever category I want to. I can also get AI to bulk recategorize some of the items that I get. So if there is a new transaction, I can get it to remember, okay, when I get this new transaction, make sure that you remember to categorize it as investments rather than mortgage and bond or something like that. Then we head over to budgets. Now this is quite amazing because I can have AI to suggest, based on my previous spend, how much should I allocate to all of these different categories that I spend on a monthly basis. So I can put in some amounts over here and maybe I can make it as large as I want or as small, but obviously you want to get it right so that it averages, so that you're able to comply with your budget. Now this is the heart of the budgeting app, which is my AI advisor, which I'm eventually going to be turning into my AI CFO. It's going to be looking at how I spend my money. It's going to help me budget and make sure that I have enough cash flow for which I can then take and invest for the future. You see where this is going. I also have given it access to tools so it can search on the web for maybe what's the latest tax practices. So for example, there was an increase in the tax-free savings account. So you can now invest more in your tax-free savings to get the maximum tax benefits here in South Africa. You can also suggest what your lingering cash that you have in your bank account, maybe your interest rate is maybe 2%, but if you put it in another account, maybe a 32-day fixed deposit, you could probably get 4%. I'm just giving arbitrary examples. I can also ask, how much am I spending on coffee every month? So as you can see, coffee spending for March 2026 so far, this is how much it's spent. So it knows that I go to Plato Coffee. I spent about 86 rand so far. Now, I have not imported my latest transactions for this month as yet, so it hasn't given me the full snapshot. I'm currently importing everything via a CSV, mainly because Nedbank doesn't support an API. They do, but they're not opening it up to the public, which is very sad. So for now, I have to import it via CSV. So over here, it will tell me, okay, for this month, you've only had one transaction. You've spent about 86 Rand for coffee. Your historical average is about 400 Rands per month, or you could average about $20 if you had to convert this. And my budget target should be around 400 Rands per month. So it says the honest take, 400 Rand per month on coffee is actually pretty reasonable retail. That's roughly 1 to 2 coffees per week. Not something I stress about cutting aggressively. If you're hitting 400 Rands consistently, that's only going to be 4,800 Rands a year. It's small relative to your overall budget. Bigger levers to pull will be levies. It's fixed, so we can't really cut that. Dining out, 700 Rands per month. Some room to improve here. Shopping, 2,000 Rands per month, which is a big discretionary win. So it can tell me, I should cut down on my shopping. Okay, so I'm going to ask, where else should I cut down on my spending to save more? So now it's going to go through all of the data and come back to me with an answer. So over here, it's telling me your spending ranked by cut potential. Here it tells me about shopping, whereas payments, insurance, dining out. It shows the categories, entertainment, subscriptions, personal care. So, it'll tell me my current spend as well as my target spend should be. So then I can have a monthly saving of these ones. I can leave alone coffee, the kids' activities, of course. We don't have to cut that because it's important for the kids. Coffee is reasonable, but don't stress it. Fuel is necessary, Medical, we can't skimp out on that. The real problem isn't lifestyle. It's more, your lifestyle spending is not the issue. So it tells me to look at this. Total lifestyle discretionary, about 8,000 Rands. Total committed investments plus insurance, about that much, more or less. So 73% of your spend is locked into investments and bills. You are actually not a big spender. Yeah. So there's a lot more that we can go into in all of this. And I'm not going to go through all of it right now because, I've already done all of the work to make it the best that it can be in order to help me save money. So you're probably asking, where does OpenClaw come in the picture? So over here, as you can see, I have a whole bunch of AI agents. I have Edge, who is my executive assistant, helps me with basically running my business. I have Socrates, who essentially helps me with social media, as well as Luma, but for another client. I have Rex, who's my sales agent. I have Devon over here who's linked to Cursor and helps me develop websites. And then I have Amy who is linked to my personal budgeting app, and I can ask her questions to be able to say, how's my financials looking like this month? And she'll be able to give me a snapshot and tell this is what you can buy. Now you don't have to apply it only for your personal life. You can also apply it for your company or as a business, or you can sell this dashboard to other companies if you're an automation agency. Now you could vibe code this yourself, but it costed me somewhere around $200 to $500. I know it says $1,000 over here, but if you join my school community, you can get it for only $19. You'll be able to download this full app and you can bring it into Cursor or Claude Code or whichever AI you use and tell it to customize it for you. We have over 100 pre-built workflows, prompt SOPs, step-by-step tutorials, and currently we are at 112 members. We have a classroom that you can check out right over here, and all of the dashboards that we have will be uploaded into phase 14. So you can scan this code to get in, or there'll be a link down below where you can join. And if you want to learn how to build your very first AI employee, check this video right up here.